Chapters 74 through 77 of Human Bondage. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Weiss. Of Human Bondage by W. Somerset Maugham. Chapter 74. The following Saturday Mildred returned, and that evening Philip kept her to himself. He took seats for the play, and they drank champagne at dinner. It was her first gaiety in London for so long that she enjoyed everything ingenuously. She cuddled up to Philip when they drove from the theatre to the room he had taken for her in Pimlico. "I really believe you're quite glad to see me," he said. She did not answer, but gently pressed his hand. Demonstrations of affection were so rare with her that Philip was enchanted. "I've asked Griffiths to dine with us tomorrow," he told her. "Oh, I'm glad you've done that. I wanted to meet him." There was no place of entertainment to take her to on Sunday night, and Philip was afraid she would be bored if she were alone with him all day. Griffiths was amusing. He would help them to get through the evening, and Philip was so fond of them both that he wanted them to know and to like one another. He left Mildred with the words, "Only 6 more days." They had arranged to dine in the gallery at Romano's on Sunday, because the dinner was excellent and looked as though it cost a good deal more than it did. Philip and Mildred arrived first and had to wait some time for Griffiths. "He's an unpunctual devil," said Philip. "He's probably making love to one of his numerous flames." But presently he appeared. He was a handsome creature, tall and thin. His head was placed well on the body. It gave him a conquering air which was attractive, and his curly hair, his bold, friendly blue eyes, his red mouth, were charming. Philip saw Mildred look at him with appreciation, and he felt a curious satisfaction. Griffiths greeted them with a smile. "I've heard a great deal about you," he said to Mildred as he took her hand. "Not so much as I've heard about you," she answered. "Not so bad," said Philip. "Has he been blackening my character?" Griffiths laughed, and Philip saw that Mildred noticed how white and regular his teeth were and how pleasant his smile. "You ought to feel like old friends," said Philip. "I've talked so much about you to one another." Griffiths was in the best possible humour, for, having at length passed his final examination, he was qualified, and he had just been appointed house surgeon at a hospital in the north of London. He was taking up his duties at the beginning of May, and meanwhile was going home for a holiday. This was his last week in town, and he was determined to get as much enjoyment into it as he could. He began to talk the gay nonsense which Philip admired because he could not copy it. There was nothing much in what he said, but his vivacity gave it point. There flowed from him a force of life which affected everyone who knew him. It was almost as sensible as bodily warmth. Mildred was more lively than Philip had ever known her, and he was delighted to see that his little party was a success. She was amusing herself enormously. She laughed louder and louder. She quite forgot the genteel reserve which had become second nature to her. Presently Griffiths said, "I say, it's dreadfully difficult for me to call you Mrs. Miller. Philip never calls you anything but Mildred." "I dare say she won't scratch your eyes out if you call her that too," laughed Philip. "Then she must call me Harry." Philip sat silent while they chattered away, and thought how good it was to see people happy. Now and then Griffiths teased him a little, kindly, because he was always so serious. "I believe he's quite fond of you, Philip," smiled Mildred. "He isn't a bad old thing," answered Griffiths, and taking Philip's hand he shook it gaily. It seemed an added charm in Griffiths that he liked Philip. They were all sober people, and the wine they had drunk went to their heads. Griffiths became more talkative and so boisterous that Philip, amused, had to beg him to be quiet. He had a gift for story-telling, and his adventures lost nothing of their romance and their laughter in his narration. He played in all of them a gallant, humorous part. Mildred, her eyes shining with excitement, urged him on. He poured out anecdote after anecdote. When the lights began to be turned out, she was astonished. "My word, the evening has gone quickly. I thought it wasn't more than 9:30. They got up to go, and when she said good-bye, she added, "I'm coming to have tea at Philip's room tomorrow. You might look in if you can." "All right," he smiled. On the way back to Pimlico, Mildred talked of nothing but Griffiths. She was taken with his good looks, his well-cut clothes, his voice, his gaiety. "I am glad you like him," said Philip. "Do you remember you were rather sniffy about meeting him?" "I think it's so nice of him to be so fond of you, Philip. He is a nice friend for you to have." She put up her face to Philip for him to kiss her. It was a thing she did rarely. "I have enjoyed myself this evening, Philip. Thank you so much." "Don't be absurd," he laughed, touched by her appreciation so that he felt the moisture come to his eyes. She opened the door and just before she went in turned again to Philip. "Tell Harry I'm madly in love with him," she said. "All right," he laughed. "Good night." Next day, when they were having tea, Griffiths came in. He sank lazily into an armchair. There was something strangely sensual in the slow movements of his large limbs. Philip remained silent, while the others chattered away, but he was enjoying himself. He admired them both so much that it seemed natural enough for them to admire one another. He did not care if Griffiths absorbed Mildred's attention, he would have her to himself during the evening. He had something of the attitude of a loving husband, confident in his wife's affection, who looks on with amusement when she flirts harmlessly with a stranger. But at 7:30 he looked at his watch and said: "It's about time we went out to dinner, Mildred." There was a moment's pause, and Griffiths seemed to be considering. "Well, I'll be getting along," he said at last. "I didn't know it was so late." "Are you doing anything tonight?" asked Mildred. "No." There was another silence. Philip felt slightly irritated. "I'll just go and have a wash," he said, and to Mildred he added: "Would you like to wash your hands?" She did not answer him. "Why don't you come and dine with us?" she said to Griffiths. He looked at Philip and saw him staring at him sombrely. "I dined with you last night," he laughed. "I should be in the way." "Oh, that doesn't matter," insisted Mildred. "Make him come, Philip. He won't be in the way, will he?" "Let him come by all means if he'd like to." "All right then," said Griffiths promptly. "I'll just go upstairs and tidy myself." The moment he left the room, Philip turned to Mildred angrily. "Why on earth did you ask him to dine with us?" "I couldn't help myself. It would have looked so funny to say nothing when he said he wasn't doing anything." "Oh, what rot. And why the hell did you ask him if he was doing anything?" Mildred's pale lips tightened a little. "I want a little amusement sometimes. I get tired always being alone with you." They heard Griffiths coming heavily down the stairs, and Philip went into his bedroom to wash. They dined in the neighbourhood in an Italian restaurant. Philip was cross and silent, but he quickly realised that he was showing to disadvantage in comparison with Griffiths, and he forced himself to hide his annoyance. He drank a good deal of wine to destroy the pain that was gnawing at his heart, and he set himself to talk. Mildred, as though remorseful for what he had said, did all she could to make herself pleasant to him. She was kindly and affectionate. Presently Philip began to think he had been a fool to surrender to a feeling of jealousy. After dinner, when they got into a hansom to drive to a music hall, Mildred, sitting between the two men, of her own accord, gave him her hand. His anger vanished. Suddenly, he knew not how, he grew conscious that Griffiths was holding her other hand. The pain seized him again violently. It was a real physical pain, and he asked himself, panic-stricken, what he might have asked himself before, whether Mildred and Griffiths were in love with one another. He could not see anything of the performance on account of the mist of suspicion, anger, dismay, and wretchedness which seemed to be before his eyes, but he forced himself to conceal the fact that anything was the matter. He went on talking and laughing. Then a strange desire to torture himself seized him, and he got up, saying he wanted to go and drink something. Mildred and Griffiths had never been alone together for a moment. He wanted to leave them by themselves. "I'll come too," said Griffiths. "I've got rather a thirst on." "Oh, nonsense. You stay and talk to Mildred." Philip did not know why he said that. He was throwing them together now to make the pain he suffered more intolerable. He did not go to the bar, but went up into the balcony from where he could watch them and not be seen. They had ceased to look at the stage and were smiling into one another's eyes. Griffiths was talking with his usual happy fluency, and Mildred seemed to hang on his lips. Philip's head began to ache frightfully. He stood there motionless. He knew he would be in the way if he went back. They were enjoying themselves without him, and he was suffering. Time passed, and now he had an extraordinary shyness about rejoining them. He knew they had not thought of him at all, and he reflected bitterly that he had paid for the dinner and their seats in the music hall. What a fool they were making of him! He was hot with shame. He could see how happy they were without him. His instinct was to leave them to themselves and go home. But he had not his hat and coat, and it would necessitate endless explanations. He went back. He felt a shadow of annoyance in Mildred's eyes when she saw him, and his heart sank. "You've been a devil of a time," said Griffiths, with a smile of welcome. "I met some men I knew. I've been talking to them, and I couldn't get away. I thought you'd be all right together." "I've been enjoying myself thoroughly," said Griffiths. "I don't know about Mildred." She gave a little laugh of happy complacency. There was a vulgar sound in the ring of it that horrified Philip. He suggested that they should go. "Come on," said Griffiths. "We'll both drive you home." Philip suspected that she had suggested that arrangement so that she might not be left alone with him. In the cab he did not take her hand, nor did she offer it, and he knew all the time that she was holding Griffiths. His chief thought was that it was all so horribly vulgar. As they drove along, he asked himself what plans they had made to meet without his knowledge. He cursed himself for having left them alone. He had actually gone out of his way to enable them to arrange things. "Let's keep the cab," said Philip, when they reached the house in which Mildred was lodging. "I'm too tired to walk home." On the way back, Griffiths talked gaily and seemed indifferent to the fact that Philip answered in monosyllables. Philip felt he must notice that something was the matter. Philip's silence at last grew too significant to struggle against, and Griffiths, suddenly nervous, ceased talking. Philip wanted to say something, but he was so shy he could hardly bring himself to, and yet the time was passing and the opportunity would be lost. It was best to get at the truth at once. He forced himself to speak. "Are you in love with Mildred?" he asked suddenly. "I?" Griffiths laughed. "Is that what you've been so funny about this evening? Of course not, my dear old man." He tried to slip his hand through Philip's arm, but Philip drew himself away. He knew Griffiths was lying. He could not bring himself to force Griffiths to tell him that he had not been holding the girl's hand. He suddenly felt very weak and broken. "It doesn't matter to you, Harry," he said. "You've got so many women. Don't take her away from me. It means my whole life. I've been so awfully wretched." His voice broke, and he could not prevent the sob that was torn from him. He was horribly ashamed of himself. "My dear old boy, you know I wouldn't do anything to hurt you. I'm far too fond of you for that. I was only playing the fool. If I'd known you were going to take it like that, I'd have been more careful." "Is that true?" asked Philip. "I don't care a twopenny damn for her. I give you my word of honour." Philip gave a sigh of relief. The cab stopped at their door. Chapter 75. Next day Philip was in a good temper. He was very anxious not to bore Mildred with too much of his society, and so had arranged that he should not see her till dinner time. She was ready when he fetched her, and he chaffed her for her unwonted punctuality. She was wearing a new dress he had given her. He remarked on its smartness. "It'll have to go back and be altered," she said. "The skirt hangs all wrong." "You'll have to make the dressmaker hurry up if you want to take it to Paris with you." "It'll be ready in time for that." "Only 3 more whole days. We'll go over by the 11 o'clock, shall we?" "If you like." He would have her for nearly a month entirely to himself. His eyes rested on her with hungry adoration. He was able to laugh a little at his own passion. "I wonder what it is I see in you," he smiled. "That's a nice thing to say," she answered. Her body was so thin that one could almost see her skeleton. Her chest was as flat as a boy's. Her mouth with its narrow pale lips was ugly, and her skin was faintly green. "I shall give you Blaud's pills in quantities when we're away," said Philip, laughing. "I'm going to bring you back fat and rosy." "I don't want to get fat," she said. She did not speak of Griffiths, and presently, while they were dining, Philip, half in malice, for he felt sure of himself and his power over her, said: "It seems to me you were having a great flirtation with Harry last night." "I told you I was in love with him," she laughed. "I'm glad to know that he's not in love with you." "How do you know?" "I asked him." She hesitated a moment, looking at Philip, and a curious gleam came into her eyes. "Would you like to read a letter I had from him this morning?" She handed him an envelope, and Philip recognised Griffiths' bold, legible writing. There were 8 pages. It was well written, frank, and charming. It was the letter of a man who was used to making love to women. He told Mildred that he loved her passionately. He had fallen in love with her the first moment he saw her. He did not want to love her, for he knew how fond Philip was of her, but he could not help himself. Philip was such a dear, and he was very much ashamed of himself, but it was not his fault. He was just carried away. He paid her delightful compliments. Finally he thanked her for consenting to lunch with him next day, and said he was dreadfully impatient to see her. Philip noticed that the letter was dated the night before. Griffiths must have written it after leaving Philip, and had taken the trouble to go out and post it when Philip thought he was in bed. He read it with a sickening palpitation of his heart, but gave no outward sign of surprise. He handed it back to Mildred with a smile, calmly. "Did you enjoy your lunch?" "Rather," she said emphatically. He felt that his hands were trembling as he put them under the table. "You mustn't take Griffiths too seriously. He's just a butterfly, you know." She took the letter and looked at it again. "I can't help it either," she said in a voice which she tried to make nonchalant. "I don't know what's come over me." "It's a little awkward for me, isn't it?" said Philip. She gave him a quick look. "You're taking it pretty calmly, I must say." "What do you expect me to do? Do you want me to tear out my hair in handfuls?" "I knew you'd be angry with me." "The funny thing is, I'm not at all. I ought to have known this would happen. I was a fool to bring you two together. I know perfectly well that he's got every advantage over me. He's much jollier, and he's very handsome, he's more amusing, he can talk to you about the things that interest you." "I don't know what you mean by that. If I'm not clever I can't help it, but I'm not the fool you think I am, not by a long way, I can tell you. You're a bit too superior for me, my young friend." "Do you want to quarrel with me?" he asked mildly. "No, but I don't see why you should treat me as if I was I don't know what." "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to offend you. I just wanted to talk things over quietly. We don't want to make a mess of them if we can help it. I saw you were attracted by him, and it seemed to me very natural. The only thing that really hurts me is that he should have encouraged you. He knew how awfully keen I was on you. I think it's rather shabby of him to have written that letter to you 5 minutes after he told me he didn't care twopence about you." "If you think you're going to make me like him any the less by saying nasty things about him, you're mistaken." Philip was silent for a moment. He did not know what words he could use to make her see his point of view. He wanted to speak coolly and deliberately, but he was in such a turmoil of emotion that he could not clear his thoughts. It's not worth while sacrificing everything for an infatuation that you know can't last. After all, he doesn't care for anyone more than 10 days, and you're rather cold. That sort of thing doesn't mean very much to you." "That's what you think." She made it more difficult for him by adopting a cantankerous tone. "If you're in love with him you can't help it. I'll just bear it as best I can. We get on very well together, you and I. And I've not behaved badly to you, have I? I've always known that you're not in love with me, but you like me all right, and when we get over to Paris you'll forget about Griffiths. If you make up your mind to put him out of your thoughts, you won't find it so hard as all that. And I've deserved that you should do something for me." She did not answer, and they went on eating their dinner. When the silence grew oppressive, Philip began to talk of indifferent things. He pretended not to notice that Mildred was inattentive. Her answers were perfunctory, and she volunteered no remarks of her own. At last she interrupted abruptly what he was saying. "Philip, I'm afraid I shan't be able to go away on Saturday. The doctor says I oughtn't to." He knew this was not true, but he answered, "When will you be able to come away?" She glanced at him, saw that his face was white and rigid, and looked nervously away. She was at that moment a little afraid of him. "I may as well tell you and have done with it. I can't come away with you at all." "I thought you were driving at that. It's too late to change your mind now. I've got the tickets and everything." "You said you didn't wish me to go unless I wanted it too, and I don't." "I've changed my mind. I'm not going to have any more tricks played with me. You must come." "I like you very much, Philip, as a friend, but I can't bear to think of anything else. I don't like you that way. I couldn't, Philip." "You were quite willing to a week ago." "It was different then." "You hadn't met Griffiths?" "You said yourself I couldn't help it if I'm in love with him." Her face was set into a sulky look, and she kept her eyes fixed on her plate. Philip was white with rage. He would have liked to hit her in the face with his clenched fist, and in fancy he saw how she would look with a black eye. There were two lads of 18 dining at a table near them, and now and then they looked at Mildred. He wondered if they envied him dining with a pretty girl. Perhaps they were wishing they stood in his shoes. It was Mildred who broke the silence. "What's the good of our going away together? I'll be thinking of him all the time. It wouldn't be much fun for you." "That's my business," he answered. She thought over all his reply implicated, and she reddened. "But that's just beastly." "What of it?" "I thought you were a gentleman in every sense of the word." "You were mistaken." His reply entertained him, and he laughed as he said it. "For God's sake, don't laugh," she cried. "I can't come away with you, Philip. I'm awfully sorry. I know I haven't behaved well to you, but one can't force themselves." "Have you forgotten that when you were in trouble I did everything for you? I planked out the money to keep you till your baby was born. I paid for your doctor and everything. I paid for you to go to Brighton, and I'm paying for the keep of your baby. I'm paying for your clothes. I'm paying for every stitch you've got on now." "If you was a gentleman you wouldn't throw what you've done for me in my face." "Oh, for goodness sake, shut up. What do you suppose I care if I'm a gentleman or not? If I were a gentleman I shouldn't waste my time with a vulgar slut like you. I don't care a damn if you like me or not. I'm sick of being made a blasted fool of. You're jolly well coming to Paris with me on Saturday, or you can take the consequences." Her cheeks were red with anger, and when she answered her voice had the hard commonness which she concealed generally by a genteel enunciation. "I never liked you, not from the beginning, but you forced yourself on me. I always hated it when you kissed me. I wouldn't let you touch me now, not if I was starving." Philip tried to swallow the food on his plate, but the muscles of his throat refused to act. He gulped down something to drink and lit a cigarette. He was trembling in every part. He did not speak. He waited for her to move, but she sat in silence, staring at the white tablecloth. If they had been alone, he would have flung his arms round her and kissed her passionately. He fancied the throwing back of her long white throat as he pressed upon her mouth with his lips. They passed an hour without speaking, and at last Philip thought the waiter began to stare at them curiously. He called for the bill. "Shall we go?" he said then in an even tone. She did not reply, but gathered together her bag and her gloves. She put on her coats. "When are you seeing Griffiths again?" "Tomorrow," she answered indifferently. "You'd better talk it over with him." She opened her bag mechanically and saw a piece of paper in it. She took it out. "Here's the bill for this dress," she said hesitatingly. "What of it?" "I promised I'd give her the money tomorrow." "Did you?" "Does that mean you won't pay for it after having told me I could get it?" "It does." "I'll ask Carey," she said, flushing quickly. "He'll be glad to help you. He owes me £7 at the moment, and he pawned his microscope last week because he was so broke." "You needn't think you can frighten me by that. I'm quite capable of earning my own living." "It's the best thing you can do. I don't propose to give you a farthing more." She thought of her rent due on Saturday and the baby's keep, but did not say anything. They left the restaurant, and in the street Philip asked her: "Shall I call a cab for you? I'm going to take a little stroll." "I haven't got any money. I had to pay a bill this afternoon." "It won't hurt you to walk. If you want to see me tomorrow, I shall be in about tea time." He took off his hat and sauntered away. He looked round in a moment and saw that she was standing helplessly where he had left her, looking at the traffic. He went back and with a laugh pressed a coin into her hand. "Here's 2 bob for you to get home with." Before she could speak he hurried away. Chapter 76. Next day in the afternoon Philip sat in his room and wondered whether Mildred would come. He had slept badly. He had spent the morning in the club of the medical school, reading one newspaper after another. It was the vacation, and few students he knew were in London, but he found 1 or 2 people to talk to, he played a game of chess, and so wore out the tedious hours. After luncheon he felt so tired, his head was aching so, that he went back to his lodgings and lay down. He tried to read a novel. He had not seen Griffiths. He was not in when Philip returned the night before. He had heard him come back, but he did not as usual look into Philip's room to see if he was asleep, and in the morning Philip heard him go out early. It was clear that he wanted to avoid him. Suddenly there was a light tap at his door. Philip sprang to his feet and opened it. Mildred stood on the threshold. She did not move. "Come in," said Philip. He closed the door after her. She sat down. She hesitated to begin. "Thank you for giving me that 2 shillings last night," she said. "Oh, that's all right." She gave him a faint smile. It reminded Philip of the timid, ingratiating look of a puppy that has been beaten for naughtiness and wants to reconcile himself with his master. "I've been lunching with Harry," she said. "Have you?" "If you still want me to go away with you on Saturday, Philip, I'll come." A quick thrill of triumph shot through his heart, but it was a sensation that only lasted for an instant. It was followed by a suspicion. "Because of the money?" he asked. "Partly," she answered simply. "Harry can't do anything. He owes 5 weeks here, and he owes you £7, and his tailor's pressing him for money. He'd pawn anything he could, but he's pawned everything already. I had a job to put the woman off about my new dress, and on Saturday there's the book at my lodgings, and I can't get work in 5 minutes. It always means waiting some little time till there's a vacancy." She said all this in an even, querulous tone, as though she were recounting the injustices of fate which had to be borne as part of the natural order of things. Philip did not answer. He knew what she told him well enough. "You said partly," he observed at last. "Well, Harry says you've been a brick to both of us. You've been a real good friend to him, he says, and you've done for me what p'raps no other man would have done. We must do the straight thing, he says. And he said what you said about him, that he's fickle by nature, he's not like you, and I should be a fool to throw you away for him. He won't last, and you will, he says so himself." "Do you want to come away with me?" asked Philip. "I don't mind." He looked at her, and the corners of his mouth turned down in an expression of misery. He had triumphed indeed, and he was going to have his way. He gave a little laugh of derision at his own humiliation. She looked at him quickly, but did not speak. "I've looked forward with all my soul to going away with you, and I thought at last, after all that wretchedness, I was going to be happy." He did not finish what he was going to say, and then on a sudden, without warning, Mildred broke into a storm of tears. She was sitting in the chair in which Norah had sat and wept, and like her she hid her face on the back of it, towards the side where there was a little bump formed by the sagging in the middle where the head had rested. "I'm not lucky with women," thought Philip. Her thin body was shaken with sobs. Philip had never seen a woman cry with such an utter abandonment. It was horribly painful, and his heart was torn. Without realising what he did, he went up to her and put his arms round her. She did not resist, but in her wretchedness surrendered herself to his comforting. He whispered to her little words of solace. He scarcely knew what he was saying. He bent over her and kissed her repeatedly. "Are you awfully unhappy?" he said at last. "I wish I was dead," she moaned. "I wish I'd died when the baby come." Her hat was in her way, and Philip took it off for her. He placed her head more comfortably in the chair, and then he went and sat down at the table and looked at her. "It is awful, love, isn't it?" he said. "Fancy anyone wanting to be in love." Presently the violence of her sobbing diminished, and she sat in the chair, exhausted, with her head thrown back and her arms hanging by her side. She had the grotesque look of one of the painter's dummies used to hang draperies on. "I didn't know you loved him so much as all that," said Philip. He understood Griffiths' love well enough, for he put himself in Griffiths' place and saw with his own eyes, touched with his hands. He was able to think himself in Griffiths' body, and he kissed her with his lips, smiled at her with his smiling blue eyes. It was her emotion that surprised him. He had never thought her capable of passion, and this was passion. There was no mistaking it. Something seemed to give way in his heart. It really felt to him as though something were breaking, and he felt strangely weak. "I don't want to make you unhappy. You needn't come away with me if you don't want to. I'll give you the money all the same." She shook her head. "No, I said I'd come, and I'll come." "What's the good if you're sick with love for him?" "Yes, that's the word. I'm sick with love. I know it won't last just as well as he does. But just now." She paused and shut her eyes as though she were going to faint. A strange idea came to Philip, and he spoke it as he came, without stopping to think it out. "Why don't you go away with him?" "How can I? You know we haven't got the money." "I'll give you the money." "You?" She sat up and looked at him. Her eyes began to shine, and the colour came back into her cheeks. "Perhaps the best thing would be to get it over, and then you'd come back to me." Now that he made the suggestion he was sick with anguish, and yet the torture of it gave him a strange, subtle sensation. She stared at him with open eyes. "Oh, how could we, on your money? Harry wouldn't think of it." "Oh, yes, he would, if you persuaded him." Her objections made him insist, and yet he wanted her with all his heart to refuse vehemently. "I'll give you a fiver, and you can go away from Saturday to Monday. You could easily do that. On Monday he's coming home till he takes up his appointment at the North London." "Oh, Philip, do you mean that?" she cried, clasping her hands. "If you could only let us go, I would love you so much afterwards. I'll do anything for you. I'm sure I'll get over it if you'll only do that. Would you really give us the money?" "Yes," he said. She was entirely changed now. She began to laugh. He could see that she was insanely happy. She got up and knelt down by Philip's side, taking his hands. "You are a brick, Philip. You're the best fellow I've ever known. Won't you be angry with me afterwards?" He shook his head, smiling, but with what agony in his heart. "May I go and tell Harry now? And can I say to him that you don't mind? He won't consent unless you promise it doesn't matter. Oh, you don't know how I love him. And afterwards I'll do anything you like. I'll come over to Paris with you, or anywhere on Monday." She got up and put on her hat. "Where are you going?" "I'm going to ask him if he'll take me." "Already?" "Do you want me to stay? I'll stay if you like." She sat down, but he gave a little laugh. "No, it doesn't matter. You'd better go at once. There's only one thing. I can't bear to see Griffiths just now. It would hurt me too awfully. Say I have no ill feeling towards him or anything like that, but ask him to keep out of my way." "All right." She sprang up and put on her gloves. "I'll let you know what he says." "You'd better dine with me tonight." "Very well." She put up her face for him to kiss her, and when he pressed his lips to hers, she threw her arms round his neck. "You are a darling, Philip." She sent him a note a couple of hours later to say that she had a headache and could not dine with him. Philip had almost expected it. He knew that she was dining with Griffiths. He was horribly jealous, but the sudden passion which had seized the pair of them seemed like something that had come from the outside, as though a god had visited them with it, and he felt himself helpless. It seemed so natural that they should love one another. He saw all the advantages that Griffiths had over himself, and confessed that in Mildred's place he would have done as Mildred did. What hurt him most was Griffiths' treachery. They had been such good friends, and Griffiths knew how passionately devoted he was to Mildred. He might have spared him. He did not see Mildred again till Friday. He was sick for a sight of her by then. But when she came and he realised that he had gone out of her thoughts entirely, for they were engrossed in Griffiths, he suddenly hated her. He saw now why she and Griffiths loved one another. Griffiths was stupid. Oh, so stupid. He had known that all along, but had shut his eyes to it. Stupid and empty-headed. That charm of his concealed an utter selfishness. He was willing to sacrifice anyone to his appetites. And how inane was the life he led, lounging about bars and drinking in music halls, wandering from one light amour to another. He never read a book. He was blind to everything that was not frivolous and vulgar. He had never a thought that was fine. The word most common on his lips was smart. That was his highest praise for man or woman. Smart. It was no wonder he pleased Mildred. They suited one another. Philip talked to Mildred of things that mattered to neither of them. He knew she wanted to speak of Griffiths, but he gave her no opportunity. He did not refer to the fact that 2 evenings before she had put off dining with him on a trivial excuse. He was casual with her, trying to make her think he was suddenly grown indifferent. And he exercised peculiar skill in saying little things which he knew would wound her, but which were so indefinite, so delicately cruel, that she could not take exception to them. At last she got up. "I think I must be going off now," she said. "I dare say you've got a lot to do," he answered. She held out her hand, he took it, said good-bye, and opened the door for her. He knew what she wanted to speak about, and he knew also that his cold, ironical air intimidated her. Often his shyness made him seem so frigid that unintentionally he frightened people, and having discovered this, he was able when occasion arose to assume the same manner. "You haven't forgotten what you promised?" she said at last, as he held open the door. "What is that?" "About the money." "How much do you want?" He spoke with the icy deliberation which made his words peculiarly offensive. Mildred flushed. He knew she hated him at that moment, and he wondered at the self-control by which she prevented herself from flying out at him. He wanted to make her suffer. "There's the dress and the book tomorrow. That's all. Harry won't come, so we shan't want money for that." Philip's heart gave a great thud against his ribs, and he let the door handle go. The door swung to. "Why not?" "He says we couldn't. Not on your money." A devil seized Philip, a devil of self-torture which was always lurking within him. And though with all his soul he wished that Griffiths and Mildred should not go away together, he could not help himself. He set himself to persuade Griffiths through her. "I don't see why not, if I'm willing," he said. "That's what I told him." "I should have thought if he really wanted to go, he wouldn't hesitate." "Oh, it's not that. He wants to, all right. He'd go at once if he had the money." "If he's squeamish about that, I'll give you the money." "I said you'd lend it if he liked, and we'd pay it back as soon as we could." "It's rather a change for you, going on your knees to get a man to take you away for a week end." "It is rather, isn't it?" she said, with a shameless little laugh. It sent a cold shudder down Philip's spine. "What are you going to do then?" he asked. "Nothing. He's going home tomorrow. He must." That would be Philip's salvation. With Griffiths out of the way, he could get Mildred back. She knew no one in London. She would be thrown on to his society, and when they were alone together he would soon make her forget this infatuation. If he said nothing more, he was safe. But he had a fiendish desire to break down their scruples. He wanted to know how abominably they could behave towards him. If he tempted them a little more they would yield, and he took a fierce joy at the thought of their dishonour. Though every word he spoke tortured him, he found in the torture a horrible delight. "It looks as if it were now or never." "That's what I told him," she said. There was a passionate note in her voice which struck Philip. He was biting his nails in his nervousness. "Where were you thinking of going?" "Oh, to Oxford. He was at the 'Varsity there, you know. He said he'd show me the colleges." Philip remembered that once he had suggested going to Oxford for the day, and she had expressed firmly the boredom she felt at the thought of sights. "And it looks as if you'd have fine weather. It ought to be very jolly there just now." "I've done all I could to persuade him." "Why don't you have another try?" "Shall I say you want us to go?" "I don't think you must go as far as that," said Philip. She paused for a minute or two, looking at him. Philip forced himself to look at her in a friendly way. He hated her. He despised her. He loved her with all his heart. "I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll go and see if he can arrange it. And then, if he says yes, I'll come and fetch the money tomorrow. When shall you be in?" "I'll come back here after luncheon and wait." "All right." "I'll give you the money for your dress and your room now." He went to his desk and took out what money he had. The dress was 6 guineas. There was besides her rent and her food, and the baby's keep for a week. He gave her £8.10. "Thanks very much," she said. She left him. Chapter 76. Chapter 77. After lunching in the basement of the medical school, Philip went back to his rooms. It was Saturday afternoon, and the landlady was cleaning the stairs. "Is Mr. Griffiths in?" he asked. "No, sir. He went away this morning, soon after you went out." "Isn't he coming back?" "I don't think so, sir. He's taken his luggage." Philip wondered what this could mean. He took a book and began to read. It was Burton's Journey to Mecca, which he had just got out of the Westminster Public Library, and he read the first page but could make no sense of it, for his mind was elsewhere. He was listening all the time for a ring at the bell. He dared not hope that Griffiths had gone away already without Mildred to his home in Cumberland. Mildred would be coming presently for the money. He set his teeth and read on. He tried desperately to concentrate his attention. The sentences etched themselves in his brain by the force of his effort, but they were distorted by the agony he was enduring. He wished with all his heart that he had not made the horrible proposition to give them money. But now that he had made it, he lacked the strength to go back on it, not on Mildred's account, but on his own. There was a morbid obstinacy in him which forced him to do the thing he had determined. He discovered that the 3 pages he had read had made no impression on him at all, and he went back and started from the beginning. He found himself reading one sentence over and over again, and now it weaved itself in with his thoughts, horribly, like some formula in a nightmare. One thing he could do was to go out and keep away till midnight. They could not go then, and he saw them calling at the house every hour to ask if he was in. He enjoyed the thought of their disappointment. He repeated that sentence to himself mechanically. But he could not do that. Let them come and take the money, and he would know then to what depths of infamy it was possible for men to descend. He could not read any more now. He simply could not see the words. He leaned back in his chair, closing his eyes, and numb with misery, waited for Mildred. The landlady came in. "Will you see Mrs. Miller, sir?" "Show her in." Philip pulled himself together to receive her without any sign of what he was feeling. He had an impulse to throw himself on his knees and seize her hands and beg her not to go. But he knew there was no way of moving her. She would tell Griffiths what he had said and how he acted. He was ashamed. "Well, how about the little jaunt?" he said gaily. "We're going. Harry's outside. I told him you didn't want to see him, so he's kept out of your way.
But he wants to know if he can come in just for a minute to say good-bye to you."
"No, I won't see him," said Philip. He could see she did not care if he saw Griffiths or not. Now that she was there, he wanted her to go quickly. "Look here, here's the fiver. I'd like you to go now." She took it and thanked him. She turned to leave the room. "When are you coming back?" he asked.
"Oh, on Monday. Harry must go home then."
He knew what he was going to say was humiliating, but he was broken down with jealousy and desire. "Then I shall see you, shan't I?" He could not help the note of appeal in his voice.
"Of course. I'll let you know the moment I'm back."
He shook hands with her. Through the curtains he watched her jump into a four-wheeler that stood at the door. It rolled away. Then he threw himself on his bed and hid his face in his hands. He felt tears coming to his eyes, and he was angry with himself. He clenched his hands and screwed up his body to prevent them. But he could not, and great painful sobs were forced from him. He got up at last, exhausted and ashamed, and washed his face. He mixed himself a strong whiskey and soda. It made him feel a little better. Then he caught sight of the tickets to Paris, which were on the chimney-piece, and seizing them with an impulse of rage he flung them in the fire. He knew he could have got the money back on them, but it relieved him to destroy them. Then he went out in search of someone to be with. The club was empty. He felt he would go mad unless he found someone to talk to. But Lawson was abroad. He went on to Hayward's rooms. The maid who opened the door told him that he had gone down to Brighton for the week-end. Then Philip went to a gallery and found it was just closing. He did not know what to do. He was distracted. Any thought of Griffiths and Mildred going to Oxford, sitting opposite one another in the train, happy. He went back to his rooms, but they filled him with horror, he had been so wretched in them. He tried once more to read Burton's book, but as he read he told himself again and again what a fool he had been. It was he who had made the suggestion that they should go away. He had offered the money. He had forced it upon them. He might have known what would happen when he introduced Griffiths to Mildred. His own vehement passion was enough to arouse the other's desire. By this time they had reached Oxford. They would put up in one of the lodging houses in John Street. Philip had never been to Oxford, but Griffiths had talked to him about it so much that he knew exactly where they would go, and they would dine at the Clarendon. Griffiths had been in the habit of dining there when he went on the spree. Philip got himself something to eat in a restaurant near Charing Cross. He had made up his mind to go to a play, and afterwards he fought his way into the pit of a theatre at which one of Oscar Wilde's pieces was being performed. He wondered if Mildred and Griffiths would go to a play that evening. They must kill the evening somehow. They were too stupid, both of them, to content themselves with conversation. He got a fierce delight in reminding himself of the vulgarity of their minds which suited them so exactly to one another. He watched the play with an abstracted mind, trying to give himself gaiety by drinking whiskey in each interval. He was unused to alcohol, and it affected him quickly, but his drunkenness was savage and morose. When the play was over, he had another drink. He could not go to bed. He knew he would not sleep, and he dreaded the pictures which his vivid imagination would place before him. He tried not to think of them. He knew he had drunk too much. Now he was seized with a desire to do horrible, sordid things. He wanted to roll himself in gutters. His whole being yearned for beastliness. He wanted to grovel. He walked up Piccadilly, dragging his club foot, sombrely drunk with rage and misery clawing at his heart. He was stopped by a painted harlot, who put her hand on his arm. He pushed her violently away with brutal words. He walked on a few steps and then stopped. She would do as well as another. He was sorry he had spoken so roughly to her. He went up to her. "I say," he began. "Go to hell," she said. Philip laughed. "I merely wanted to ask if you'd do me the honour of supping with me tonight." She looked at him with amazement and hesitated for a while. She saw he was drunk. "I don't mind."
He was amused that she should use a phrase he had heard so often on Mildred's lips. He took her to one of the restaurants he had been in the habit of going to with Mildred. He noticed as they walked along that she looked down at his limb. "I've got a club foot," he said. "Have you any objection?" "You're a cure," she laughed. When he got home his bones were aching, and in his head there was a hammering that made him nearly scream. He took another whiskey and soda to steady himself, and going to bed sank into a dreamless sleep till midday. End of chapter 77. Recording by Tom Weiss, tomsaudioBooks.com. Chapters 78 through 80 of Human Bondage. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Weiss. Of Human Bondage by W. Somerset Maugham. Chapter 78. At last Monday came, and Philip thought his long torture was over. Looking out the trains, he found that the latest by which Griffiths could reach home that night left Oxford soon after 1, and he supposed that Mildred would take one which started a few minutes later to bring her to London. His desire was to go and meet it, but he thought Mildred would like to be left alone for a day. Perhaps she would drop him a line in the evening to say she was back, and if not he would call at her lodgings next morning. His spirit was cowed. He felt a bitter hatred for Griffiths, but for Mildred, notwithstanding all that had passed, only a heart-rending desire. He was glad now that Hayward was not in London on Saturday afternoon, when, distraught, he went in search of human comfort. He could not have prevented himself from telling him everything, and Hayward would have been astonished at his weakness. He would despise him, and perhaps be shocked or disgusted that he could envisage the possibility of making Mildred his mistress after she had given herself to another man. What did he care if it was shocking or disgusting? He was ready for any compromise, prepared for more degrading humiliation still, if he could only gratify his desire. Towards the evening his steps took him against his will to the house in which she lived, and he looked up at her window. It was dark. He did not venture to ask if she was back. He was confident in her promise. But there was no letter from her in the morning, and when about midday he called, the maid told him she had not arrived. He could not understand it. He knew that Griffiths would have been obliged to go home the day before, for he was to be the best man at a wedding, and Mildred had no money. He turned over in his mind every possible thing that might have happened. He went again in the afternoon and left a note, asking her to dine with him that evening as calmly as though the events of the last fortnight had not happened. He mentioned the place and time at which they were to meet, and hoping against hope, kept the appointment. Though he waited for an hour, she did not come. On Wednesday morning he was ashamed to ask at the house, and sent a messenger boy with a letter and instructions to bring back a reply. But in an hour the boy came back with Philip's letter unopened and the answer that the lady had not returned from the country. Philip was beside himself. The last deception was more than he could bear. He repeated to himself over and over again that he loathed Mildred, and ascribing to Griffiths this new disappointment, he hated him so much that he knew what was the delight of murder. He walked about considering what a joy it would be to come upon him on a dark night and stick a knife into his throat, just about the carotid artery, and leave him to die in the street like a dog. Philip was out of his senses with grief and rage. He did not like whiskey, but he drank to stupefy himself. He went to bed drunk on the Tuesday and on the Wednesday night. On Thursday morning he got up very late and dragged himself, blear-eyed and sallow, into his sitting-room to see if there were any letters. A curious feeling shot through his heart when he recognized the handwriting of Griffiths. Dear old man, I hardly know how to write to you, and yet I feel I must write. I hope you're not awfully angry with me. I know I oughtn't to have gone away with Milly, but I simply couldn't help myself. She simply carried me off my feet, and I would have done anything to get her. When she told me you had offered us the money to go, I simply couldn't resist. And now it's all over I'm awfully ashamed of myself, and I wish I hadn't been such a fool. I wish you'd write and say you're not angry with me, and I want you to let me come and see you. I was awfully hurt at your telling Milly you didn't want to see me. Do write me a line, there's a good chap, and tell me you forgive me. It'll ease my conscience. I thought you wouldn't mind, or you wouldn't have offered the money, but I know I oughtn't to have taken it. I came home on Monday and Milly wanted to stay a couple of days at Oxford by herself. She's going back to London on Wednesday, so by the time you receive this letter you will have seen her, and I hope everything will go off all right. Do write and say you forgive me. Please write at once. Yours ever, Harry. Philip tore the letter up furiously. He did not mean to answer it. He despised Griffiths for his apologies. He had no patience with his prickings of conscience. One could do a dastardly thing if one chose, but it was contemptible to regret it afterwards. He thought the letter cowardly and hypocritical. He was disgusted at its sentimentality. It would be very easy if you could do a beastly thing, he muttered to himself, and then say you were sorry, and that put it all right again. He hoped with all his heart he would have the chance one day to do Griffiths a bad turn. But at all events he knew that Mildred was in town. He dressed hurriedly, not waiting to shave, drank a cup of tea, and took a cab to her rooms. The cab seemed to crawl. He was painfully anxious to see her, and unconsciously he uttered a prayer to the God he did not believe in to make her receive him kindly. He only wanted to forget. With beating heart he rang the bell. He forgot all his suffering in the passionate desire to enfold her once more in his arms. "Is Mrs. Miller in?" he asked joyously. "She's gone," the maid answered. He looked at her blankly. "She came about an hour ago and took away her things." For a moment he did not know what to say. "Did you give her my letter? Did she say where she was going?" Then he understood that Mildred had deceived him again. She was not coming back to him. He made an effort to save his face. "Oh, well, I daresay I shall hear from her. She may have sent a letter to another address." He turned away and went back hopeless to his rooms. He might have known that she would do this. She had never cared for him. She had made a fool of him from the beginning. She had no pity. She had no kindness. She had no charity. The only thing was to accept the inevitable. The pain he was suffering was horrible. He would sooner be dead than endure it, and the thought came to him that it would be better to finish with the whole thing. He might throw himself in the river or put his neck on a railway line. But he had no sooner set the thought into words than he rebelled against it. His reason told him that he would get over his unhappiness in time. If he tried with all his might, he could forget her, and it would be grotesque to kill himself on account of a vulgar slut. He had only one life, and it was madness to fling it away. He felt that he would never overcome his passion, but he knew that after all it was only a matter of time. He would not stay in London. There everything reminded him of his unhappiness. He telegraphed to his uncle that he was coming to Blackstable, and hurrying to pack, took the first train he could. He wanted to get away from the sordid rooms in which he had endured so much suffering. He wanted to breathe clean air. He was disgusted with himself. He felt that he was a little mad. Since he was grown up, Philip had been given the best spare room at the vicarage. It was a corner room, and in front of one window was an old tree which blocked the view, but from the other you saw, beyond the garden and the vicarage field, broad meadows. Philip remembered the wallpaper from his earliest years. On the walls were quaint water-colours of the early Victorian period by a friend of the vicar's youth. They had a faded charm. The dressing-table was surrounded by stiff muslin. There was an old tall boy to put your clothes in. Philip gave a sigh of pleasure. He had never realised that all those things meant anything to him at all. At the vicarage life went on as it had always done.
No piece of furniture had been moved from one place to another. The vicar ate the same things, said the same things, went for the same walk every day. He had grown a little fatter, a little more silent, a little more narrow. He had become accustomed to living without his wife and missed her very little. He bickered still with Josiah Graves. Philip went to see the churchwarden. He was a little thinner, a little whiter, a little more austere. He was autocratic still, and still disapproved of candles on the altar. The shops had still a pleasant quaintness, and Philip stood in front of that in which things useful to seamen were sold, sea boots and tarpaulins and tackle, and remembered that he had felt there in his childhood the thrill of the sea and the adventurous magic of the unknown. He could not help his heart beating at each double knock of the postman in case there might be a letter from Mildred sent on by his landlady in London, but he knew that there would be none. Now that he could think it out more calmly, he understood that in trying to force Mildred to love him he had been attempting the impossible. He did not know what it was that passed from a man to a woman, from a woman to a man, and made one of them a slave. It was convenient to call it the sexual instinct, but if it was no more than that, he did not understand why it should occasion so vehement an attraction to one person rather than another. It was irresistible. The mind could not battle with it. Friendship, gratitude, interest had no power beside it. Because he had not attracted Mildred sexually, nothing that he did had any effect upon her. The idea revolted him. It made human nature beastly, and he felt suddenly that the hearts of men were full of dark places. Because Mildred was indifferent to him, he had thought her sexless. Her anemic appearance and thin lips, the body with its narrow hips and flat chest, the languor of her manner carried out his supposition. And yet she was capable of sudden passions which made her willing to risk everything to gratify them. He had never understood her adventure with Emil Miller. It had seemed so unlike her, and she had never been able to explain it. But now that he had seen her with Griffiths, he knew that just the same thing had happened then. She had been carried off her feet by an ungovernable desire. He tried to think out what those two men had which so strangely attracted her. They both had a vulgar facetiousness which tickled her simple sense of humour, and a certain coarseness of nature. But what took her perhaps was the blatant sexuality which was their most marked characteristic. She had a genteel refinement which shuddered at the facts of life. She looked upon the bodily functions as indecent. She had all sorts of euphemisms for common objects. She always chose an elaborate word as more becoming than a simple one. The brutality of these men was like a whip on her thin white shoulders, and she shuddered with voluptuous pain. One thing Philip had made up his mind about. He would not go back to the lodging in which he had suffered. He wrote to his landlady and gave her notice. He wanted to have his own things about him. He determined to take unfurnished rooms. It would be pleasant and cheaper, and this was an urgent consideration, for during the last year and a half he had spent nearly £700. He must make up for it now by the most rigid economy. Now and then he thought of the future with panic. He had been a fool to spend so much money on Mildred, but he knew that if it were to come again he would act in the same way. It amused him sometimes to consider that his friends, because he had a face which did not express his feelings very vividly and a rather slow way of moving, looked upon him as strong-minded, deliberate, and cool. They thought him reasonable and praised his common sense. But he knew that his placid expression was no more than a mask, assumed unconsciously, which acted like the protective colouring of butterflies, and himself was astonished at the weakness of his will. It seemed to him that he was swayed by every light emotion, as though he were a leaf in the wind, and when passion seized him he was powerless. He had no self-control. He merely seemed to possess it because he was indifferent to many of the things which moved other people. He considered with some irony the philosophy which he had developed for himself, for it had not been of much use to him in the conjuncture he had passed through, and he wondered whether thought really helped a man in any of the critical affairs of life. It seemed to him rather that he was swayed by some power alien to and yet within himself, which urged him like the great wind of hell which drove Paolo and Francesca ceaselessly on. He thought of what he was going to do and, when the time came to act, he was powerless in the grasp of instincts, emotions, he knew not what. He acted as though he were a machine driven by the two forces of his environment and his personality. His reason was someone looking on, observing the facts, but powerless to interfere. It was like those gods of Epicurus, who saw the doings of men from their empyrean heights and had no might to alter one smallest particle of what occurred. End of chapter 78. Chapter 79. Philip went up to London a couple of days before the session began in order to find himself rooms. He hunted about the streets that led out of the Westminster Bridge Road, but their dinginess was distasteful to him, and at last he found one in Kennington which had a quiet and old-world air. It reminded one a little of the London which Thackeray knew on that side of the river, and in the Kennington Road, through which the great barouche of the Newcomes must have passed as it drove the family to the west of London, the plane trees were bursting into leaf. The houses in the street which Philip fixed upon were two-storied, and in most of the windows was a notice to state that lodgings were to let. He knocked at one which announced that lodgings were unfurnished, and was shown by an austere, silent woman 4 very small rooms, in one of which there was a kitchen range and a sink. The rent was 9 shillings a week. Philip did not want so many rooms, but the rent was low, and he wished to settle down at once. He asked the landlady if she could keep the place clean for him and cook his breakfast, but she replied that she had enough work to do without that, and he was pleased rather than otherwise because she intimated that she wished to have nothing more to do with him than to receive his rent. She told him that if he inquired at the grocer's round the corner, which was also a post office, she might hear of a woman who would do for him. Philip had a little furniture which he had gathered as he went along, an armchair that he bought in Paris, and a table, a few drawings, and the small Persian rug which Cronshaw had given him. His uncle had offered a fold-up bed for which, now that he no longer let his house in August, he had no further use, and by spending another £10 Philip bought himself whatever else was essential. He spent 10 shillings on putting a corn-coloured paper in the room he was making his parlour, and he hung on the walls a sketch which Lawson had given him of the Quai des Grands Augustins, and the photograph of the Odalisque by Ingres, and Manet's Olympia, which in Paris had been the objects of his contemplation while he shaved. To remind himself that he too had once been engaged in the practice of art, he put up a charcoal drawing of the young Spaniard Miguel Ahura. It was the best thing he had ever done, a nude standing with clenched fists, his feet gripping the floor with peculiar force, and on his face that air of determination which had been so impressive. And though Philip, after the long interval, saw very well the defects of his work, its associations made him look upon it with tolerance. He wondered what had happened to Miguel. There is nothing so terrible as the pursuit of art by those who have no talent. Perhaps, worn out by exposure, starvation, disease, he had found an end in some hospital, or in an access of despair had sought death in the turbid Seine. But perhaps with his southern instability he had given up the struggle of his own accord, and now, a clerk in some office in Madrid, turned his fervent rhetoric to politics and bullfighting. Philip asked Lawson and Hayward to come and see his new rooms, and they came, one with a bottle of whiskey, the other with a pâté de foie gras, and he was delighted when they praised his taste. He would have invited the Scotch stockbroker too, but he had only 3 chairs, and thus could entertain only a definite number of guests. Lawson was aware that through him Philip had become very friendly with Norah Nesbit, and now remarked that he had run across her a few days before. She was asking how you were. Philip flushed at the mention of her name. He could not get himself out of the awkward habit of reddening when he was embarrassed, and Lawson looked at him quizzically. Lawson, who now spent most of the year in London, had so far surrendered to his environment as to wear his hair short and to dress himself in a neat serge suit and a bowler hat. "I gather that all is over between you," he said. "I've not seen her for months." "She was looking rather nice. She had a very smart hat on with a lot of white ostrich feathers on it. She must be doing pretty well." Philip changed the conversation, but he kept thinking of her, and after an interval, when the three of them were talking of something else, he asked suddenly: "Did you gather that Norah was angry with me?" "Not a bit. She talked very nicely of you." "I've got half a mind to go and see her." "She won't eat you." Philip had thought of Norah often. When Mildred left him his first thought was of her, and he told himself bitterly that she would never have treated him so. His impulse was to go to her. He could depend on her pity. But he was ashamed. She had been good to him always, and he had treated her abominably. "If I'd only had the sense to stick to her," he said to himself afterwards when Lawson and Hayward had gone, and he was smoking a last pipe before going to bed. He remembered the pleasant hours they had spent together in the cosy sitting room in Vincent Square, their visits to galleries and to the play, and the charming evenings of intimate conversation. He recollected her solicitude for his welfare and her interest in all that concerned him. She had loved him with a love that was kind and lasting. There was more than sensuality in that. It was almost maternal. He had always known that it was a precious thing for which with all his soul he should thank the gods. He made up his mind to throw himself on her mercy. She must have suffered horribly, but he felt she had the greatness of heart to forgive him. She was incapable of malice. Should he write to her? No. He would break in on her suddenly and cast himself at her feet. He knew that when the time came he would feel too shy to perform such a dramatic gesture, but that was how he liked to think of it, and tell her that if she would take him back she might rely on him for ever. He was cured of the hateful disease from which he had suffered. He knew her worth, and now she might trust him. His imagination leaped forward to the future. He pictured himself rowing with her on the river on Sundays. He would take her to Greenwich. He had never forgotten that delightful excursion with Hayward, and the beauty of the port of London remained a permanent treasure in his recollection. And on the warm summer afternoons they would sit in the park together and talk. He laughed to himself as he remembered her gay chatter, which poured out like a brook bubbling over little stones, amusing, flippant, and full of character. The agony he had suffered would pass from his mind like a bad dream. But when next day, about tea time, an hour at which he was pretty certain to find Norah at home, he knocked at her door, his courage suddenly failed him. Was it possible for her to forgive him? It would be abominable of him to force himself on her presence. The door was opened by a maid, new since he had been in the habit of calling every day, and he inquired if Mrs. Nesbit was in. "Would you ask her if she could see Mr. Carey?" he said. "I'll wait here." The maid ran upstairs and in a moment clattered down again. "Will you step up, please, sir? Second floor front." "I know," said Philip with a slight smile. He went with a fluttering heart. He knocked at the door. "Come in," said the well-known, cheerful voice. It seemed to say come into a new life of peace and happiness. When he entered, Norah stepped forward to greet him. She shook hands with him as if they had parted the day before. A man stood up. "Mr. Carey? Mr. Kingsford." Philip, bitterly disappointed at not finding her alone, sat down and took stock of the stranger. He had never heard her mention his name, but he seemed to Philip to occupy a chair as though he were very much at home. He was a man of 40, clean-shaven, with long fair hair very neatly plastered down, and the reddish skin and pale, tired eyes which fair men get when their youth is past. He had a large nose, a large mouth. The bones of his face were prominent, and he was heavily made. He was a man of more than average height and broad-shouldered. "I was wondering what had become of you," said Norah in her sprightly manner. "I met Mr. Lawson the other day, did he tell you? And I informed him that it was really high time you came to see me again." Philip could see no shadow of embarrassment in her countenance, and he admired the use with which she carried off an encounter of which himself felt the intense awkwardness. She gave him tea. She was about to put sugar in it when he stopped her. "How stupid of me," she cried. "I forgot." He did not believe that. She must remember quite well that he never took sugar in his tea. He accepted the incident as a sign that her nonchalance was effective. The conversation which Philip had interrupted went on, and presently he began to feel a little in the way. Kingsford took no particular notice of him. He talked fluently and well, not without humour, but with a slightly dogmatic manner. He was a journalist, it appeared, and had something amusing to say on every topic that was touched upon. But it exasperated Philip to find himself edged out of the conversation. He was determined to stay the visitor out. He wondered if he admired Norah. In the old days they had often talked of the men who wanted to flirt with her and laughed at them together. Philip tried to bring back the conversation to matters which only he and Norah knew about, but each time the journalist broke in and succeeded in drawing it away to a subject upon which Philip was forced to be silent. He grew faintly angry with Norah, for she must see he was being made ridiculous, but perhaps she was inflicting this upon him as a punishment, and with this thought he regained his good humour. At last, however, the clock struck 6, and Kingsford got up. "I must go," he said. Norah shook hands with him and accompanied him to the landing. She shut the door behind her and stood outside for a couple of minutes. Philip wondered what they were talking about. "Who is Mr. Kingsford?" he asked cheerfully when she returned. "Oh, he's the editor of one of the Harmsworth magazines. He's been taking a good deal of my work lately." "I thought he was never going." "I'm glad you stayed. I wanted to have a talk with you." She curled up into the large arm-chair, feet and all, in a way her small size made possible, and lit a cigarette. She smiled when he saw her assume the attitude which had always amused him. "You look just like a cat." She gave him a flash of her dark, fine eyes. "I really ought to break myself of the habit. It's absurd to behave like a child when you're my age, but I'm comfortable with my legs under me." "It's awfully jolly to be sitting in this room again," said Philip happily. "You don't know how I've missed it." "Why on earth didn't you come before?" she asked gaily. "I was afraid to," he said, reddening. She gave him a look of kindness. Her lips outlined a charming smile. "You needn't have been." He hesitated for a moment. His heart beat quickly. "Do you remember the last time we met? I treated you awfully badly. I'm dreadfully ashamed of myself." She looked at him steadily. She did not answer. He was losing his head. He seemed to have come on an errand of which he was only now realising the outrageousness. She did not help him, and he could only blurt out bluntly, "Can you ever forgive me?" Then impetuously he told her that Mildred had left him, and that his unhappiness had been so great that he almost killed himself. He told her of all that had happened between them, of the birth of the child, and of the meeting with Griffiths, of his folly and his trust and his immense deception. He told her how often he had thought of her kindness and of her love, and how bitterly he had regretted throwing it away. He had only been happy when he was with her, and he knew now how great was her worth. His voice was hoarse with emotion. Sometimes he was so ashamed of what he was saying that he spoke with his eyes fixed on the ground. His face was distorted with pain, and yet he felt it a strange relief to speak. At last he finished. He flung himself back in his chair, exhausted, and waited. He had concealed nothing, and even in his self-abasement he had striven to make himself more despicable than he had really been. He was surprised that she did not speak, and at last he raised his eyes. She was not looking at him. Her face was quite white, and she seemed to be lost in thought. "Haven't you got anything to say to me?" She started and reddened. "I'm afraid you've had a rotten time," she said.
I'm dreadfully sorry." She seemed about to go on, but she stopped, and again he waited. At length she seemed to force herself to speak. "I'm engaged to be married to Mr. Kingsford." "Why didn't you tell me at once?" he cried. "You needn't have allowed me to humiliate myself before you." "I'm sorry I couldn't stop you. I met him soon after you." She seemed to search for an expression that she should not wound him. "Told me your friend had come back. I was very wretched for a bit. He was extremely kind to me. He knew someone had made me suffer. Of course he doesn't know it was you, and I don't know what I should have done without him. And suddenly I felt I couldn't go on working. I was so tired, I felt so ill. I told him about my husband. He offered to give me the money to get my divorce if I would marry him as soon as I could. He had a very good job, and it wouldn't be necessary for me to do anything unless I wanted to. He was so fond of me, and so anxious to take care of me. I was awfully touched, and now I'm very, very fond of him." "Have you got your divorce, then?" asked Philip. "I've got the decree nisi. It'll be made absolute in July, and then we are going to be married at once." For some time Philip did not say anything. "I wish I hadn't made such a fool of myself," he muttered at length. He was thinking of his long, humiliating confession. She looked at him curiously. "You were never really in love with me," she said. "It's not very pleasant being in love." But he was always able to recover himself quickly, and getting up now and holding out his hand, he said, "I hope you'll be very happy. After all, it's the best thing that could have happened to you." She looked a little wistfully at him as she took his hand and held it. "You'll come and see me again, won't you?" she asked. "No," he said, shaking his head. "It would make me too envious to see you happy." He walked slowly away from her house. After all, she was right when she said he had never loved her. He was disappointed, irritated even, but his vanity was more affected than his heart. He knew that himself. And presently he grew conscious that the gods had played a very good practical joke on him, and he laughed at himself mirthlessly. It is not very comfortable to have the gift of being amused at one's own absurdity. Chapter 80. For the next 3 months Philip worked on subjects which were new to him. The unwieldy crowd which had entered the medical school nearly 2 years before had thinned out. Some had left the hospital, finding the examinations more difficult to pass than they expected. Some had been taken away by parents who had not foreseen the expense of life in London, and some had drifted away to other callings. One youth who Philip knew had devised an ingenious plan to make money. He had bought things at sales and pawned them, but presently found it more profitable to pawn goods bought on credit, and it had caused a little excitement at the hospital when someone pointed out his name in police court proceedings. There had been a remand, then assurances on the part of a harassed father, and the young man had gone out to bear the white man's burden overseas. The imagination of another, a lad who had never before been in a town at all, fell to the glamour of music halls and bar parlours. He spent his time among racing men, tipsters, and trainers, and now was become a bookmaker's clerk. Philip had seen him once in a bar near Piccadilly Circus, in a tight-waisted coat and a brown hat with a broad, flat brim. A third, with a gift for singing and mimicry, who had achieved success at the smoking concerts of the medical school by his imitation of notorious comedians, had abandoned the hospital for the chorus of a musical comedy. Still another, and he interested Philip because his uncouth manner and interjectional speech did not suggest that he was capable of any deep emotion, had felt himself stifled among the houses of London. He grew haggard in shut-in spaces, and the soul he knew not he possessed struggled like a sparrow held in the hand, with little frightened gasps and a quick palpitation of the heart. He yearned for the broad skies and the open desolate places among which his childhood had been spent. And he walked off one day, without a word to anybody, between one lecture and another, and the next thing his friends heard was that he had thrown up medicine and was working on a farm. Philip attended now lectures on medicine and on surgery.
On certain mornings in the week he practised bandaging on out patients glad to earn a little money, and he was taught auscultation and how to use the stethoscope. He learned dispensing. He was taking the examination in materia medica in July, and it amused him to play with various drugs, concocting mixtures, rolling pills, and making ointments. He seized avidly upon anything from which he could extract a suggestion of human interest. He saw Griffiths once in the distance, but, not to have the pain of cutting him dead, avoided him. Philip had felt a certain self-consciousness with Griffiths' friends, some of whom were now friends of his, when he realised they knew of his quarrel with Griffiths and surmised they were aware of the reason. One of them, a very tall fellow with a small head and a languid air, a fellow called Ramsden, who was one of Griffiths' most faithful admirers, copied his ties, his boots, his manner of talking and his gestures, told Philip that Griffiths was very much hurt because Philip had not answered his letter. He wanted to be reconciled with him. "Has he asked you to give me the message?" asked Philip. "Oh no, I'm saying this entirely on my own," said Ramsden. "He's awfully sorry for what he did, and he says you always behaved like a perfect brick to him. I know he'll be glad to make it up. He doesn't come to the hospital because he's afraid of meeting you, and he thinks you'd cut him." "I should." "It makes him feel rather wretched, you know." "I can bear the trifling inconvenience that he feels with a good deal of fortitude," said Philip. "He'll do anything he can to make it up." "How childish and hysterical! Why should he care? I'm a very insignificant person, and he can do very well without my company. I'm not interested in him any more." Ramsden thought Philip hard and cold. He paused for a moment or two, looking about him in a perplexed way. "Harry wishes to God he'd never had anything to do with the woman." "Does he?" asked Philip. He spoke with an indifference which he was satisfied with. No one could have guessed how violently his heart was beating. He waited impatiently for Ramsden to go on. "I suppose you've quite got over it now, haven't you?" "I?" said Philip. "Quite." Little by little he discovered the history of Mildred's relations with Griffiths. He listened with a smile on his lips, feigning an equanimity which quite deceived the dull-witted boy who talked to him. The week end she spent with Griffiths at Oxford inflamed rather than extinguished her sudden passion, and when Griffiths went home, with a feeling that was unexpected in her, she determined to stay in Oxford by herself for a couple of days, because she had been so happy in it. She felt that nothing could induce her to go back to Philip. He revolted her. Griffiths was taken aback at the fire he had aroused, for he had found his 2 days with her in the country somewhat tedious, and he had no desire to turn an amusing episode into a tiresome affair. She made him promise to write to her, and, being an honest, decent fellow, with natural politeness and a desire to make himself pleasant to everybody, when he got home he wrote her a long and charming letter. She answered it with reams of passion, clumsy, for she had no gift of expression, ill-written and vulgar. The letter bored him, and when it was followed next day by another, and the day after by a third, he began to think her love no longer flattering but alarming. He did not answer, and she bombarded him with telegrams, asking him if he were ill and had received her letters. She said his silence made her dreadfully anxious. He was forced to write, but he sought to make his reply as casual as was possible without being offensive. He begged her not to wire, since it was difficult to explain telegrams to his mother, an old-fashioned person for whom a telegram was still an event to excite tremor. She answered by return of post that she must see him, and announced her intention to pawn things. She had the dressing-case which Philip had given her as a wedding present, and could raise £8 on that. In order to come up and stay at the market town 4 miles from which was the village in which his father practised. This frightened Griffiths, and he this time made use of the telegraph wires to tell her that she must do nothing of the kind. He promised to let her know the moment he came up to London, and when he did, found that she had already been asking for him at the hospital at which he had an appointment. He did not like this, and on now seeing her, told Mildred that she was not to come there on any pretext, and now, after an absence of 3 weeks, He found that she bored him quite decidedly. He wondered why he had ever troubled about her, and made up his mind to break with her as soon as he could. He was a person who dreaded quarrels, nor did he want to give pain, but at the same time he had other things to do, and he was quite determined not to let Mildred bother him. When he met her he was pleasant, cheerful, amusing, affectionate. He invented convincing excuses for the interval since last he had seen her, but he did everything he could to avoid her. When she forced him to make appointments, he sent telegrams to her at the last moment to put himself off, and his landlady, the first 3 months of his appointment he was spending in rooms, had orders to say he was out when Mildred called. She would waylay him in the street, and knowing she had been waiting about for him to come out of the hospital for a couple of hours, he would give her a few charming, friendly words and bolt off with the excuse that he had a business engagement. He grew very skilful in slipping out of the hospital unseen. Once, when he went back to his lodgings at midnight, he saw a woman standing at the area railings, and suspecting who it was, went to beg a shakedown in Ramsden's rooms. Next day the landlady told him that Mildred had sat crying on the doorsteps for hours, and she had been obliged to tell her at last that if she did not go away she would send for a policeman. "I tell you, my boy," said Ramsden, "you're jolly well out of it. Harry says that if he'd suspected for half a second she was going to make such a blooming nuisance of herself, he'd have seen himself damned before he had anything to do with her." Philip thought of her sitting on that doorstep through the long hours of the night. He saw her face as she looked up dully at the landlady who sent her away. "I wonder what she's doing now." "Oh, she's got a job somewhere, thank God. That keeps her busy all day." The last thing he heard, just before the end of the summer session, was that Griffiths' urbanity had given way at length under the exasperation of the constant persecution. He had told Mildred that he was sick of being pestered, and she had better take herself off and not bother him again. It was the only thing he could do, said Ramsden. It was getting a bit too thick. "Is it all over then?" asked Philip. "Oh, he hasn't seen her for 10 days. You know, Harry's wonderful at dropping people. This is about the toughest nut he's ever had to crack, but he's cracked it all right." Then Philip heard nothing more of her at all. She vanished into the vast anonymous mass of the population of London. End of chapter 80. Recording by Tom Weiss, tomsaudiobooks.com. Chapters 81 through 84 of Human Bondage. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Weiss. Of Human Bondage by W. Somerset Maugham. Chapter 81. At the beginning of the winter session, Philip became an outpatient's clerk. There were 3 assistant physicians who took outpatients 2 days a week each, and Philip put his name down for Dr. Tyrrell. He was popular with the students, and there was some competition to be his clerk. Dr. Tyrrell was a tall, thin man of 35, with a very small head, red hair cut short, and prominent blue eyes. His face was bright scarlet. He talked well in a pleasant voice, was fond of a little joke, and treated the world lightly. He was a successful man, with a large consulting practice and a knighthood in prospect. From commerce with students and poor people he had the patronizing air, and from dealing always with the sick he had the healthy man's jovial condescension, which some consultants achieve as the professional manner. He made the patient feel like a boy confronted by a jolly schoolmaster. His illness was an absurd piece of naughtiness which amused rather than irritated. The student was supposed to attend in the outpatient's room every day, see cases, and pick up what information he could, but on the days on which he clerked, his duties were a little more definite. At that time the outpatients department at St. Luke's consisted of 3 rooms leading into one another, and a large dark waiting room with massive pillars of masonry and long benches. Here the patients waited after having been given their letters at midday, and the long rows of them, bottles and gallipots in hand, some tattered and dirty, others decent enough, sitting in the dimness, men and women of all ages, children, gave one an impression which was weird and horrible. They suggested the grim drawings of Daumier. All the rooms were painted alike, in salmon color with a high dado of maroon, and there was in them an odor of disinfectants, mingling as the afternoon wore on with the crude stench of humanity. The first room was the largest, and in the middle of it were a table and an office chair for the physician. On each side of this were two smaller tables a little lower. At one of these sat the house physician, and at the other the clerk who took the book for the day. This was a large volume in which were written down the name, age, sex, profession of the patient, and the diagnosis of his disease. At 1:30 the house physician came in, rang the bell, and told the porter to send in the old patients. There were always a good many of these, and it was necessary to get through as many of them as possible before Dr. Tyrrell came at 2. The H.P. with whom Philip came in contact was a dapper little man, excessively conscious of his importance. He treated the clerks with condescension and patently resented the familiarity of older students who had been his contemporaries and did not use him with the respect he felt his present position demanded. He set about the cases. A clerk helped him. The patients streamed in. The men came first. Chronic bronchitis, a nasty aching cough, was what they chiefly suffered from. One went to the H.P. and the other to the clerk, handing in their letters. If they were going on well, the words Rep 14 were written on them, and they went to the dispensary with their bottles or gallipots in order to have medicine given them for 14 days more. Some old stagers held back so that they might be seen by the physician himself, but they seldom succeeded in this, and only 3 or 4 whose condition seemed to demand his attention were kept. Dr. Tyrrell came in with quick movements and a breezy manner. He reminded one slightly of a clown leaping into the arena of a circus with the cry, "Here we are again." His air seemed to indicate, "What's all this nonsense about being ill? I'll soon put that right." He took his seat, asked if there were any old patients for him to see, rapidly passed them in review, looking at them with shrewd eyes as he discussed their symptoms, cracked a joke, at which all the clerks laughed heartily, with the H.P., who laughed heartily too, but with an air as if he thought it was rather impudent for the clerks to laugh, remarked that it was a fine day or a hot one, and rang the bell for the porter to show in the new patients. They came in one by one and walked up to the table at which sat Dr. Tyrrell. They were old men and young men and middle-aged men, mostly of the labouring class, dock labourers, draymen, factory hands, barmen. But some, neatly dressed, were of a station which was obviously superior, shop assistants, clerks, and the like. Dr. Tyrrell looked at these with suspicion. Sometimes they put on shabby clothes in order to pretend they were poor, but he had a keen eye to prevent what he regarded as fraud, and sometimes refused to see people who he thought could well pay for medical attendance. Women were the worst offenders, and they managed the thing more clumsily. They would wear a cloak and a skirt which were almost in rags, and neglect to take the rings off their fingers. If you can afford to wear jewelry, you can afford a doctor. A hospital is a charitable institution, said Dr. Tyrrell. He handed back the letter and called for the next case. "But I've got my letter." "I don't care a hang about your letter. You get out. You've got no business to come and steal the time which is wanted by the really poor." The patient retired sulkily with an angry scowl. "She'll probably write a letter to the papers on the gross mismanagement of the London hospitals," said Dr. Tyrrell with a smile, as he took the next paper and gave the patient one of his shrewd glances. Most of them were under the impression that the hospital was an institution of the state, for which they paid out of the rates, and took the attendance they received as a right they could claim. They imagined the physician who gave them his time was heavily paid. Dr. Tyrrell gave each of his clerks a case to examine. The clerk took the patient into one of the inner rooms. They were smaller, and each had a couch in it, covered with black horsehair. He asked his patient a variety of questions, examined his lungs, his heart, and his liver, made notes of the fact on the hospital paper, formed in his own mind some idea of the diagnosis, and then waited for Dr. Tyrrell to come in. This he did, followed by a small crowd of students, when he had finished the men, and the clerk read out what he had learned. The physician asked him one or two questions and examined the patient himself. If there was anything interesting to hear, students applied their stethoscope. You would see a man with 2 or 3 to the chest, and 2 perhaps to his back, while others waited impatiently to listen. The patient stood among them a little embarrassed, but not altogether displeased to find himself the center of attention. He listened confusedly while Dr. Tyrrell discoursed glibly on the case. 2 or 3 students listened again to recognize the murmur or the crepitation which the physician described, and then the man was told to put on his clothes. When the various cases had been examined, Dr. Tyrrell went back into the large room and sat down again at his desk. He asked any student who happened to be standing near him what he would prescribe for a patient he had just seen. The student mentioned 1 or 2 drugs. "Would you?" said Dr. Tyrrell. "Well, that's original at all events. I don't think we'll be rash." This always made the students laugh, and with a twinkle of amusement at his own bright humor, the physician prescribed some other drug than that which the student had suggested. When there were 2 cases of exactly the same sort, and the student proposed the treatment which the physician had ordered for the first, Dr. Tyrrell exercised considerable ingenuity in thinking of something else. Sometimes, knowing that in the dispensary they were worked off their legs and preferred to give the medicines which they had all ready, the good hospital mixtures which had been found by the experience of years to answer their purpose so well, he amused himself by writing an elaborate prescription. "We'll give the dispenser something to do. If we go on prescribing mist, he'll lose his cunning." The students laughed, and the doctor gave them a circular glance of enjoyment in his joke. Then he touched the bell and, when the porter poked his head in, said, "Old women, please." He leaned back in his chair, chatting with the H.P. while the porter herded along the old patients. They came in, strings of anemic girls, with large fringes and pallid lips, who could not digest their bad insufficient food; old ladies, fat and thin, aged prematurely by frequent confinements, with winter coughs; women with this, that, and the other the matter with them. Dr. Tyrrell and his house physician got through them quickly. Time was getting on, and the air in the small room was growing more sickly. The physician looked at his watch. "Are there many new women to-day?" he asked. "A good few, I think," said the H.P. "We'd better have them in. You can go on with the old ones." They entered. With the men the most common ailments were due to the excessive use of alcohol, but with the women they were due to defective nourishment. By about 6 o'clock they were finished. Philip, exhausted by standing all the time, by the bad air, and by the attention he had given, strolled over with his fellow clerks to the medical school to have tea. He found the work of absorbing interest. There was humanity there in the rough, the materials the artist worked on, and Philip felt a curious thrill when it occurred to him that he was in the position of the artist and the patients were like clay in his hands. He remembered with an amused shrug of the shoulders his life in Paris, absorbed in colour, tone, values, heaven knows what, with the aim of producing beautiful things. The directness of contact with men and women gave a thrill of power which he had never known. He found an endless excitement in looking at their faces and hearing them speak. They came in, each with his peculiarity, some shuffling uncouthly, some with a little trip, others with heavy, slow tread, some shyly. Often you could guess their trades by the look of them. You learnt in what way to put your questions so that they should be understood. You discovered on what subjects nearly all lied, and by what inquiries you could extort the truth notwithstanding. You saw the different way people took the same things. The diagnosis of dangerous illness would be accepted by one with a laugh and a joke, by another with dumb despair. Philip, found that he was less shy with these people than he had ever been with others. He felt not exactly sympathy, for sympathy suggests condescension, but he felt at home with them. He found that he was able to put them at their ease, and when he had been given a case to find out what he could about it, it seemed to him that the patient delivered himself into his hands with a peculiar confidence. Perhaps, he thought to himself with a smile, perhaps I'm cut out to be a doctor. It would be rather a lark if I'd hit upon the one thing I'm fit for. It seemed to Philip that he alone of the clerks saw the dramatic interest of those afternoons. To the others, men and women were only cases, good if they were complicated, tiresome if obvious. They heard murmurs and were astonished at abnormal livers. An unexpected sound in the lungs gave them something to talk about. But to Philip there was much more. He found an interest in just looking at them, in the shape of their heads and their hands, in the look of their eyes and the length of their noses. You saw in that room human nature taken by surprise, and often the mask of custom was torn off rudely, showing you the soul all raw. Sometimes you saw an untaught stoicism which was profoundly moving. Once Philip saw a man, rough and illiterate, told his case was hopeless, and, self-controlled himself, he wondered at the splendid instinct which forced the fellow to keep a stiff upper lip before strangers. But was it possible for him to be brave when he was by himself, face to face with his soul, or would he then surrender to despair? Sometimes there was a tragedy. Once a young woman brought her sister to be examined, a girl of 18, with delicate features and large blue eyes, fair hair that sparkled with gold when a ray of autumn sunshine touched it for a moment, and a skin of amazing beauty. The student's eyes went to her with little smiles. They did not often see a pretty girl in these dingy rooms. The elderly woman gave the family history. Father and mother had died of phthisis, a brother and a sister. These two were the only ones left. The girl had been coughing lately and losing weight. She took off her blouse and the skin of her neck was like milk. Dr. Tyrrell examined her quietly with his usual rapid method. He told 2 or 3 of his clerks to apply their stethoscopes to a place he indicated with his finger, and then she was allowed to dress. The sister was standing a little apart, and she spoke to him in a low voice so that the girl should not hear. Her voice trembled with fear. "She hasn't got it, doctor, has she?" "I'm afraid there's no doubt about it." "She was the last one. When she goes I shan't have anybody." She began to cry, while the doctor looked at her gravely. He thought she too had the type. She would not make old bones either. The girl turned round and saw her sister's tears. She understood what they meant. The colour fled from her lovely face, and tears fell down her cheeks. The two stood for a minute or two crying silently, and then the older, forgetting the indifferent crowd that watched them, went up to her, took her in her arms, and rocked her gently to and fro as if she were a baby. When they were gone, a student asked, "How long do you think she'll last, sir?" Dr. Tyrrell shrugged his shoulders. "Her brother and sister died within 3 months of the first symptoms. She'll do the same. If they were rich one might do something. You can't tell these people to go to St. Moritz. Nothing can be done for them." Once a man who was strong and in all the power of his manhood came because a persistent aching troubled him, and his club doctor did not seem to do him any good. And the verdict for him too was death, not the inevitable death that horrified and yet was tolerable because science was helpless before it, but the death which was inevitable because the man was a little wheel in the great machine of a complex civilization, and had as little power of changing the circumstances as an automaton. Complete rest was his only chance. The physician did not ask impossibilities. "You ought to get some very much lighter job." "There ain't no light jobs in my business." "Well, if you go on like this, you'll kill yourself. You're very ill." "Do you mean to say I'm going to die?" "I shouldn't like to say that, but you're certainly unfit for hard work." "If I don't work, who's to keep the wife and kids?" Dr. Tyrrell shrugged his shoulders. The dilemma had been presented to him 100 times. Time was pressing, and there were many patients to be seen. "Well, I'll give you some medicine, and you can come back in a week and tell me how you're getting on." The man took his letter with the useless prescription written upon it and walked out. The doctor might say what he liked. He did not feel so bad that he could not go on working. He had a good job and he could not afford to throw it away. "I give him a year," said Dr. Tyrrell. Sometimes there was comedy. Now and then a flash of Cockney humour, now and then some old lady, a character such as Charles Dickens might have drawn, would amuse them by her garrulous oddities. Once a woman came out who was a member of the ballet at a famous music hall. She looked 50, but gave her age as 28. She was outrageously painted and ogled the students impudently with large black eyes. Her smiles were grossly alluring. She had abundant self-confidence and treated Dr. Tyrrell, vastly amused, with the easy familiarity with which she might have used an intoxicated admirer. She had chronic bronchitis, and told him it hindered her in the exercise of her profession. "I don't know why I should have such a thing, upon my word I don't. I've never 'ad a day's illness in my life. You've only got to look at me to know that." She rolled her eyes round the young men, with a long sweep of her painted eyelashes, and flashed her yellow teeth at them. She spoke with a Cockney accent, but with an affectation of refinement which made every word a feast of fun. "That's what they call a winter cough," answered Dr. Tyrrell gravely. "A great many middle-aged women have it." "Well, I never! That is a nice thing to say to a lady. No one ever called me middle-aged before." She opened her eyes very wide, and cocked her head on one side, looking at him with indescribable archness. "That is the disadvantage of our profession," said he. "It forces us sometimes to be ungallant." She took the prescription and gave him one last luscious smile. "You will come and see me dance, dearie, won't you?" "I will indeed." He rang the bell for the next case. "I am glad you gentlemen were here to protect me." But on the whole the impression was neither of tragedy nor of comedy. There was no describing it. It was manifold and various. There were tears and laughter, happiness and woe. It was tedious and interesting and indifferent. It was as you saw it. It was tumultuous and passionate. It was grave. It was sad and comic. It was trivial. It was simple and complex. Joy was there and despair. The love of mothers for their children and of men for women. Lust trailed itself through the rooms with leaden feet, punishing the guilty and the innocent. Helpless wives and wretched children. Drink seized men and women and cost its inevitable price. Death sighed in these rooms, and the beginning of life, filling some poor girl with terror and shame, was diagnosed there. There was neither good nor bad there. There were just facts. It was life. End of chapter 81. Chapter 82. Towards the end of the year, when Philip was bringing to a close his 3 months as a clerk in the outpatients department, he received a letter from Lawson, who was in Paris. Dear Philip, Cronshaw is in London and would be glad to see you. He is living at 43 Hyde Street, Soho. I don't know where it is, but I dare say you will be able to find out. Be a brick and look after him a bit. He is very down on his luck. He will tell you what he is doing. Things are going on here very much as usual. Nothing seems to have changed since you were here. Clutton is back, but he has become quite impossible. He has quarrelled with everybody. As far as I can make out, he hasn't got a cent. He lives in a little studio right away beyond the Jardin des Plantes, but he won't let anybody see his work. He doesn't show anywhere, so one doesn't know what he is doing. He may be a genius, but on the other hand he may be off his head. By the way, I ran against Flanagan the other day. He was showing Mrs. Flanagan round the quarter. He has chucked art and is now in Popper's business. He seems to be rolling. Mrs. Flanagan is very pretty, and I'm trying to work a portrait. How much would you ask if you were me? I don't want to frighten them, and then, on the other hand, I don't want to be such an ass as to ask 150 francs if they're quite willing to give 300 francs. Yours ever, Frederick Lawson. Philip wrote to Cronshaw and received in reply the following letter. It was written on a half sheet of common notepaper, and the flimsy envelope was dirtier than was justified by its passage through the post. Dear Carey, of course I remember you very well. I have an idea that I had some part in rescuing you from the slough of despond in which myself am hopelessly immersed. I shall be glad to see you. I am a stranger in a strange city, and I am buffeted by the Philistines. It will be pleasant to talk of Paris. I do not ask you to come and see me, since my lodging is not of a magnificence fit for the reception of an eminent member of Monsieur Purgon's profession, but you will find me eating modestly any evening between 7 and 8 at a restaurant yclept Au Bon Plaisir in Dean Street. Yours sincerely, J. Cronshaw. Philip went the day he received this letter. The restaurant, consisting of one small room, was of the poorest class, and Cronshaw seemed to be its only customer. He was sitting in the corner, well away from draughts, wearing the same shabby great coat which Philip had never seen him without, with his old bowler on his head. I eat here because I can be alone, he said. They are not doing well. The only people who come are a few trollops and one or two waiters out of a job. They are giving up business, and the food is execrable. But the ruin of their fortunes is my advantage. Cronshaw had before him a glass of absinthe. It was nearly 3 years since they had met, and Philip was shocked by the change in his appearance. He had been rather corpulent, but now he had a dried-up yellow look. The skin of his neck was loose and wrinkled. His clothes hung about him as though they had been bought for someone else, and his collar, 3 or 4 sizes too large, added to the slatternliness of his appearance. His hands trembled continually. Philip remembered the handwriting which scrawled over the page with shapeless, haphazard letters. Cronshaw was evidently very ill. I eat little these days, he said. I'm very sick in the morning. I'm just having some soup for my dinner, and then I shall have a bit of cheese. Philip's glance unconsciously went to the absinthe, and Cronshaw, seeing it, gave him the quizzical look with which he reproved the admonitions of common sense. You have diagnosed my case, and you think it's very wrong of me to drink absinthe. You've evidently got cirrhosis of the liver, said Philip. Evidently. He looked at Philip in the way which had formerly had the power of making him feel incredibly narrow. It seemed to point out that what he was thinking was distressingly obvious. And when you have agreed with the obvious, what more is there to say? Philip changed the topic. When are you going back to Paris? I'm not going back to Paris. I'm going to die. The very naturalness with which he said this startled Philip. He thought of half a dozen things to say, but they seemed futile. He knew that Cronshaw was a dying man. Are you going to settle in London then? He asked lamely. What is London to me? I am a fish out of water. I walk through the crowded streets, men jostle me, and I seem to walk in a dead city. I felt that I couldn't die in Paris. I wanted to die among my own people. I don't know what hidden instinct drew me back at the last. Philip knew of the woman Cronshaw had lived with and the 2 draggle-tailed children, but Cronshaw had never mentioned them to him, and he did not like to speak of them. He wondered what had happened to them. I don't know why you talk of dying, he said. I had pneumonia a couple of winters ago, and they told me then it was a miracle that I came through. It appears I'm extremely liable to it, and another bout will kill me. Oh, what nonsense! You're not so bad as all that. You've only got to take precautions. Why don't you give up drinking? Because I don't choose. It doesn't matter what a man does if he's ready to take the consequences. Well, I'm ready to take the consequences. You talk glibly of giving up drinking, but it's the only thing I've got left now. What do you think life would be to me without it? Can you understand the happiness I get out of my absinthe? I yearn for it, and when I drink it, I savour every drop.
and afterwards I feel my soul swimming in ineffable happiness. It disgusts you. You are a Puritan, and in your heart you despise sensual pleasures. Sensual pleasures are the most violent and the most exquisite. I am a man blessed with vivid senses, and I have indulged them with all my soul. I have to pay the penalty now, and I am ready to pay." Philip looked at him for a while steadily. "Aren't you afraid?" For a moment Cronshaw did not answer. He seemed to consider his reply. "Sometimes when I'm alone," he looked at Philip. "You think that's a condemnation? You're wrong. I'm not afraid of my fear. It's folly, the Christian argument that you should live always in view of your death. The only way to live is to forget that you're going to die. Death is unimportant. The fear of it should never influence a single action of the wise man. I know that I shall die struggling for breath, and I know that I shall be horribly afraid. I know that I shall not be able to keep myself from regretting bitterly the life that has brought me to such a pass. But I disown that regret. I now, weak, old, diseased, poor, dying, hold still my soul in my hands, and I regret nothing." "Do you remember that Persian carpet you gave me?" asked Philip. Cronshaw smiled his old, slow smile of past days. "I told you it would give you an answer to your question when you asked me what was the meaning of life. Well, have you discovered the answer?" "No," smiled Philip. "Won't you tell it to me?" No, I can't do that. The answer is meaningless unless you discover it for yourself." Chapter 83. Cronshaw was publishing his poems. His friends had been urging him to do this for years, but his laziness made it impossible for him to take the necessary steps. He had always answered their exhortations by telling them that the love of poetry was dead in England. You brought out a book which had cost you years of thought and labour. It was given 2 or 3 contemptuous lines among a batch of similar volumes, 20 or 30 copies were sold, and the rest of the edition was pulped. He had long since worn out the desire for fame. That was an illusion like all else. But one of his friends had taken the matter into his own hands. This was a man of letters named Leonard Upjohn, whom Philip had met once or twice with Cronshaw in the cafes of the Quarter. He had a considerable reputation in England as a critic and was the accredited exponent in this country of modern French literature. He had lived a good deal in France among the men who made the Mercure de France the liveliest review of the day, and by the simple process of expressing in English their point of view, he had acquired in England a reputation for originality. Philip had read some of his articles. He had formed a style for himself by a close imitation of Sir Thomas Browne. He used elaborate sentences, carefully balanced and obsolete, resplendent words. It gave his writing an appearance of individuality. Leonard Upjohn had induced Cronshaw to give him all his poems and found that there were enough to make a volume of reasonable size. He promised to use his influence with publishers. Cronshaw was in want of money. Since his illness he had found it more difficult than ever to work steadily. He made barely enough to keep himself in liquor, and when Upjohn wrote to him that this publisher and the other, though admiring the poems, thought it not worth while to publish them, Cronshaw began to grow interested. He wrote impressing upon Upjohn his great need and urging him to make more strenuous efforts. Now that he was going to die, he wanted to leave behind him a published book, and at the back of his mind was the feeling that he had produced great poetry. He expected to burst upon the world like a new star. There was something fine in keeping to himself these treasures of beauty all his life and giving them to the world disdainfully when, he and the world parting company, he had no further use for them. His decision to come to England was caused directly by an announcement from Leonard Upjohn that a publisher had consented to print the poems. By a miracle of persuasion Upjohn had persuaded him to give £10 in advance of royalties. "In advance of royalties, mind you," said Cronshaw to Philip. "Milton only got £10 down." Upjohn had promised to write a signed article about them, and he would ask his friends who reviewed to do their best. Cronshaw pretended to treat the matter with detachment, but it was easy to see that he was delighted with the thought of the stir he would make. One day Philip went to dine by arrangement at the wretched eating-house at which Cronshaw insisted on taking his meals. But Cronshaw did not appear. Philip learned that he had not been there for 3 days. He got himself something to eat and went round to the address from which Cronshaw had first written to him. He had some difficulty in finding Hyde Street. It was a street of dingy houses huddled together. Many of the windows had been broken and were clumsily repaired with strips of French newspaper. The doors had not been painted for years. There were shabby little shops on the ground floor, laundries, cobblers, stationers. Ragged children played in the road, and an old barrel organ was grinding out a vulgar tune. Philip knocked at the door of Cronshaw's house. There was a shop of cheap sweetstuffs at the bottom, and it was opened by an elderly Frenchwoman in a dirty apron. Philip asked her if Cronshaw was in. "Ah, yes, there is an Englishman who lives at the top, at the back. I don't know if he's in. If you want him you had better go up and see." The staircase was lit by one jet of gas. There was a revolting odour in the house. When Philip was passing up, a woman came out of a room on the first floor, looked at him suspiciously, but made no remark. There were 3 doors on the top landing. Philip knocked at one and knocked again. There was no reply. He tried the handle, but the door was locked. He knocked at another door, got no answer, and tried the door again. It opened. The room was dark. "Who's that?" He recognized Cronshaw's voice. "Carey, can I come in?" He received no answer. He walked in. The window was closed and the stink was overpowering. There was a certain amount of light from the arc lamp in the street, and he saw that it was a small room with 2 beds in it, end to end. There was a washing stand and 1 chair, but they left little space for anyone to move in. Cronshaw was in the bed nearest the window. He made no movement, but gave a low chuckle. "Why don't you light the candle?" he said then. Philip struck a match and discovered that there was a candlestick on the floor beside the bed. He lit it and put it on the washing stand. Cronshaw was lying on his back immobile. He looked very odd in his nightshirt, and his baldness was disconcerting. His face was earthy and deathlike. "I say, old man, you look awfully ill. Is there anyone to look after you here?" "George brings me in a bottle of milk in the morning before he goes to his work." "Who's George?" "I call him George because his name is Adolphe. He shares this palatial apartment with me." Philip noticed then that the second bed had not been made since it was slept in. The pillow was black where the head had rested. "You don't mean to say you're sharing this room with somebody else?" he cried. "Why not?" "Lodging costs money in Soho. George is a waiter. He goes out at 8 in the morning and does not come in till closing time, so he isn't in my way at all. We neither of us sleep well, and he helps to pass away the hours of the night by telling me stories of his life. He's a Swiss, and I've always had a taste for waiters. They see life from an entertaining angle." "How long have you been in bed?" 3 days. "Do you mean to say you've had nothing but a bottle of milk for the last 3 days? Why on earth didn't you send me a line? I can't bear to think of you lying here all day long without a soul to attend to you." Cronshaw gave a little laugh. "Look at your face. Why, dear boy, I really believe you're distressed. You nice fellow." Philip blushed. He had not suspected that his face showed the dismay he felt at the sight of that horrible room and the wretched circumstances of the poor poet. Cronshaw, watching Philip, went on with a gentle smile. "I've been quite happy. Look, here are my proofs. Remember that I am indifferent to discomforts which would harass other folk. What do the circumstances of life matter if your dreams make you lord paramount of time and space?" The proofs were lying on his bed, and as he lay in the darkness he had been able to place his hands on them. He showed them to Philip, and his eyes glowed. He turned over the pages, rejoicing in the clear type. He read out a stanza. "They don't look bad, do they?" Philip had an idea. It would involve him in a little expense, and he could not afford even the smallest increase of expenditure. But on the other hand, this was a case where it revolted him to think of economy. "I say, I can't bear the thought of your remaining here. I've got an extra room, it's empty at present, but I can easily get someone to lend me a bed. Won't you come and live with me for a while? It'll save you the rent of this." "Oh, my dear boy, you'd insist on my keeping my window open." "You shall have every window in the place sealed if you like." "I shall be all right tomorrow. I could have got up today, only I felt lazy." "Then you can very easily make the move. And then if you don't feel well at any time you can just go to bed, and I shall be there to look after you." "If it'll please you, I'll come," said Cronshaw, with his torpid, not unpleasant smile. "That'll be ripping." They settled that Philip should fetch Cronshaw next day, and Philip snatched an hour from his busy morning to arrange the change. He found Cronshaw dressed, sitting in his hat and great coat on the bed, with a small shabby portmanteau containing his clothes and books already packed. It was on the floor by his feet, and he looked as if he were sitting in the waiting room of a station. Philip laughed at the sight of him. They went over to Kennington in a four-wheeler, of which the windows were carefully closed, and Philip installed his guest in his own room. He had gone out early in the morning and bought for himself a second-hand bedstead, a cheap chest of drawers, and a looking-glass. Cronshaw settled down at once to correct his proofs. He was much better. Philip found him, except for the irritability which was a symptom of his disease, an easy guest. He had a lecture at 9 in the morning, so did not see Cronshaw till the night. Once or twice Philip persuaded him to share the scrappy meal he prepared for himself in the evening, but Cronshaw was too restless to stay in, and preferred generally to get himself something to eat in one or other of the cheapest restaurants in Soho. Philip asked him to see Dr. Tyrell, but he stoutly refused. He knew a doctor would tell him to stop drinking, and this he was resolved not to do. He always felt horribly ill in the morning, but his absinthe at midday put him on his feet again, and by the time he came home at midnight he was able to talk with the brilliancy which had astonished Philip when first he made his acquaintance. His proofs were corrected, and the volume was to come out among the publications of the early spring, when the public might be supposed to have recovered from the avalanche of Christmas books. Chapter 83. Chapter 84. At the New Year, Philip became dresser in the surgical outpatients department. The work was of the same character as that which he had just been engaged on, but with the greater directness which surgery has than medicine, and a larger proportion of the patients suffered from those two diseases which a supine public allows, in its prudishness, to be spread broadcast. The assistant surgeon for whom Philip dressed was called Jacobs. He was a short, fat man with an exuberant joviality, a bald head, and a loud voice. He had a Cockney accent and was generally described by the students as an awful bounder, but his cleverness, both as a surgeon and as a teacher, caused some of them to overlook this. He had also a considerable fastidiousness, which he exercised impartially on the patients and on the students. He took a great pleasure in making his dressers look foolish. Since they were ignorant, nervous, and could not answer as if he were their equal, this was not very difficult. He enjoyed his afternoons, with the home truths he permitted himself, much more than the students who had to put up with them with a smile. One day a case came up of a boy with a club foot. His parents wanted to know whether anything could be done. Mr. Jacobs turned to Philip. "You'd better take this case, Carey. It's a subject you ought to know something about." Philip flushed all the more because the surgeon spoke obviously with a humorous intention, and his brow-beaten dressers laughed obsequiously. It was in point of fact a subject which Philip, since coming to the hospital, had studied with anxious attention. He had read everything in the library which treated of talipes in its various forms. He made the boy take off his boot and stocking. He was 14, with a snub nose, blue eyes, and a freckled face. His father explained that they wanted something done if possible,
It was such a hindrance to the kid in earning his living. Philip looked at him curiously. He was a jolly boy, not at all shy, but talkative and with a cheekiness which his father reproved. He was much interested in his foot. "It's only for the looks of the thing, you know," he said to Philip. "I don't find it no trouble." "Be quiet, Ernie," said his father. "There's too much gas about you." Philip examined the foot and passed his hand slowly over the shapelessness of it. He could not understand why the boy felt none of the humiliation which always oppressed him. He wondered why he could not take his deformity with that philosophic indifference. Presently Mr. Jacobs came up to him. The boy was sitting on the edge of a couch, the surgeon and Philip stood on each side of him, and in a semicircle, crowding round, were students. With accustomed brilliancy, Jacobs gave a graphic little discourse upon the club foot. He spoke of its varieties and of the forms which followed upon different anatomical conditions. "I suppose you've got talipes equinus," he said, turning suddenly to Philip. "Yes." Philip felt the eyes of his fellow students rest on him, and he cursed himself because he could not help blushing. He felt the sweat start up in the palms of his hands. The surgeon spoke with the fluency due to long practice and with the admirable perspicacity which distinguished him. He was tremendously interested in his profession, but Philip did not listen. He was only wishing that the fellow would get done quickly. Suddenly he realized that Jacobs was addressing him. "You don't mind taking off your sock for a moment, Carey?" Philip felt a shudder pass through him. He had an impulse to tell the surgeon to go to hell, but he had not the courage to make a scene. He feared his brutal ridicule. He forced himself to appear indifferent. "Not a bit," he said. He sat down and unlaced his boot. His fingers were trembling and he thought he should never untie the knot. He remembered how they had forced him at school to show his foot, and the misery which had eaten into his soul. "He keeps his feet nice and clean, doesn't he?" said Jacobs in his raspy Cockney voice. The attendant students giggled. Philip noticed that the boy whom they were examining looked down at his foot with eager curiosity. Jacobs took the foot in his hands and said, "Yes, that's what I thought. I see you've had an operation. When you were a child, I suppose." He went on with his fluent explanations. The students leaned over and looked at the foot. 2 or 3 examined it minutely when Jacobs let it go. "When you're quite done," said Philip with a smile, ironically. He could have killed them all. He thought how jolly it would be to jab a chisel (he didn't know why that particular instrument came into his mind) into their necks. What beasts men were! He wished he could believe in hell so as to comfort himself with the thought of the horrible tortures which would be theirs. Mr. Jacobs turned his attention to treatment. He talked partly to the boy's father and partly to the students. Philip put on his sock and laced his boot. At last the surgeon finished, but he seemed to have an afterthought and turned to Philip. "You know, I think it might be worth your while to have an operation. Of course I couldn't give you a normal foot, but I think I can do something. You might think about it, and when you want a holiday you can just come into the hospital for a bit." Philip had often asked himself whether anything could be done, but his distaste for any reference to the subject had prevented him from consulting any of the surgeons at the hospital. His reading told him that whatever might have been done when he was a small boy, and then treatment of talipes was not as skilful as in the present day, there was small chance now of any great benefit. Still, it would be worth while if an operation made it possible for him to wear a more ordinary boot and to limp less. He remembered how passionately he had prayed for the miracle which his uncle had assured him was possible to omnipotence. He smiled ruefully. "I was rather a simple soul in those days," he thought. Towards the end of February it was clear that Cronshaw was growing much worse. He was no longer able to get up. He lay in bed insisting that the window should be closed always, and refused to see a doctor. He would take little nourishment, but demanded whiskey and cigarettes. Philip knew that he should have neither, but Cronshaw's argument was unanswerable. "I daresay they are killing me. I don't care. You've warned me. You've done all that was necessary. I ignore your warning. Give me something to drink and be damned to you."
Leonard Upjohn blew in 2 or 3 times a week, and there was something of the dead leaf in his appearance which made the word exactly descriptive of the manner of his appearance. He was a weedy-looking fellow of 35, with long pale hair and a white face. He had the look of a man who lived too little in the open air. He wore a hat like a dissenting minister's. Philip disliked him for his patronizing manner and was bored by his fluent conversation. Leonard Upjohn liked to hear himself talk. He was not sensitive to the interest of his listeners, which is the first requisite of the good talker, and he never realized that he was telling people what they knew already. With measured words he told Philip what to think of Rodin, Albert Samain, and César Franck. Philip's charwoman only came in for an hour in the morning, and since Philip was obliged to be at the hospital all day, Cronshaw was left much alone. Upjohn told Philip that he thought someone should remain with him, but did not offer to make it possible. "It's dreadful to think of that great poet alone. Why, he might die without a soul at hand." "I think he very probably will," said Philip. "How can you be so callous?" "Why don't you come and do your work here every day, and then you'd be near if he wanted anything?" asked Philip dryly. "I? My dear fellow, I can only work in the surroundings I'm used to, and besides I go out so much." Upjohn was also a little put out because Philip had brought Cronshaw to his own rooms. "I wish you'd had left him in Soho," he said with a wave of his long, thin hands. "There was a touch of romance in that sordid attic. I could even bear it if it were Wapping or Shoreditch, but the respectability of Kennington! What a place for a poet to die!" Cronshaw was often so ill-tempered that Philip could only keep his temper by remembering all the time that this irritability was a symptom of the disease. Upjohn came sometimes before Philip was in, and then Cronshaw would complain of him bitterly. Upjohn listened with complacency. "The fact is that Carey has no sense of beauty," he smiled. "He has a middle-class mind." He was very sarcastic to Philip, and Philip exercised a good deal of self-control in his dealings with him. But one evening he could not contain himself. He had had a hard day at the hospital and was tired out. Leonard Upjohn came to him while he was making himself a cup of tea in the kitchen, and said that Cronshaw was complaining of Philip's insistence that he should have a doctor. "Don't you realize that you're enjoying a very rare, a very exquisite privilege? You ought to do everything in your power surely to show your sense of the greatness of your trust." "It's a rare and exquisite privilege which I can ill afford," said Philip. Whenever there was any question of money, Leonard Upjohn assumed a slightly disdainful expression. His sensitive temperament was offended by the reference. "There's something fine in Cronshaw's attitude, and you disturb it by your importunity. You should make allowances for the delicate imaginings which you cannot feel." Philip's face darkened. "Let us go in to Cronshaw," he said frigidly. The poet was lying on his back reading a book with a pipe in his mouth. The air was musty, and the room, notwithstanding Philip's tidying up, had the bedraggled look which seemed to accompany Cronshaw wherever he went. He took off his spectacles as they came in. Philip was in a towering rage. "Upjohn tells me you've been complaining to him because I've urged you to have a doctor," he said. "I want you to have a doctor, because you may die any day, and if you hadn't been seen by anyone, I shouldn't be able to get a certificate. There'd have to be an inquest, and I should be blamed for not calling a doctor in." "I hadn't thought of that. I thought you wanted me to see a doctor for my sake and not for your own." "I'll see a doctor whenever you like." Philip did not answer, but gave an almost imperceptible shrug of the shoulders. Cronshaw, watching him, gave a little chuckle. "Don't look so angry, my dear. I know very well that you want to do everything you can for me. Let's see your doctor. Perhaps he can do something for me, and at any rate it'll comfort you." He turned his eyes to Upjohn. "You're a damned fool, Leonard. Why do you want to worry the boy? He has quite enough to do to put up with me. You'll do nothing more for me than write a pretty article about me after my death. I know you." Next day Philip went to Dr. Tyrrell. He felt that he was the sort of man to be interested by the story, and as soon as Tyrrell was free of his day's work he accompanied Philip to Kennington. He could only agree with what Philip had told him. The case was hopeless. "I'll take him into the hospital if you like," he said. "He can have a small ward." "Nothing would induce him to come." "You know he may die any minute, or else he may get another attack of pneumonia." Philip nodded. Dr. Tyrrell made one or two suggestions, and promised to come again whenever Philip wanted him to. He left his address. When Philip went back to Cronshaw he found him quietly reading. He did not trouble to inquire what the doctor had said. "Are you satisfied now, dear boy?" he asked. "I suppose nothing will induce you to do any of the things Tyrrell advised?" "Nothing," smiled Cronshaw. Chapter 84. Recording by Tom Weiss, tomsaudioBooks.com. Chapters 85 through 87 of Human Bondage. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Weiss. Of Human Bondage by W. Somerset Maugham. Chapter 85. About a fortnight after this, Philip, coming home one evening after his day's work at the hospital, knocked at the door of Cronshaw's room. He got no answer and walked in. Cronshaw was lying huddled up on one side, and Philip went up to the bed. He did not know whether Cronshaw was asleep or merely lay there in one of his uncontrollable fits of irritability. He was surprised to see that his mouth was open. He touched his shoulder. Philip gave a cry of dismay. He slipped his hand under Cronshaw's shirt and felt his heart. He did not know what to do. Helplessly, because he had heard of this being done, he held a looking-glass in front of his mouth. It startled him to be alone with Cronshaw. He had his hat and coat still on, and he ran down the stairs into the street. He hailed a cab and drove to Harley Street. Dr. Tyrrell was in. "I say, would you mind coming at once? I think Cronshaw's dead. If he is, it's not much good my coming, is it?" "I should be awfully grateful if you would. I've got a cab at the door. It'll only take half an hour." Tyrrell put on his hat. In the cab he asked him one or two questions. "He seemed no worse than usual when I left this morning," said Philip. "It gave me an awful shock when I went in just now. And the thought of his dying all alone. Do you think he knew he was going to die?" Philip remembered what Cronshaw had said. He wondered whether at the last moment he had been seized with the terror of death. Philip imagined himself in such a plight, knowing it was inevitable and with no one, not a soul, to give an encouraging word when the fear seized him. "You're rather upset," said Dr. Tyrrell. He looked at him with his bright blue eyes. They were not unsympathetic. When he saw Cronshaw, he said, "He must have been dead for some hours. I should think he died in his sleep. They do sometimes." The body looked shrunk and ignoble. It was not like anything human. Dr. Tyrrell looked at it dispassionately. With a mechanical gesture he took out his watch. "Well, I must be getting along. I'll send the certificate round. I suppose you'll communicate with the relatives?" "I don't think there are any," said Philip. "How about the funeral?" "Oh, I'll see to that." Dr. Tyrrell gave Philip a glance. He wondered whether he ought to offer a couple of sovereigns towards it. He knew nothing of Philip's circumstances. Perhaps he could well afford the expense. Philip might think it impertinent if he made any suggestion. "Well, let me know if there's anything I can do," he said. Philip and he went out together, parting on the doorstep, and Philip went to a telegraph office in order to send a message to Leonard Upjohn. Then he went to an undertaker whose shop he passed every day on his way to the hospital. His attention had been drawn to it often by the three words in silver lettering on a black cloth which, with two model coffins, adorned the window: Economy, Celerity, Propriety. They had always diverted him. The undertaker was a little fat Jew with curly black hair,
long and greasy, in black with a large diamond ring on a podgy finger. He received Philip with a peculiar manner formed by the mingling of his natural blatancy with the subdued air proper to his calling. He quickly saw that Philip was very helpless and promised to send round a woman at once to perform the needful offices. His suggestions for the funeral were very magnificent, and Philip felt ashamed of himself when the undertaker seemed to think his objections mean. It was horrible to haggle on such a matter, and finally Philip consented to an expensiveness which he could ill afford. "I quite understand, sir," said the undertaker. "You don't want any show in that. I'm not a believer in ostentation myself, mind you, but you want it done gentlemanly like. You leave it to me. I'll do it as cheap as it can be done, having regard to what's right and proper. I can't say more than that, can I?" Philip went home to eat his supper, and while he ate the woman came along to lay out the corpse. Presently a telegram arrived from Leonard Upjohn. "Shocked and grieved beyond measure. Regret cannot come tonight. Dining out. With you early tomorrow. Deepest sympathy, Upjohn." In a little while the woman knocked at the door of the sitting room. "I've done now, sir. Will you come and look at him and see it's all right?" Philip followed her. Cronshaw was laying on his back with his eyes closed and his hands folded piously across his chest. "You ought by rights to 'ave a few flowers, sir." "I'll get some tomorrow." She gave the body a glance of satisfaction. She had performed her job, and now she rolled down her sleeves, took off her apron, and put on her bonnet. Philip asked her how much he owed her. "Well, sir, some give me 2 and 6 and some give me 5 shillings." Philip was ashamed to give her less than the larger sum. She thanked him with just so much effusiveness as was seemly in presence of the grief he might be supposed to feel, and left him. Philip went back into his sitting room, cleared away the remains of his supper, and sat down to read Walsham's Surgery. He found it difficult. He was singularly nervous. When there was a sound on the stairs he jumped, and his heart beat violently. That thing in the adjoining room, which had been a man and now was nothing, frightened him. The silence seemed alive, as if some mysterious movement were taking place within it. The presence of death weighed upon these rooms, unearthly and terrifying. Philip felt a sudden horror for what had once been his friend. He tried to force himself to read, but presently pushed away his book in despair. What troubled him was the absolute futility of the life which had just ended. It did not matter if Cronshaw was alive or dead. It would have been just as well if he had never lived. Philip thought of Cronshaw young, and it needed an effort of imagination to picture him slender, with a springing step, and with hair on his head, buoyant and hopeful. Philip's rule of life, to follow one's instincts with due regard to the policeman round the corner, had not acted very well there. It was because Cronshaw had done this that he had made such a lamentable failure of existence. It seemed that the instincts could not be trusted. Philip was puzzled, and he asked himself what rule of life was there if that one was useless, and why people acted in one way rather than in another. They acted according to their emotions, but their emotions might be good or bad. It seemed just a chance whether they led to triumph or disaster. Life seemed an inextricable confusion. Men hurried hither and thither, urged by forces they knew not, and the purpose of it all escaped them. They seemed to hurry just for hurrying's sake. Next morning Leonard Upjohn appeared with a small wreath of laurel. He was pleased with his idea of crowning the dead poet with this, and attempted, notwithstanding Philip's disapproving silence, to fix it on the bald head. But the wreath fitted grotesquely. It looked like the brim of a hat worn by a low comedian in a music hall. "I'll put it over his heart instead," said Upjohn. "You put it on his stomach," remarked Philip. Upjohn gave a thin smile. "Only a poet knows where lies a poet's heart," he answered. They went back into the sitting room, and Philip told him what arrangements he had made for the funeral. "I hope you spared no expense. I should like the hearse to be followed by a long string of empty coaches, and I should like the horses to wear tall, nodding plumes, and there should be a vast number of mutes with long streamers on their hats. I like the thought of all those empty coaches. As the cost of the funeral will apparently fall on me, and I'm not overly flush just now, I've tried to make it as moderate as possible." "But, my dear fellow, in that case, why didn't you get him a pauper's funeral? There would have been something poetic in that. You have an unerring instinct for mediocrity." Philip flushed a little, but did not answer. And next day he and Upjohn followed the hearse in the one carriage which Philip had ordered. Lawson, unable to come, had sent a wreath, and Philip, so that the coffin should not seem too neglected, had bought a couple. On the way back the coachman whipped up his horses. Philip was dog-tired and presently went to sleep. He was awakened by Upjohn's voice. "It's rather lucky the poems haven't come out yet. I think we'd better hold them back a bit, and I'll write a preface. I began thinking of it during the drive to the cemetery. I believe I can do something rather good. Anyhow, I'll start with an article in the Saturday." Philip did not reply, and there was a silence between them. At last Upjohn said: "I dare say I'd be wiser not to whittle away my copy. I think I'll do an article for one of the reviews, and then I can just print it afterwards as a preface." Philip kept his eye on the monthlies, and a few weeks later it appeared. The article made something of a stir, and extracts from it were printed in many of the papers. It was a very good article, vaguely biographical, for no one knew much of Cronshaw's early life, but delicate, tender, and picturesque. Leonard Upjohn, in his intricate style, drew graceful little pictures of Cronshaw in the Latin Quarter, talking, writing poetry. Cronshaw became a picturesque figure, an English Verlaine, and Leonard Upjohn's coloured phrases took on a tremulous dignity, a more pathetic grandiloquence as he described the sordid end, the shabby little room in Soho, and, with a reticence which was wholly charming and suggested a much greater generosity than modesty allowed him to state, the efforts he made to transport the poet to some cottage embowered with honeysuckle amid a flowering orchard. And the lack of sympathy, well-meaning but so tactless, which had taken the poet instead to the vulgar respectability of Kennington. Leonard Upjohn described Kennington with that restrained humour which a strict adherence to the vocabulary of Sir Thomas Browne necessitated. With delicate sarcasm he narrated the last weeks, the patience with which Cronshaw bore the well-meaning clumsiness of the young student who had appointed himself his nurse, and the pitifulness of that divine vagabond in those hopelessly middle-class surroundings. Beauty from ashes. He quoted from Isaiah. It was a triumph of irony for that outcast poet to die amid the trappings of vulgar respectability. It reminded Leonard Upjohn of Christ among the Pharisees, and the analogy gave him opportunity for an exquisite passage. And then he told how a friend, his good taste did not suffer him more than to hint subtly who the friend was with such gracious fancies, had laid a laurel wreath on the dead poet's heart. And the beautiful dead hands had seemed to rest with a voluptuous passion upon Apollo's leaves, fragrant with the fragrance of art, and more green than jade brought by smart mariners from the manifold, inexplicable China. And, an admirable contrast, the article ended with a description of the middle-class, ordinary, prosaic funeral of him who should have been buried like a prince or like a pauper. It was the crowning buffet, the final victory of Philistia over art, beauty, and immaterial things. Leonard Upjohn had never written anything better. It was a miracle of charm, grace, and pity. He printed all Cronshaw's best poems in the course of the article, so that when the volume appeared much of its point was gone. But he advanced his own position a good deal. He was thenceforth a critic to be reckoned with. He had seemed before a little aloof, but there was a warm humanity about this article which was infinitely attractive. Chapter 86. In the spring, Philip, having finished his dressing in the outpatients department, became an inpatients clerk. This appointment lasted 6 months. The clerk spent every morning in the wards, first in the men's, then in the women's, with the house physician. He wrote up cases, made tests, and passed the time of day with the nurses. On 2 afternoons a week the physician in charge went round with a little knot of students, examined the cases, and dispensed information. The work had not the excitement, the constant change, the intimate contact with reality of the work in the outpatients department, but Philip picked up a good deal of knowledge. He got on very well with the patients, and he was a little flattered at the pleasure they showed in his attendance on them. He was not conscious of any deep sympathy in their sufferings, but he liked them, and because he put on no airs, he was more popular with them than others of the clerks. He was pleasant, encouraging, and friendly. Like everyone connected with hospitals, he found that male patients were more easy to get on with than female. The women were often querulous and ill-tempered. They complained bitterly of the hard-worked nurses who did not show them the attention they thought their right, and they were troublesome, ungrateful, and rude. Presently Philip was fortunate enough to make a friend. One morning the house physician gave him a new case, a man, and, seating himself at the bedside, Philip proceeded to write down particulars on the letter. He noticed on looking at this that the patient was described as a journalist. His name was Thorpe Athelny, an unusual one for a hospital patient, and his age was 48. He was suffering from a sharp attack of jaundice, and had been taken into the ward on account of obscure symptoms which it seemed necessary to watch. He answered the various questions which it was Philip's duty to ask him in a pleasant, educated voice. Since he was lying in bed, it was difficult to tell if he was short or tall, but his small head and small hands suggested that he was a man of less than average height. Philip had the habit of looking at people's hands, and Athelny's astonished him. They were very small, with long tapering fingers and beautiful rosy fingernails. They were very smooth, and except for the jaundice would have been of a surprising whiteness. The patient kept them outside the bedclothes, one of them slightly spread out, the second and third fingers together, and while he spoke to Philip, seemed to contemplate them with satisfaction. With a twinkle in his eyes, Philip glanced at the man's face. Notwithstanding the yellowness, it was distinguished. He had blue eyes, a nose of imposing boldness, hooked, aggressive but not clumsy, and a small beard, pointed and gray. He was rather bald, but his hair had evidently been quite fine, curling prettily, and he still wore it long. "I see you're a journalist," said Philip. "What papers do you write for?" "I write for all the papers. You cannot open a paper without seeing some of my writing." There was one by the side of the bed, and reaching for it, he pointed out an advertisement. In large letters was the name of a firm well known to Philip, Lynn and Sedley, Regent Street, London, and below, in type smaller but still of some magnitude, was the dogmatic statement: "Procrastination is the thief of time." Then a question, startling because of its reasonableness: "Why not order today?" There was a repetition in large letters like the hammering of conscience on a murderer's heart: "Why not?" Then, boldly: "Thousands of pairs of gloves from the leading markets of the world at astounding prices. Thousands of pairs of stockings from the most reliable manufacturers of the universe at sensational reductions." Finally the question recurred, but flung now like a challenging gauntlet in the list: "Why not order today?" "I'm the press representative of Lynn and Sedley." He gave a little wave of his beautiful hand. "To what base uses?" Philip went on asking the regulation questions, some a mere matter of routine, others artfully devised to lead the patient to discover things which he might be expected to desire to conceal. "Have you ever lived abroad?" asked Philip. "I was in Spain for 11 years." "What were you doing there?" "I was secretary of the English Water Company at Toledo." Philip remembered that Clutton had spent some months in Toledo, and the journalist's answer made him look at him with more interest. But he felt it would be improper to show this. It was necessary to preserve the distance between the hospital patient and the staff. When he had finished his examination, he went on to other beds. Thorpe Athelny's illness was not grave. and, though remaining very yellow, he soon felt much better. He stayed in bed only because the physician thought he should be kept under observation till certain reactions became normal. One day, on entering the ward, Philip noticed that Athelny, pencil in hand, was reading a book. He put it down when Philip came to his bed. "May I see what you're reading?" asked Philip, who could never pass a book without looking at it. Philip took it up and saw that it was a volume of Spanish verse, the poems of San Juan de la Cruz, and as he opened it a sheet of paper fell out. Philip picked it up and noticed that verse was written upon it. "You're not going to tell me you've been occupying your leisure in writing poetry? That's a most improper proceeding in a hospital patient." "I was trying to do some translations. Do you know Spanish?" "No." "Well, you know all about San Juan de la Cruz, don't you?" "I don't indeed." "He was one of the Spanish mystics. He's one of the best poets they've ever had. I thought it would be worth while translating him into English." "May I look at your translation?" "It's very rough," said Athelny, but he gave it to Philip with an alacrity which suggested that he was eager for him to read it. It was written in pencil in a fine but very peculiar handwriting, which was hard to read. It was just like black letter. "Doesn't it take you an awful time to write like that? It's wonderful." "I don't know why handwriting shouldn't be beautiful." Philip read the first verse. "In an obscure night, with anxious love inflamed, O happy lot! Forth unobserved I went, my house being now at rest." Philip looked curiously at Thorpe Athelny. He did not know whether he felt a little shy with him or was attracted by him. He was conscious that his manner had been slightly patronizing, and he flushed as it struck him that Athelny might have thought him ridiculous. "What an unusual name you've got," he remarked for something to say. "It's a very old Yorkshire name. Once it took the head of my family a day's hard riding to make the circuit of his estates. But the mighty are fallen. Fast women and slow horses." He was short-sighted, and when he spoke looked at you with a peculiar intensity. He took up his volume of poetry. "You should read Spanish," he said. "It is a noble tongue. It has not the mellifluousness of Italian. Italian is the language of tenors and organ grinders, but it has grandeur. It does not ripple like a brook in a garden, but it surges tumultuous like a mighty river in flood." His grandiloquence amused Philip, but he was sensitive to rhetoric, and he listened with pleasure while Athelny, with picturesque expressions and the fire of a real enthusiasm, described to him the rich delight of reading Don Quixote in the original and the music, romantic, limpid, passionate, of the enchanting Calderon. "I must get on with my work," said Philip presently. "Oh, forgive me, I forgot. I will tell my wife to bring me a photograph of Toledo, and I will show it to you. Come and talk with me when you have the chance. You don't know what a pleasure it gives me." During the next few days, in moments snatched whenever there was opportunity, Philip's acquaintance with the journalist increased. Thorpe Athelny was a good talker. He did not say brilliant things, but he talked inspiringly, with an eager vividness which fired the imagination. Philip, living so much in a world of make-believe, found his fancy teeming with new pictures. Athelny had very good manners. He knew much more than Philip, both of the world and of books. He was a much older man, and the readiness of his conversation gave him a certain superiority. But he was in the hospital a recipient of charity, subject to strict rules, and he held himself between the two positions with ease and humour. Once Philip asked him why he had come to the hospital. "Oh, my principle is to profit by all the benefits that society provides. I take advantage of the age I live in. When I'm ill, I get myself patched up in a hospital, and I have no false shame, and I send my children to be educated at the board school." "Do you really?" said Philip. "And a capital education they get too, much better than I got at Winchester. How else do you think I could educate them at all? I've got 9. You must come and see them all when I get home again. Will you?" "I'd like to very much," said Philip. Chapter 87. 10 days later Thorpe Athelny was well enough to leave the hospital. He gave Philip his address, and Philip promised to dine with him at 1 o'clock on the following Sunday. Athelny had told him that he lived in a house built by Inigo Jones. He had raved, as he raved over everything, over the balustrade of old oak, and when he came down to open the door for Philip, he made him at once admire the elegant carving of the lintel. It was a shabby house, badly needing a coat of paint, but with the dignity of its period, in a little street between Chancery Lane and Holborn, which had once been fashionable, but was now little better than a slum. There was a plan to pull it down in order to put up handsome offices. Meanwhile, the rents were small, and Athelny was able to get the 2 upper floors at a price which suited his income. Philip had not seen him up before, and was surprised at his small size. He was not more than 5 feet and 5 inches high. He was dressed fantastically in blue linen trousers, of the sort worn by working men in France, and a very old brown velvet coat. He wore a bright red sash round his waist, a low collar, and for tie a flowing bow of the kind used by the comic Frenchmen in the pages of Punch. He greeted Philip with enthusiasm. He began talking at once of the house and passed his hand lovingly over the balusters. "Look at it, feel it, it's like silk. What a miracle of grace, and in 5 years the housebreaker will sell it for firewood." He insisted on taking Philip into a room on the first floor, where a man in shirt sleeves, a blousy woman, and 3 children were having their Sunday dinner. "I've just brought this gentleman in to show him your ceiling. Did you ever see anything so wonderful? How are you, Mrs. Hodgson? This is Mr. Carey, who looked after me when I was in the hospital." "Come in, sir," said the man. "Any friend of Mr. Athelny's is welcome. Mr. Athelny shows the ceiling to all his friends, and it don't matter what we're doing, if we're in bed or if I'm 'aving a wash, in he comes." Philip could see that they looked upon Athelny as a little queer, but they liked him none the less, and they listened open-mouthed while he discoursed with his impetuous fluency on the beauty of the 17th century ceiling. "What a crime to pull this down, Hodgson? You're an influential citizen. Why don't you write to the papers and protest?" The man in shirt sleeves gave a laugh and said to Philip, "Mr. Athelny will 'ave his little joke. They do say these houses are that insanitory, it's not safe to live in them." "Sanitation be damned. Give me art," cried Athelny. "I've got 9 children and they thrive on bad drains. No, I'm not going to take any risk. None of your newfangled notions for me. When I move from here, I'm going to make sure the drains are bad before I take anything." There was a knock at the door, and a little fair-haired girl opened it. "Daddy, Mummy says do stop talking and come and eat your dinner." "This is my 3rd daughter," said Athelny, pointing to her with a dramatic forefinger. "She is called Maria del Pilar, but she answers more willingly to the name of Jane. Jane, your nose wants blowing." "I haven't got a hanky, Daddy." "Tut, tut, child," he answered, as he produced a vast brilliant bandana. "What do you suppose the Almighty gave you fingers for?" They went upstairs, and Philip was taken into a room with walls panelled in dark oak. In the middle was a narrow table of teak on trestle legs, with 2 supporting bars of iron, of the kind called in Spain mesa de jerarquí. They were to dine there, for 2 places were laid, and there were 2 large armchairs, with broad flat arms of oak and leathern backs, and leathern seats. They were severe, elegant, and uncomfortable. The only other piece of furniture was a bargueno, elaborately ornamented with gilt ironwork on a stand of ecclesiastical design, roughly but very finely carved. There stood on this 2 or 3 lustre plates, much broken but rich in colour, and on the walls were old masters of the Spanish school in beautiful though dilapidated frames. Though gruesome in subject, ruined by age and bad treatment, and second-rate in their conception, they had a glow of passion. There was nothing in the room of any value, but the effect was lovely. It was magnificent and yet austere. Philip felt it offered the very spirit of old Spain. Athelny was in the middle of showing him the inside of the bargueno, with its beautiful ornamentation and secret drawers, when a tall girl with 2 plaits of bright brown hair hanging down her back came in. "Mother says dinner's ready and waiting, and I'm to bring it in as soon as you sit down." Come and shake hands with Mr. Carey, Sally." He turned to Philip. "Isn't she enormous? She's my eldest. How old are you, Sally?" 15, father, come next June." "I christened her Maria del Sol because she was my first child and I dedicated her to the glorious son of Castile, but her mother calls her Sally and her brother Pudding Face." The girl smiled shyly. She had even white teeth and blushed. She was well set up, tall for her age, with pleasant gray eyes and a broad forehead. She had red cheeks. "Go and tell your mother to come in and shake hands with Mr. Carey before he sits down." "Mother says she'll come in after dinner. She hasn't washed herself yet." "Then we'll go in and see her ourselves. He mustn't eat the Yorkshire pudding till he's shaken the hand that made it." Philip followed his host into the kitchen. It was small and much overcrowded. There had been a lot of noise, but it stopped as soon as the stranger entered. There was a large table in the middle, and round it, eager for dinner, were seated Athelny's children. A woman was standing at the oven, taking out baked potatoes one by one. "Here's Mr. Carey, Betty," said Athelny. "Fancy bringing him in here. What will he think?" She wore a dirty apron, and the sleeves of her cotton dress were turned up above her elbows. She had curling pins in her hair. Mrs. Athelny was a large woman, a good 3 inches taller than her husband, fair, with blue eyes and a kindly expression. She had been a handsome creature, but advancing years and the bearing of many children had made her fat and blousy. Her blue eyes had become pale, her skin was coarse and red, the colour had gone out of her hair. She straightened herself, wiped her hand on her apron, and held it out. "You're welcome, sir," she said in a slow voice, with an accent that seemed oddly familiar to Philip. "Athelny said you was very kind to him in the 'orspital." "Now you must be introduced to the livestock," said Athelny. "That is Thorpe." He pointed to a chubby boy with curly hair. "He is my eldest son, heir to the title, estates, and responsibilities of the family. There is Athelstan, Howard, Edward." He pointed with his forefinger to 3 smaller boys, all rosy, healthy, and smiling, though when they felt Philip's smiling eyes upon them, they looked down shyly at their plates. "Now, the girls in order. Maria del Sol." "Puddin' Face," said one of the small boys. "Your sense of humour is rudimentary, my son. Maria de los Mercedes, Maria del Pilar, Maria de la Concepcion, Maria del Rosario." "I call them Sally, Molly, Connie, Rosie, and Jane," said Mrs. Athelny. "Now, Athelny, you go into your own room and I'll send you your dinner. I'll let the children come in afterwards for a bit when I've washed them." "My dear, if I'd had the naming of you I should have called you Maria of the Soapsuds. You're always torturing these wretched brats with soap." "You go first, Mr. Carey, or I shall never get him to sit down and eat his dinner." Athelny and Philip installed themselves in the great monkish chairs, and Sally brought them in 2 plates of beef, Yorkshire pudding, baked potatoes, and cabbage. Athelny took 6 pence out of his pocket and sent her for a jug of beer. "I hope you didn't have the table laid here on my account," said Philip. "I should have been quite happy to eat with the children." "Oh no, I always have my meals by myself. I like these antique customs. I don't think that women ought to sit at table with men. It ruins conversation, and I'm sure it's very bad for them. It puts ideas in their heads, and women are never at ease with themselves when they have ideas." Both host and guest ate with a hearty appetite. "Did you ever taste such Yorkshire pudding? No one can make it like my wife. That's the advantage of not marrying a lady. You noticed she wasn't a lady, didn't you?" It was an awkward question, and Philip did not know how to answer it. "I never thought about it," he said lamely. Athelny laughed. He had a peculiarly joyous laugh. "No, she's not a lady nor anything like it. Her father was a farmer, and she's never bothered about H's in her life. We've had 12 children and 9 of them are alive. I tell her it's about time she stopped, but she's an obstinate woman. She's got into the habit of it now, and I don't believe she'll be satisfied till she's had 20. At that moment Sally came in with the beer, and having poured out a glass for Philip, went to the other side of the table to pour some out for her father. He put his hand round her waist. "Did you ever see such a handsome, strapping girl? Only 15, and she might be 20. Look at her cheeks.
She's never had a day's illness in her life. It'll be a lucky man who marries her, won't it, Sally?" Sally listened to all this with a slight, slow smile, not much embarrassed, for she was accustomed to her father's outburst, but with an easy modesty which was very attractive. "Don't let your dinner get cold, Father," she said, drawing herself away from his arm. "You'll call when you're ready for your pudding, won't you?" They were left alone, and Athelny lifted the pewter tankard to his lips. He drank long and deep. "My word, is there anything better than English beer?" he said. "Let us thank God for simple pleasures. Roast beef and rice pudding, a good appetite, and beer. I was married to a lady once." "My God, don't marry a lady, my boy." Philip laughed. He was exhilarated by the scene, the funny little man in his odd clothes, the panelled room and the Spanish furniture, the English fare. The whole thing had an exquisite incongruity. "You laugh, my boy. You can't imagine marrying beneath you. You want a wife who's an intellectual equal. Your head is crammed full of ideas of comradeship. Stuff and nonsense, my boy. A man doesn't want to talk politics to his wife. And what do you think I care for Betty's views upon the differential calculus? A man wants a wife who can cook his dinner and look after his children. I've tried both, and I know. Let's have the pudding in." He clapped his hands, and presently Sally came. When she took away the plates, Philip wanted to get up and help her, but Athelny stopped him. "Let her alone, my boy. She doesn't want you to fuss about, do you, Sally? And she won't think it rude of you to sit still while she waits upon you. She don't care a damn for chivalry, do you, Sally?" "No, Father," answered Sally demurely. "Do you know what I'm talking about, Sally?" "No, Father. But you know Mother doesn't like you to swear." Athelny laughed boisterously. Sally brought them plates of rice pudding, rich and creamy and luscious. Athelny attacked his with gusto. "One of the rules of this house is that Sunday dinner should never alter. It is a ritual. Roast beef and rice pudding for 50 Sundays in the year. On Easter Sunday, lamb and green peas, and at Michaelmas, roast goose and apple sauce. Thus we preserve the traditions of our people. When Sally marries, she will forget many of the wise things I have taught her, but she will never forget that if you want to be good and happy, you must eat on Sundays roast beef and rice pudding." "You'll call when you're ready for cheese?" said Sally impassively. "Do you know the legend of the halcyon?" said Athelny. Philip was growing used to his rapid leaping from one subject to another. "When the kingfisher, flying over the sea, is exhausted, his mate places herself beneath him and bears him along upon her stronger wings. That is what a man wants in a wife, the halcyon. I lived with my first wife for 3 years. She was a lady, she had 1,500 a year, and we used to give nice little dinner parties in our little red brick house in Kensington. She was a charming woman, they all said so, the barristers and their wives who dined with us, and the literary stockbrokers, and the budding politicians. Oh, she was a charming woman. She made me go to church in a silk hat and a frock coat. She took me to classical concerts, and she was very fond of lectures on Sunday afternoon. And she sat down to breakfast every morning at 8:30, and if I was late breakfast was cold. And she read the right books, admired the right pictures, and adored the right music. My God, how that woman bored me. She is charming still, and she lives in the little red brick house in Kensington, with Morris papers and Whistler's etchings on the walls, and gives the same nice little dinner parties, with veal creams and ices from Gunter's, as she did 20 years ago. Philip did not ask by what means the ill-matched couple had separated, but Athelny told him. "Betty's not my wife, you know. My wife wouldn't divorce me. The children are bastards, every jack one of them, and are they any the worse for that? Betty was one of the maids in the little red brick house in Kensington. 4 or 5 years ago I was on my uppers, and I had 7 children, and I went to my wife and asked her to help me. She said she'd make me an allowance if I'd give up Betty and go abroad. Can you see me giving Betty up? We starved for a while instead. My wife said I loved the gutter. I've degenerated. I've come down in the world. I earn £3 a week as press agent to a linen draper, and every day I thank God that I'm not in the little red brick house in Kensington."
Sally brought in cheddar cheese, and Athelny went on with his fluent conversation. "It's the greatest mistake in the world to think that one needs money to bring up a family. You need money to make them gentlemen and ladies, but I don't want my children to be ladies and gentlemen. Sally's going to earn her living in another year. She's to be apprenticed to a dressmaker, aren't you, Sally? And the boys are going to serve their country. I want them all to go into the Navy. It's a jolly life and a healthy life, good food, good pay, and a pension to end their days on." Philip lit his pipe. Athelny smoked cigarettes of Havana tobacco, which he rolled himself. Sally cleared away. Philip was reserved, and it embarrassed him to be the recipient of so many confidences. Athelny, with his powerful voice in the diminutive body, with his bombast, with his foreign look, with his emphasis, was an astonishing creature. He reminded Philip a good deal of Cronshaw. He appeared to have the same independence of thought, the same bohemianism, but he had an infinitely more voracious temperament. His mind was coarser, and he had not that interest in the abstract which made Cronshaw's conversation so captivating. Athelny was very proud of the county family to which he belonged. He showed Philip photographs of an Elizabethan mansion, and told him, "The Athelnys have lived there for 7 centuries, my boy. Ah, if you saw the chimney pieces and the ceilings!" There was a cupboard in the wainscoting, and from this he took a family tree. He showed it to Philip with childlike satisfaction. It was indeed imposing. "You see how the family names recur? Thorpe, Athelstan, Harold, Edward. I've used the family names for my son. And the girls, you see, I've given Spanish names to." An uneasy feeling came to Philip that possibly the whole story was an elaborate imposture, not told with any base motive, but merely from a wish to impress, startle, and amaze. Athelny had told him that he was at Winchester, but Philip, sensitive to differences of manner, did not feel that his host had the characteristics of a man educated at a great public school. While he pointed out the great alliances which his ancestors had formed, Philip amused himself by wondering whether Athelny was not the son of some tradesman in Winchester, auctioneer or coal merchant, and whether a similarity of surname was not his only connection with the ancient family whose tree he was displaying. Chapter 87. Recording by Tom Weiss, tomsaudioBooks.com. Chapters 88 through 91 of Human Bondage. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Weiss. Of Human Bondage by W. Somerset Maugham. Chapter 88. There was a knock at the door, and a troop of children came in. They were clean and tidy now. Their faces shone with soap, and their hair was plastered down. They were going to Sunday school under Sally's charge. Athelny joked with them in his dramatic, exuberant fashion, and you could see that he was devoted to them all. His pride in their good health and their good looks was touching. Philip felt that they were a little shy in his presence, and when their father sent them off, they fled from the room in evident relief. In a few minutes Mrs. Athelny appeared. She had taken her hair out of the curling pins, and now wore an elaborate fringe. She had on a plain black dress, a hat with cheap flowers, and was forcing her hands, red and coarse from much work, into black kid gloves. "I'm going to church, Athelny," she said. "There's nothing you'll be wanting, is there?" "Only your prayers, my Betty." "They won't do you much good. You're too far gone for that," she smiled. Then, turning to Philip, she drawled, "I can't get him to go to church. He's no better than an atheist." "Doesn't she look like Rubens' second wife?" cried Athelny. "Wouldn't she look splendid in a 17th century costume? That's the sort of wife to marry, my boy. Look at her." "I believe you talked the hind leg off a donkey, Athelny," she answered calmly. She succeeded in buttoning her gloves, but before she went she turned to Philip with a kindly, slightly embarrassed smile. "You'll stay to tea, won't you?
Athelny likes someone to talk to, and it's not often he gets anybody who's clever enough." "Of course he'll stay to tea," said Athelny. Then, when his wife had gone, "I make a point of the children going to Sunday school, and I like Betty to go to church. I think women ought to be religious. I don't believe myself, but I like women and children to." Philip, straight-laced in matters of truth, was a little shocked by this airy attitude. "But how can you look on while your children are being taught things which you don't think are true?" "If they're beautiful, I don't much mind if they're not true. It's asking a great deal that things should appeal to your reason as well as to your sense of the aesthetic. I wanted Betty to become a Roman Catholic. I should have liked to see her converted in a crown of paper flowers. But she's hopelessly Protestant. Besides, religion is a matter of temperament. You will believe anything if you have the religious turn of mind, and if you haven't it doesn't matter what beliefs were instilled into you, you will grow out of them. Perhaps religion is the best school of morality. It is like one of those drugs you gentlemen use in medicine which carries another in solution. It is of no efficacy in itself, but enables the other to be absorbed. You take your morality because it is combined with religion. You lose the religion and the morality stays behind. A man is more likely to be a good man if he has learned goodness through the love of God than through a perusal of Herbert Spencer." This was contrary to all Philip's ideas. He still looked upon Christianity as a degrading bondage that must be cast away at any cost. It was connected subconsciously in his mind with the dreary services in the cathedral at Tercanbury, and the long hours of boredom in the cold church at Blackstable. And the morality of which Athelny spoke was to him no more than a part of the religion which a halting intelligence preserved when it had laid aside the beliefs which alone made it reasonable. But while he was meditating a reply, Athelny, more interested in hearing himself speak than in discussion, broke into a tirade upon Roman Catholicism. For him it was an essential part of Spain, and Spain meant so much to him, because he had escaped to it from the conventionality which during his married life he had found so irksome. With large gestures and in the emphatic tone which made what he said so striking, Athelny described to Philip the Spanish cathedrals with their vast dark spaces, the massive gold of the altarpieces, and the sumptuous ironwork, gilt and faded, the air laden with incense, the silence. Philip almost saw the canons in their short surplices of lawn, the acolytes in red, passing from the sacristy to the choir. He almost heard the monotonous chanting of vespers. The names which Athelny mentioned, Avila, Tarragona, Saragossa, Segovia, Cordova, were like trumpets in his heart. He seemed to see the great gray piles of granite set in old Spanish towns, and a landscape tawny, wild, and windswept. "I always thought I should love to go to Seville," he said casually, when Athelny, with one hand dramatically uplifted, paused for a moment. "Seville?" cried Athelny. "No, no, don't go there. Seville! It brings to mind girls dancing with castanets, singing in gardens by the Guadalquivir, bullfights, orange blossom, mantillas, montones de Manila. It is the Spain of comic opera and Montmartre. Its facile charm can offer permanent entertainment only to an intelligence which is superficial. Théophile Gautier got out of Seville all that it has to offer. We who come after him can only repeat his sensations. He put large fat hands on the obvious, and there is nothing but the obvious there, and it is all finger-marked and frayed. Morilla is its painter." Athelny got up from his chair, walked over to the Spanish cabinet, let down the front with its great gilt hinges and gorgeous lock, and displayed a series of little drawers. He took out a bundle of photographs. "Do you know El Greco?" he asked. "Oh, I remember one of the men in Paris was awfully impressed by him." El Greco was the painter of Toledo. Betty couldn't find the photograph I wanted to show you. It's a picture that El Greco painted of the city he loved, and it's truer than any photograph.
Come and sit at the table." Philip dragged his chair forward, and Athelny set the photograph before him. He looked at it curiously, for a long time, in silence. He stretched out his hand for other photographs, and Athelny passed them to him. He had never before seen the work of that enigmatic master, and at the first glance he was bothered by the arbitrary drawing. The figures were extraordinarily elongated. The heads were very small. The attitudes were extravagant. This was not realism, and yet, even in the photographs you had the impression of a troubling reality. Athelny was describing eagerly with vivid pleasures, but Philip only heard vaguely what he said. He was puzzled. He was curiously moved. These pictures seemed to offer some meaning to him, but he did not know what the meaning was. There were portraits of men with large, melancholy eyes, which seemed to say you knew not what. There were long monks in the Franciscan habit or in the Dominican, with distraught faces, making gestures whose sense escaped you. There was an Assumption of the Virgin. There was a crucifixion in which the painter, by some magic of feeling, had been able to suggest that the flesh of Christ's dead body was not human flesh only, but divine. And there was an Ascension in which the Saviour seemed to surge up towards the empyrean, and yet to stand upon the air as steadily as though it were solid ground. The uplifted arms of the apostles, the sweep of their draperies, their ecstatic gestures, gave an impression of exultation and of holy joy. The background of nearly all was the sky by night, the dark night of the soul, with wild clouds swept by strange winds of hell and lit luridly by an uneasy moon. "I've seen that sky in Toledo over and over again," said Athelny. "I have an idea that when first El Greco came to the city it was by such a night, and it made so vehement an impression upon him that he could never get away from it." Philip remembered how Clutton had been affected by this strange master, whose work he now saw for the first time. He thought that Clutton was the most interesting of all the people he had known in Paris. His sardonic manner, his hostile aloofness, had made it difficult to know him, but it seemed to Philip, looking back, that there had been in him a tragic force which sought vainly to express itself in painting. He was a man of unusual character, mystical after the fashion of a time that had no leaning to mysticism, who was impatient with life because he found himself unable to say the things which the obscure impulses of his heart suggested. His intellect was not fashioned to the uses of the spirit. It was not surprising that he felt a deep sympathy with the Greek who had devised a new technique to express the yearnings of his soul. Philip looked again at the series of portraits of Spanish gentlemen, with ruffles and pointed beards, their faces pale against the sober black of their clothes and the darkness of the background. El Greco was the painter of the soul, and these gentlemen, wan and wasted, not by exhaustion but by restraint, with their tortured minds, seemed to walk unaware of the beauty of the world. For their eyes look only in their hearts, and they are dazzled by the glory of the unseen. No painter has shown more piteously that the world is but a place of passage. The souls of the men he painted speak their strange longings through their eyes. Their senses are miraculously acute, not for sounds and odors and color, but for the very subtle sensations of the soul. The noble walks with the monkish heart within him, and his eyes see things which saints in their cells see too, and he is unastounded. His lips are not lips that smile. Philip, silent still, returned to the photograph of Toledo, which seemed to him the most arresting picture of them all. He could not take his eyes off it. He felt strangely that he was on the threshold of some new discovery in life. He was tremulous with a sense of adventure. He thought for an instant of the love that had consumed him. Love seemed very trivial beside the excitement which now leaped in his heart. The picture he looked at was a long one, with houses crowded upon a hill. In one corner a boy was holding a large map of the town. In another was a classical figure representing the river Tagus, and in the sky was the Virgin surrounded by angels. It was a landscape alien to all Philip's notion, for he had lived in circles that worshipped exact realism, and yet here again, strangely to himself, he felt a reality greater than any achieved by the masters in whose steps humbly he had sought to walk. He heard Athelny say that the representation was so precise that when the citizens of Toledo came to look at the picture they recognized their houses. The painter had painted exactly what he saw, but he had seen with the eyes of the spirit. There was something unearthly in that city of pale gray. It was a city of the soul seen by a wan light that was neither that of night nor day. It stood on a green hill, but of a green not of this world, and it was surrounded by massive walls and bastions to be stormed by no machines or engines of man's invention, but by prayer and fasting, by contrite sighs, and by mortifications of the flesh. It was a stronghold of God. Those gray houses were made of no stone known to masons. There was something terrifying in their aspect, and you did not know what men might live in them. You might walk through the streets and be unamazed to find them all deserted, and yet not empty. For you felt a presence invisible and yet manifest to every inner sense. It was a mystical city in which the imagination faltered like one who steps out of the light into darkness. The soul walked naked to and fro, knowing the unknowable, and conscious strangely of experience, intimate but inexpressible of the absolute. And without surprise, in that blue sky, real with a reality that not the eye but the soul confesses, with its rack of light clouds driven by strange breezes, like the cries and the sighs of lost souls, you saw the Blessed Virgin with a gown of red and a cloak of blue, surrounded by winged angels. Philip felt that the inhabitants of that city would have seen the apparition without astonishment, reverent and thankful, and have gone their ways. Athelny spoke of the mystical writers of Spain, of Teresa de Avila, San Juan de la Cruz, Fray Luis de Leon. In all of them was that passion for the unseen which Philip felt in the pictures of El Greco. They seemed to have the power to touch the incorporeal and see the invisible. They were Spaniards of their age, in whom were tremulous all the mighty exploits of a great nation. Their fancies were rich with the glories of America and the green islands of the Caribbean Sea. In their veins was the power that had come from age-long battling with the Moor. They were proud, for they were masters of the world, and they felt in themselves the wide distances, the tawny wastes, the snow-capped mountains of Castile, the sunshine and the blue sky, and the flowering plains of Andalusia. Life was passionate and manifold, and because it offered so much, they felt a restless yearning for something more. Because they were human, they were unsatisfied, and they threw this eager vitality of theirs into a vehement striving after the ineffable. Athelny was not displeased to find someone to whom he could read the translations with which for some time he had amused his leisure, and in his fine, vibrating voice he recited the Canticle of the Soul and Christ her Lover, the lovely poem which begins with the words "En una noche oscura, en la noche serena of Fray Luis de Leon." He had translated them quite simply, not without skill, and he had found words which at all events suggested the rough-hewn grandeur of the original. The pictures of El Greco explained them, and they explained the pictures. Philip had cultivated a certain disdain for idealism. He had always had a passion for life, and the idealism he had come across seemed to him for the most part a cowardly shrinking from it. The idealist withdrew himself because he could not suffer the jostling of the human crowd. He had not the strength to fight, and so called the battle vulgar. He was vain, and since his fellows would not take him at his own estimate, consoled himself with despising his fellows. For Philip his type was Hayward. Fair, languid, too fat now, and rather bald, still cherishing the remains of his good looks, and still delicately proposing to do exquisite things in the uncertain future. And at the back of this were whiskey and vulgar amours of the street. It was in reaction from what Hayward represented that Philip clamored for life as it stood. Sordidness, vice, deformity did not offend him. He declared that he wanted man in his nakedness. And he rubbed his hands when an instance came before him of meanness, cruelty, selfishness, or lust. That was the real thing. In Paris he had learned that there was neither ugliness nor beauty, but only truth. The search after beauty was sentimental. Had he not painted an advertisement of chocolat Menier in a landscape in order to escape from the tyranny of prettiness? But here he seemed to divine something new. He had been coming to it, all hesitating, for some time, but only now was conscious of the fact. He felt himself on the brink of a discovery. He felt vaguely that here was something better than the realism which he had adored. But certainly it was not the bloodless idealism which stepped aside from life and weakness. It was too strong. It was virile. It accepted life in all its vivacity, ugliness and beauty, squalor and heroism. It was realism still. But it was realism carried to some higher pitch, in which facts were transformed by the more vivid light in which they were seen. He seemed to see things more profoundly through the grave eyes of those dead noblemen of Castile, and the gestures of the saints, which at first had seemed wild and distorted, appeared to have some mysterious significance. But he could not tell what that significance was. It was like a message which it was very important for him to receive, but it was given him in an unknown tongue, and he could not understand. He was always seeking for a meaning in life, and here it seemed to him that a meaning was offered. But it was obscure and vague. He was profoundly troubled. He saw what looked like the truth as by flashes of lightning on a dark stormy night you might see a mountain range. He seemed to see that a man need not leave his life to chance, but that his will was powerful. He seemed to see that self-control might be as passionate and as active as the surrender to passion. He seemed to see that the inward life might be as manifold, as varied, as rich with experience, as the life of one who conquered realms and explored unknown lands. End of chapter 88. Chapter 89. The conversation between Philip and Athelny was broken into by a clatter up the stairs. Athelny opened the door for the children coming back from Sunday school, and with laughter and shouting they came in. Gaily he asked them what they had learned. Sally appeared for a moment with instructions from her mother that father was to amuse the children while she got tea ready, and Athelny began to tell them one of Hans Andersen's stories. They were not shy children, and they quickly came to the conclusion that Philip was not formidable. Jane came and stood by him and presently settled herself on his knees. It was the first time that Philip in his lonely life had been present in a family circle. His eyes smiled as they rested on the fair children engrossed in the fairy tale. The life of his new friend, eccentric as it appeared at first glance, seemed now to have the beauty of perfect naturalness. Sally came in once more. "Now then, children, tea's ready," she said. Jane slipped off Philip's knees, and they all went back to the kitchen. Sally began to lay the cloth on the long Spanish table. "Mother says, shall she come and have tea with you?" she asked. "I can give the children their tea." "Tell your mother that we shall be proud and honoured if she will favour us with her company," said Athelny. It seemed to Philip that he could never say anything without an oratorical flourish. "Then I'll lay for her," said Sally. She came back again in a moment with a tray on which were a cottage loaf, a slab of butter, and a jar of strawberry jam. While she placed the things on the table, her father chaffed her. He said it was quite time she was walking out. He told Philip that she was very proud and would have nothing to do with aspirants to that honour who lined up at the door 2 by 2 outside the Sunday school and craved the honour of escorting her home. "You do talk, father," said Sally with her slow, good-natured smile. You wouldn't think to look at her that a tailor's assistant has enlisted in the army because she would not say how do you do to him, and an electrical engineer, mind you, has taken to drink because she refused to share her hymn book with him in church. I shudder to think what will happen when she puts her hair up." "Mother'll bring the tea along herself," said Sally. "Sally never pays any attention to me," laughed Athelny, looking at her with fond, proud eyes. "She goes about her business, indifferent to wars, revolutions, and cataclysms. What a wife she'll make to an honest man." Mrs. Athelny brought in the tea. She sat down and proceeded to cut bread and butter. It amused Philip to see that she treated her husband as though he were a child. She spread jam for him and cut up the bread and butter into convenient slices for him to eat. She had taken off her hat, and in her Sunday dress, which seemed a little tight for her, she looked like one of the farmers' wives whom Philip used to call on sometimes with his uncle when he was a small boy. Then he knew why the sound of her voice was familiar to him. She spoke just like the people round Blackstable. "What part of the country do you come from?" he asked her. "I'm a Kentish woman. I come from Ferne." "I thought as much. My uncle's vicar of Blackstable." "That's a funny thing now," she said. "I was wondering in church just now whether you was any connection of Mr. Carey. Many's the time I've seen him. A cousin of mine married Mr. Barker of Roxley Farm, over by Blackstable Church, and I used to go and stay there often when I was a girl. Isn't that a funny thing now?" She looked at him with a new interest, and a brightness came into her faded eyes. She asked him whether he knew Ferne. It was a pretty village, about 10 miles across country from Blackstable, and the vicar had come over sometimes to Blackstable for the harvest Thanksgiving. She mentioned names of various farmers in the neighbourhood. She was delighted to talk again of the country in which her youth was spent, and it was a pleasure to hear her recall scenes and people that had remained in her memory with the tenacity peculiar to her class. It gave Philip a queer sensation too. A breath of the countryside seemed to be wafted into that panelled room in the middle of London. He seemed to see the fat Kentish fields with their stately elms, and his nostrils dilated with the scent of the air. It is laden with the salt of the North Sea, and that makes it keen and sharp. Philip did not leave the Athelnys till 10 o'clock. The children came in to say good night at 8, and quite naturally put up their faces for Philip to kiss. His heart went out to them. Sally only held out her hand. "Sally never kisses gentlemen till she's seen them twice," said her father. "You must ask me again then," said Philip. "You mustn't take any notice of what father says," remarked Sally with a smile. "She's a most self-possessed young woman," added her parent. They had supper of bread and cheese and beer while Mrs. Athelny was putting the children to bed, and when Philip went into the kitchen to bid her good night (she had been sitting there resting herself and reading the Weekly Dispatch) she invited him cordially to come again. "There's always a good dinner on Sundays so long as Athelny's in work," she said, "and it's a charity to come and talk to him." On the following Saturday Philip received a postcard from Athelny saying that they were expecting him to dinner next day; but fearing their means were not so much that Mr. Athelny would desire him to accept, Philip wrote back that he would only come to tea. He bought a large plum cake so that his entertainment should cost nothing. He found the whole family glad to see him, and the cake completed his conquest of the children. He insisted that they should all have tea together in the kitchen, and the meal was noisy and hilarious. Soon Philip got into the habit of going to Athelny's every Sunday. He became a great favourite with the children because he was simple and unaffected, and because it was so plain that he was fond of them. As soon as they heard his ring at the door, one of them popped a head out of window to make sure it was he, and then they all rushed downstairs tumultuously to let him in. They flung themselves into his arms. At tea they fought for the privilege of sitting next to him. Soon they began to call him Uncle Philip. Athelny was very communicative, and little by little Philip learned the various stages of his life. He had followed many occupations, and it occurred to Philip that he managed to make a mess
of everything he attempted. He had been on a tea plantation in Ceylon, and a traveller in America for Italian wines. His secretaryship of the water company in Toledo had lasted longer than any of his employments. He had been a journalist and for some time had worked as police court reporter for an evening paper. He had been sub-editor of a paper in the Midlands and editor of another on the Riviera. From all his occupations he had gathered amusing anecdotes which he told with a keen pleasure in his own powers of entertainment. He had read a great deal, chiefly delighting in books which were unusual, and he poured forth his stories of abstruse knowledge with childlike enjoyment of the amazement of his hearers. 3 or 4 years before, abject poverty had driven him to take the job of press representative to a large firm of drapers, and though he felt the work unworthy his abilities, which he rated highly, the firmness of his wife and the needs of his family had made him stick to it. End of chapter 89. Chapter 90. When he left the Athelnys, Philip walked down Chancery Lane and along the Strand to get a bus at the top of Parliament Street. One Sunday, when he had known them about 6 weeks, he did this as usual, but he found the Kennington bus full. It was June, but it had rained during the day, and the night was raw and cold. He walked up to Piccadilly Circus in order to get a seat. The bus waited at the fountain, and when it arrived there seldom had more than 2 or 3 people in it. This service ran every quarter of an hour, and he had some time to wait. He looked idly at the crowd. The public houses were closing, and there were many people about. His mind was busy with the ideas Athelny had the charming gift of suggesting. Suddenly his heart stood still. He saw Mildred. He had not thought of her for weeks. She was crossing over from the corner of Shaftesbury Avenue and stopped at the shelter till a string of cabs passed by. She was watching her opportunity and had no eyes for anything else. She wore a large black straw hat with a mass of feathers on it and a black silk dress. At that time it was fashionable for women to wear trains. The road was clear, and Mildred crossed, her skirt trailing on the ground, and walked down Piccadilly. Philip, his heart beating excitedly, followed her. He did not wish to speak to her, but he wondered where she was going at that hour. He wanted to get a look at her face. She walked slowly along and turned down Eyre Street and so got through into Regent Street. She walked up again towards the Circus. Philip was puzzled. He could not make out what she was doing. Perhaps she was waiting for somebody, and he felt a great curiosity to know who it was. She overtook a short man in a bowler hat who was strolling very slowly in the same direction as herself. She gave him a sidelong glance as she passed. He walked a few steps more till she came to Swan and Edgar's, then stopped and waited, facing the road. When the man came up, she smiled. The man stared at her for a moment, turned away his head, and sauntered on. Then Philip understood. He was overwhelmed with horror. For a moment he felt such a weakness in his legs that he could hardly stand. Then he walked after her quickly. He touched her on the arm. "Mildred." She turned round with a violent start. He thought that she reddened, but in the obscurity he could not see very well. For a while they stood and looked at one another without speaking. At last she said, "Fancy seeing you." He did not know what to answer. He was horribly shaken, and the phrases that chased one another through his brain seemed incredibly melodramatic. "It's awful," he gasped, almost to himself. She did not say anything more. She turned away from him and looked down at the pavement. He felt that his face was distorted with misery. "Is there anywhere we can go and talk?" "I don't want to talk," she said sullenly. "Leave me alone, can't you?" The thought struck him that perhaps she was in urgent need of money and could not afford to go away at that hour. "I've got a couple of sovereigns on me if you're hard up," he blurted out. "I don't know what you mean. I was just walking along here on my way back to my lodgings. I expected to meet one of the girls from where I work." "For God's sake, don't lie now," he said. Then he saw that she was crying, and he repeated his questions. "Can't we go and talk somewhere? Can't I come back to your rooms?" "No, you can't do that," she sobbed. "I'm not allowed to take gentlemen in there. If you like, I'll meet you tomorrow." He felt certain that she would not keep an appointment. He was not going to let her go. "No, you must take me somewhere now." "Well, there is a room I know, but they'll charge 6 shillings for it." "I don't mind that. Where is it?" She gave him the address, and he called a cab. They drove to a shabby street beyond the British Museum, in the neighbourhood of Gray's Inn Road, and she stopped the cab at the corner. "They don't like you to drive up to the door," she said. They were the first words either of them had spoken since getting into the cab. They walked a few yards, and Mildred knocked 3 times sharply at a door. Philip noticed in the fanlight a cardboard on which was an announcement that apartments were to let. The door was opened quietly, and an elderly tall woman let them in. She gave Philip a stare and then spoke to Mildred in an undertone. Mildred led Philip along a passage to a room at the back. It was quite dark. She asked him for a match and lit the gas. There was no globe, and the gas flared shrilly. Philip saw that he was in a dingy little bedroom with a suite of furniture, painted to look like pine much too large for it. The lace curtains were very dirty. The grate was hidden by a large paper fan. Mildred sank on the chair which stood by the side of the chimney-piece. Philip sat on the edge of the bed. He felt ashamed. He saw now that Mildred's cheeks were thick with rouge, her eyebrows were blackened, but she looked thin and ill, and the red on her cheeks exaggerated the greenish pallor of her skin. She stared at the paper fan in a listless fashion. Philip could not think what to say, and he had a choking in his throat as if he were going to cry. He covered his eyes with his hands. "My God, it is awful," he groaned. "I don't know what you've got to fuss about. I should have thought you'd have been rather pleased." Philip did not answer, and in a moment she broke into a sob. "You don't think I'd do it because I like it, do you?" "Oh, my dear," he cried, "I'm so sorry. I'm so awfully sorry." "That'll do me a fat lot of good." Again Philip found nothing to say. He was desperately afraid of saying anything which she might take for a reproach or a sneer. "Where's the baby?" he asked at last. "I've got her with me in London. I haven't got the money to keep her on at Brighton, so I had to take her. I've got a room up Highbury way. I told them I was on the stage. It's a long way to have to come down to the West End every day, but it's a rare job to find anyone who'll let to ladies at all." "Won't they take you back at the shop?" "I couldn't get any work to do anywhere. I walked my legs off looking for work. I did get a job once, but I was off for a week because I was queer, and when I went back they said they didn't want me any more. You can't blame them either, can you? Them places, they can't afford to have girls that aren't strong." "You don't look very well now," said Philip. "I wasn't fit to come out tonight, but I couldn't help myself. I wanted the money. I wrote to Emil and told him I was broke, but he never even answered the letter." "You might have written to me." "I didn't like to, not after what happened. And I didn't want you to know I was in difficulties. I shouldn't have been surprised if you'd just told me I'd only got what I deserved." "You don't know me very well, do you, even now?" For a moment he remembered all the anguish he had suffered on her account, and he was sick with the recollection of his pain. But it was no more than recollection. When he looked at her he knew that he no longer loved her. He was very sorry for her, but he was glad to be free. Watching her gravely, he asked himself why he had been so besotted with passion for her. "You're a gentleman in every sense of the word," she said. "You're the only one I've ever met." She paused for a moment and then flushed. "I hate asking you, Philip, but can you spare me anything?" "It's lucky I've got some money on me. I'm afraid I've only got £2." He gave her the sovereigns. "I'll pay you back, Philip." "Oh, that's all right," he smiled. "You needn't worry." He had said nothing that he wanted to say. They had talked as if the whole thing were natural. And it looked as though she would go now, back to the horror of her life, and he would be able to do nothing to prevent it. She had got up to take the money, and they were both standing. "Am I keeping you?" she asked. "I suppose you want to be getting home." "No, I'm in no hurry," he answered. "I'm glad to have a chance of sitting down." Those words, with all they implied, tore his heart. And it was dreadfully painful to see the weary way in which she sank back into the chair. The silence lasted so long that Philip, in his embarrassment, lit a cigarette. "It's very good of you not to have said anything disagreeable to me, Philip. I thought you might say I didn't know what all." He saw that she was crying again. He remembered how she had come to him when Emil Miller had deserted her, and how she had wept. The recollection of her suffering and of his own humiliation seemed to render more overwhelming the compassion he felt now. "If I could only get out of it," she moaned. "I hate it so. I'm unfit for the life. I'm not the sort of girl for that. I'll do anything to get away from it. I'd be a servant if I could. Oh, I wish I was dead." And in pity for herself she broke down now completely. She sobbed hysterically, and her thin body was shaken. "Oh, you don't know what it is. Nobody knows till they've done it." Philip could not bear to see her cry. He was tortured by the horror of her position. "Poor child," he whispered. "Poor child." He was deeply moved. Suddenly he had an inspiration. It filled him with a perfect ecstasy of happiness. "Look here, if you want to get away from it, I've got an idea. I'm frightfully hard up just now. I've got to be as economical as I can. But I've got a sort of little flat now in Kennington, and I've got a spare room. If you like, you and the baby can come and live there. I pay a woman 3 and 6 a week to keep the place clean and to do a little cooking for me. You could do that, and your food wouldn't come to much more than the money I should save on her. It doesn't cost any more to feed 2 than 1, and I don't suppose the baby eats much." She stopped crying and looked at him. "Do you mean to say that you could take me back after all that's happened?" Philip flushed a little in embarrassment at what he had to say. "I don't want you to mistake me. I'm just giving you a room which doesn't cost me anything and your food. I don't expect anything more from you than that you should do exactly the same as the woman I have in does. Except for that, I don't want anything from you at all. I dare say you can cook well enough for that." She sprang to her feet and was about to come towards him. "You are good to me, Philip." "No, please stop where you are," he said hurriedly, putting out his hand as though to push her away. He did not know why it was, but he could not bear the thought that she should touch him. "I don't want to be anything more than a friend to you." "You are good to me," she repeated. "You are good to me." "Does that mean you'll come?" "Oh, yes, I'll do anything to get away from this. You'll never regret what you've done, Philip. Never. When can I come, Philip?" "You'd better come tomorrow." Suddenly she burst into tears again. "What on earth are you crying for now?" he smiled. "I'm so grateful to you, I don't know how I can ever make it up to you." "Oh, that's all right. You better go home now." He wrote out the address and told her that if she came at 5:30 he would be ready for her. It was so late that he had to walk home, but it did not seem a long way, for he was intoxicated with delight. He seemed to walk on air. End of chapter 90. Chapter 91. Next day he got up early to make the room ready for Mildred. He told the woman who had looked after him that he would not want her any more. Mildred came about 6, and Philip, who was watching from the window, went down to let her in and help her to bring up the luggage. It consisted now of no more than 3 large parcels wrapped in brown paper,
for she had been obliged to sell everything that was not absolutely needful. She wore the same black silk dress she had worn the night before, and though she had now no rouge on her cheeks, there was still about her eyes the black which remained after a perfunctory wash in the morning. It made her look very ill. She was a pathetic figure as she stepped out of the cab with the baby in her arms. She seemed a little shy, and they found nothing but commonplace things to say to one another. "So you've got here all right." "I've never lived in this part of London before." Philip showed her the room. It was that in which Cronshaw had died. Philip, though he thought it absurd, had never liked the idea of going back to it, and since Cronshaw's death he had remained in the little room, sleeping on a fold-up bed into which he had first moved, in order to make his friend comfortable. The baby was sleeping placidly. "You don't recognize her, I expect," said Mildred. "I've not seen her since we took her down to Brighton." "Where shall I put her? She's so heavy I can't carry her very long." "I'm afraid I haven't got a cradle," said Philip with a nervous laugh. "Oh, she'll sleep with me. She always does." Mildred put the baby in an arm-chair and looked round the room. She recognized most of the things which she had known in his old diggings. Only one thing was new, a head and shoulders of Philip which Lawson had painted at the end of the preceding summer. It hung over the chimney-piece. Mildred looked at it critically. "In some ways I like it, and in some ways I don't. I think you're better looking than that." "Things are looking up," laughed Philip. "You've never told me I was good looking before." "I'm not one to worry myself about a man's looks. I don't like good-looking men. They're too conceited for me." Her eyes travelled round the room in an instinctive search for a looking-glass, but there was none. She put up her hand and patted her large fringe. "What'll the other people in the house say to my being here?" she asked suddenly. "Oh, there's only a man and his wife living here. He's out all day, and I never see her except on Saturday to pay my rent. They keep entirely to themselves. I've not spoken 2 words to either of them since I came." Mildred went into the bedroom to undo her things and put them away. Philip tried to read, but his spirits were too high. He leaned back in his chair, smoking a cigarette, and with smiling eyes looked at the sleeping child. He felt very happy. He was quite sure that he was not at all in love with Mildred. He was surprised that the old feeling had left him so completely. He discerned in himself a faint physical repulsion from her, and he thought that if he touched her it would give him goose-flesh. He could not understand himself. Presently, knocking at the door, she came in again. "I say, you needn't knock," he said. "Have you made the tour of the mansion?" "It's the smallest kitchen I've ever seen." "You'll find it large enough to cook our sumptuous repasts," he retorted lightly. "I see there's nothing in. I'd better go out and get something." "Yes, but I venture to remind you that we must be devilish economical." "What shall I get for supper?" "You'd better get what you think you can cook," laughed Philip. He gave her some money and she went out. She came in half an hour later and put her purchases on the table. She was out of breath from climbing the stairs. "I say, you are anaemic," said Philip. "I'll have to dose you with Blaud's pills." "It took me some time to find the shops. I bought some liver. That's tasty, isn't it? And you can't eat much of it, so it's more economical than butcher's meat." There was a gas stove in the kitchen, and when she had put the liver on, Mildred came into the sitting-room to lay the cloth. "Why are you only laying one place?" asked Philip. "Aren't you going to eat anything?" Mildred flushed. "I thought you mightn't like me to have my meals with you." "Why on earth not?" "Well, I'm only a servant, aren't I?" "Don't be an ass. How can you be so silly?" He smiled, but her humility gave him a curious twist in his heart. Poor thing. He remembered what she had been when first he knew her. He hesitated for an instant. "Don't think I'm conferring any benefit on you," he said. "It's simply a business arrangement. I'm giving you board and lodging in return for your work. You don't owe me anything. And there's nothing humiliating to you in it." She did not answer, but tears rolled heavily down her cheeks.
Philip knew from his experience at the hospital that women of her class looked upon service as degrading. He could not help feeling a little impatient with her. But he blamed himself, for it was clear that she was tired and ill. He got up and helped her to lay another place at the table. The baby was awake now, and Mildred had prepared some Mellin's food for it. The liver and bacon were ready, and they sat down. For economy's sake, Philip had given up drinking anything but water, but he had in the house a half bottle of whiskey, and he thought a little would do Mildred good. He did his best to make the supper pass cheerfully, but Mildred was subdued and exhausted. When they had finished, she got up to put the baby to bed. "I think you'll do well to turn in early yourself," said Philip. "You look absolute done up." "I think I will after I've washed up." Philip lit his pipe and began to read. It was pleasant to hear somebody moving about in the next room. Sometimes his loneliness had oppressed him. Mildred came in to clear the table, and he heard the clatter of plates as she washed up. Philip smiled as he thought how characteristic it was of her that she should do all that in a black silk dress. But he had work to do, and he brought his book up to the table. He was reading Osler's Medicine, which had recently taken the place in the student's favour of Taylor's work, for many years the textbook most in use. Presently Mildred came in, rolling down her sleeves. Philip gave her a casual glance, but did not move. The occasion was curious, and he felt a little nervous. He feared that Mildred might imagine he was going to make a nuisance of himself, and he did not quite know how without brutality to reassure her. "By the way, I've got a lecture at 9, so I should want breakfast at 8:15. Can you manage that?" "Oh, yes. Why, when I was in Parliament Street I used to catch the 8:12 from Herne Hill every morning." "I hope you'll find your room comfortable. You'll be a different woman tomorrow after a long night in bed." "I suppose you work till late?" "I generally work till about 11 or half past." "I'll say good night then." "Good night." The table was between them. He did not offer to shake hands with her. She shut the door quietly. He heard her moving about in the bedroom, and in a little while he heard the creaking of the bed as she got in. Chapter 91. Recording by Tom Weiss. Tom'sAudiobooks.com. Chapters 92 through 95 of Human Bondage. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Weiss. Of Human Bondage by W. Somerset Maugham. Chapter 92. The following day was Tuesday. Philip, as usual, hurried through his breakfast and dashed off to get to his lecture at 9. He had only time to exchange a few words with Mildred. When he came back in the evening, he found her seated at the window, darning his socks. "I say, you are industrious," he smiled. "What have you been doing with yourself all day?" "Oh, I gave the place a good cleaning, and then I took baby out for a little." She was wearing an old black dress, the same as she had worn as uniform when she served in the tea shop. It was shabby, but she looked better in it than in the silk of the day before. The baby was sitting on the floor. She looked up at Philip with large, mysterious eyes, and broke into a laugh when he sat down beside her and began playing with her bare toes. The afternoon sun came into the room and shed a mellow light. "It's rather jolly to come back and find someone about the place. A woman and a baby make very good decoration in a room." He had gone to the hospital dispensary and got a bottle of Blaud's pills. He gave them to Mildred and told her she must take them after each meal. It was a remedy she was used to, for she had taken it off and on ever since she was 16. "I'm sure Lawson would love that green skin of yours," said Philip. "He'd say it was so paintable, but I'm terribly matter-of-fact nowadays, and I shan't be angry till you're as pink and white as a milkmaid." "I feel better already."
After a frugal supper, Philip filled his pouch with tobacco and put on his hat. It was on Tuesdays that he generally went to the tavern in Beak Street, and he was glad that this day came so soon after Mildred's arrival, for he wanted to make his relations with her perfectly clear. "Are you going out?" she said. "Yes, on Tuesdays I give myself a night off. I shall see you tomorrow. Good night." Philip always went to the tavern with a sense of pleasure. McAllister, the philosophic stockbroker, was generally there and glad to argue upon any subject under the sun. Hayward came regularly when he was in London, and though he and McAllister disliked one another, they continued out of habit to meet on that one evening in the week. McAllister thought Hayward a poor creature, and sneered at his delicacies of sentiment. He asked satirically about Hayward's literary work, and received with scornful smiles his vague suggestions of future masterpieces. Their arguments were often heated, but the punch was good, and they were both fond of it. Towards the end of the evening they generally composed their differences and thought each other capital fellows. This evening Philip found them both there, and Lawson also. Lawson came more seldom now that he was beginning to know people in London, and went out to dinner a good deal. They were all on excellent terms with themselves, for McAllister had given them a good thing on the Stock Exchange, and Hayward and Lawson had made £50 apiece. It was a great thing for Lawson, who was extravagant and earned little money. He had arrived at that stage of the portrait painter's career when he was noticed a good deal by the critics, and found a number of aristocratic ladies who were willing to allow him to paint them for nothing. It advertised them both, and gave the great ladies quite an air of patronesses of the arts. But he very seldom got hold of the solid Philistine who was ready to pay good money for a portrait of his wife. Lawson was brimming over with satisfaction. "It's the most ripping way of making money that I've ever struck," he cried. "I didn't have to put my hand in my pocket for sixpence." "You lost something by not being here last Tuesday, young man," said McAllister to Philip. "My God, why didn't you write to me?" said Philip. "If you only knew how useful £100 would be to me." "Oh, there wasn't time for that. One has to be on the spot. I heard of a good thing last Tuesday, and I asked these fellows if they'd like to have a flutter. I bought them 1,000 shares on Wednesday morning, and there was a rise in the afternoon, so I sold them at once. I made £50 for each of them, and a couple of hundred for myself." Philip was sick with envy. He had recently sold the last mortgage in which his small fortune had been invested, and now had only £600 left. He was panic-stricken sometimes when he thought of the future. He had still to keep himself for 2 years before he could be qualified, and then he meant to try for hospital appointments, so that he could not expect to earn anything for 3 years at least. With the most rigid economy he would not have more than £100 left then. It was very little to have as a stand-by in case he was ill and could not earn money, or found himself at any time without work. A lucky gamble would make all the difference to him. "Oh, well, it doesn't matter," said McAllister. "Something is sure to turn up soon. There'll be a boom in South Africans again one of these days, and then I'll see what I can do for you." McAllister was in the Kaffir market, and often told them stories of the sudden fortunes that had been made in the great boom year of a year or two back. "Well, don't forget next time." They sat on talking till nearly midnight, and Philip, who lived furthest off, was the first to go. If he did not catch the last tram he had to walk, and that made him very late. As it was, he did not reach home till nearly 12:30. When he got upstairs he was surprised to find Mildred still sitting in his arm-chair. "Why on earth aren't you in bed?" he cried. "I wasn't sleeping." "You ought to go to bed all the same. It would rest you." She did not move. He noticed that since supper she had changed into her black silk dress. "I thought I'd rather wait up for you in case you wanted anything." She looked at him, and the shadow of a smile played upon her thin pale lips. Philip was not sure whether he understood or not. He was slightly embarrassed, but assumed a cheerful, matter-of-fact air. "It's very nice of you, but it's very naughty also.
Run off to bed as fast as you can, or you won't be able to get up tomorrow morning." "I don't feel like going to bed." "Nonsense," he said coldly. She got up a little sulkily and went into her room. He smiled when he heard her lock the door loudly. The next few days passed without incident. Mildred settled down in her new surroundings. When Philip hurried off after breakfast, she had the whole morning to do the housework. They ate very simply, but she liked to take a long time to buy the few things they needed. She could not be bothered to cook anything for her dinner, but made herself some cocoa and ate bread and butter. Then she took the baby out in the go-cart, and when she came in spent the rest of the afternoon in idleness. She was tired out, and it suited her to do so little. She made friends with Philip's forbidding landlady over the rent, which he left with Mildred to pay, and within a week was able to tell him more about his neighbours than he had learned in a year. "She's a very nice woman," said Mildred. "Quite the lady. I told her we was married." "Do you think that was necessary?" "Well, I had to tell her something. It looks so funny me being here and not married to you. I didn't know what she'd think of me." "I don't suppose she believed you for a moment." "That she did, I lay. I told her we'd been married 2 years. I had to say that, you know, because of baby. Only your people wouldn't hear of it because you was only a student." She pronounced it student. "And so we had to keep it a secret, but they'd given way now, and we were all going down to stay with them in the summer." "You're a past mistress of the cock and bull story," said Philip. He was vaguely irritated that Mildred still had this passion for telling fibs. In the last 2 years she had learnt nothing. But he shrugged his shoulders. "Well, all said and done," he reflected, "she hasn't had much chance." It was a beautiful evening, warm and cloudless, and the people of South London seemed to have poured out into the streets. There was that restlessness in the air which seizes the Cockney sometimes when a turn in the weather calls him into the open. After Mildred had cleared away the supper, she went and stood at the window. The street noises came to them, noises of people calling to one another, of the passing traffic, of a barrel organ in the distance. "I suppose you must work tonight, Philip?" she asked him, with a wistful expression. "I ought, but I don't know that I must. Why, do you want me to do anything else?" "I'd like to go out for a bit. Couldn't we take a ride on the top of a tram?" "If you like." "I'll just go and put on my hat," she said joyfully. The night made it almost impossible to stay indoors. The baby was asleep and could be safely left. Mildred said she always left it alone at night when she went out. It never woke. She was in high spirits when she came back with her hat on. She had taken the opportunity to put on a little rouge. Philip thought it was excitement which had brought a faint colour to her pale cheeks. He was touched by her childlike delight, and reproached himself for the austerity with which he had treated her. She laughed when she got out into the air. The first tram they saw was going towards Westminster Bridge, and they got on it. Philip smoked his pipe, and they looked at the crowded street. The shops were open, gaily lit, and people were doing their shopping for the next day. They passed a music hall called the Canterbury, and Mildred cried out, "Oh, Philip, do let's go there. I haven't been to a music hall for months." "We can't afford stalls, you know." "Oh, I don't mind. I shall be quite happy in the gallery." They got down and walked back 100 yards till they came to the doors. They got capital seats for 6d. each, high up, but not in the gallery, and the night was so fine that there was plenty of room. Mildred's eyes glistened. She enjoyed herself thoroughly. There was a simple-mindedness in her which touched Philip. She was a puzzle to him. Certain things in her still pleased him, and he thought that there was a lot in her which was very good. She had been badly brought up, and her life was hard. He had blamed her for much that she could not help. And it was his own fault if he had asked virtues from her which it was not in her power to give. Under different circumstances she might have been a charming girl. She was extraordinarily unfit for the battle of life. As he watched her now in profile, her mouth slightly open and that delicate flush on her cheeks, he thought she looked strangely virginal.
He felt an overwhelming compassion for her, and with all his heart he forgave her for the misery she had caused him. The smoky atmosphere made Philip's eyes ache, but when he suggested going, she turned to him with beseeching face and asked him to stay till the end. He smiled and consented. She took his hand and held it for the rest of the performance. When they streamed out with the audience into the crowded street, she did not want to go home. They wandered up the Westminster Bridge Road, looking at the people. "I've not had such a good time as this for months," she said. Philip's heart was full, and he was thankful to the fates because he had carried out his sudden impulse to take Mildred and her baby into his flat. It was very pleasant to see her happy gratitude. At last she grew tired, and they jumped on a tram to go home. It was late now, and when they got down and turned into their own street, there was no one about. Mildred slipped her arm through his. "It's just like old times, Phil," she said. She had never called him Phil before. That was what Griffiths called him, and even now it gave him a curious pang. He remembered how much he had wanted to die then. His pain had been so great that he had thought quite seriously of committing suicide. It all seemed very long ago. He smiled at his past self. Now he felt nothing for Mildred but infinite pity. They reached the house, and when they got into the sitting room, Philip lit the gas. "Is the baby all right?" he asked. "I'll just go in and see." When she came back it was to say that it had not stirred since she left it. It was a wonderful child. Philip held out his hand. "Well, good night." "Do you want to go to bed already?" "It's nearly 1. I'm not used to late hours these days," said Philip. She took his hand and holding it looked into his eyes with a little smile. "Phil, the other night in that room, when you asked me to come and stay here, I didn't mean what you thought I meant, when you said you didn't want me to be anything to you except just a cook and that sort of thing." "Didn't you?" asked Philip, withdrawing his hand. "I did." "Don't be such an old silly," she laughed. He shook his head. "I meant it quite seriously. I shouldn't have asked you to stay here on any other condition." "Why not?" "I feel I couldn't. I can't explain it, but it would spoil it all." She shrugged her shoulders. "Oh, very well, it's just as you choose. I'm not one to go down on my hands and knees for that and chance it." She went out, slamming the door behind her. Chapter 93. Next morning Mildred was sulky and taciturn. She remained in her room till it was time to get the dinner ready. She was a bad cook and could do little more than chops and steaks, and she did not know how to use up odds and ends, so that Philip was obliged to spend more money than he had expected. When she served up she sat down opposite Philip, but would eat nothing. He remarked on it. She said she had a bad headache and was not hungry. He was glad that he had somewhere to spend the rest of the day. The Athelnys were cheerful and friendly. It was a delightful and an unexpected thing to realise that everyone in that household looked forward with pleasure to his visit. Mildred had gone to bed when he came back, but next day she was still silent. At supper she sat with a haughty expression on her face and a little frown between her eyes. It made Philip impatient, but he told himself that he must be considerate to her. He was bound to make allowance. "You're very silent," he said with a pleasant smile. "I'm paid to cook and clean. I didn't know I was expected to talk as well." He thought it an ungracious answer, but if they were going to live together he must do all he could to make things go easily. "I'm afraid you're cross with me about the other night," he said. It was an awkward thing to speak about, but apparently it was necessary to discuss it. "I don't know what you mean," she answered. "Please don't be angry with me. I should never have asked you to come and live here if I'd not meant our relations to be merely friendly. I suggested it because I thought you wanted a home and you would have a chance of looking about for something to do." "Oh, don't think I care." "I don't for a moment," he hastened to say. "You mustn't think I'm ungrateful. I realise that you only proposed it for my sake.
It's just a feeling I have, and I can't help it. It would make the whole thing ugly and horrid." "You are funny," she said, looking at him curiously. "I can't make you out." She was not angry with him now, but puzzled. She had no idea what he meant. She accepted the situation. She had indeed a vague feeling that he was behaving in a very noble fashion, and that she ought to admire it. But also she felt inclined to laugh at him and perhaps even to despise him a little. "He's a rum customer," she thought. Life went smoothly enough with them. Philip spent all day at the hospital and worked at home in the evening except when he went to the Athelnys or to the tavern in Beak Street. Once the physician for whom he clerked asked him to a solemn dinner, and 2 or 3 times he went to parties given by fellow students. Mildred accepted the monotony of her life. If she minded that Philip left her sometimes by herself in the evening, she never mentioned it. Occasionally he took her to a music hall. He carried out his intention that the only tie between them should be the domestic service she did in return for board and lodging. She had made up her mind that it was no use trying to get work that summer, and with Philip's approval determined to stay where she was till the autumn. She thought it would be easy to get something to do then. "As far as I'm concerned you can stay on here until you've got a job if it's convenient. The room's there, and the woman who did for me before can come in to look after the baby." He grew very much attached to Mildred's child. He had a naturally affectionate disposition which had had little opportunity to display itself. Mildred was not unkind to the little girl. She looked after her very well, and once when she had a bad cold proved herself a devoted nurse. But the child bored her, and she spoke to her sharply when she bothered. She was fond of her, but had not the maternal passion which might have induced her to forget herself. Mildred had no demonstrativeness, and she found the manifestations of affection ridiculous. When Philip sat with the baby on his knees, playing with it and kissing it, she laughed at him. "You couldn't make more fuss of her if you was her father," she said. "You're perfectly silly with the child." Philip flushed, for he hated to be laughed at. It was absurd to be so devoted to another man's baby, and he was a little ashamed of the overflowing of his heart. But the child, feeling Philip's attachment, would put her face against his or nestle in his arms. "It's all very fine for you," said Mildred. "You don't have any of the disagreeable part of it. How would you like being kept awake for an hour in the middle of the night because her ladyship won't go to sleep?" Philip remembered all sorts of things of his childhood which he thought he had long forgotten. He took hold of the baby's toes. This little pig went to market. This little pig stayed at home. When he came home in the evening and entered the sitting room his first glance was for the baby sprawling on the floor, and it gave him a little thrill of delight to hear the child's crow of pleasure at seeing him. Mildred taught her to call him Daddy, and when the child did this for the first time of her own accord, laughed immoderately. "I wonder if you're that stuck on baby because she's mine," asked Mildred, "or if you'd be the same with anybody's baby." "I've never known anybody else's baby, so I can't say," said Philip. Towards the end of his second term as in-patient's clerk, a piece of good fortune befell Philip. It was the middle of July. He went one Tuesday evening to the tavern in Beak Street and found nobody there but Macalister. They sat together chatting about their absent friends, and after a while Macalister said to him: "Oh, by the way, I heard of a rather good thing today. New Kleinfonteins, it's a gold mine in Rhodesia. If you'd like to have a flutter you might make a bit." Philip had been waiting anxiously for such an opportunity, but now that it came he hesitated. He was desperately afraid of losing money. He had little of the gambler's spirit. "I'd love to, but I don't know if I dare risk it. How much could I lose if things went wrong?" "I shouldn't have spoken of it, only you seemed so keen about it," Macalister answered coldly. Philip felt that Macalister looked upon him as rather a donkey. "I'm awfully keen on making a bit," he laughed. "You can't make money unless you're prepared to risk money." Macalister began to talk of other things, and Philip, while he was answering him, kept thinking that if the venture turned out well the stockbroker would be very facetious at his expense next time they met. Macalister had a sarcastic tongue. "I think I will have a flutter if you don't mind," said Philip anxiously. "All right, I'll buy you 250 shares, and if I see a half-crown rise I'll sell them at once." Philip quickly reckoned out how much that would amount to, and his mouth watered. £30 would be a godsend just then, and he thought the fates owed him something. He told Mildred what he had done when he saw her at breakfast the next morning. She thought him very silly. "I never knew anyone who made money on the Stock Exchange," she said. "That's what Emil always said. You can't expect to make money on the Stock Exchange, he said." Philip bought an evening paper on his way home and turned at once to the money columns. He knew nothing about these things and had difficulty in finding the stock which Macalister had spoken of. He saw they had advanced a quarter. His heart leaped, and then he felt sick with apprehension in case Macalister had forgotten or for some reason had not bought. Macalister had promised to telegraph. Philip could not wait to take a tram home. He jumped into a cab. It was an unwonted extravagance. "Is there a telegram for me?" he said, as he burst in. "No," said Mildred. His face fell, and in bitter disappointment he sank heavily into a chair. "Then he didn't buy them for me after all. Curse him," he added violently. "What cruel luck, and I've been thinking all day of what I'd do with the money." "Why, what were you going to do?" she asked. "What's the good of thinking about that now? Oh, I wanted the money so badly." She gave a laugh and handed him a telegram. "I was only having a joke with you. I opened it." He tore it out of her hands. Macalister had bought him 250 shares and sold them at the half-crown profit he had suggested. The commission note was to follow next day. For one moment Philip was furious with Mildred for her cruel jest, but then he could only think of his joy. "It makes such a difference to me," he cried. "I'll stand you a new dress if you like." "I wanted it badly enough," she answered. "I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to be operated upon at the end of July." "Why? Have you got something the matter with you?" she interrupted. It struck her that an illness she did not know might explain what had so much puzzled her. He flushed, for he hated to refer to his deformity. "No, but they think they can do something to my foot. I couldn't spare the time before, and now it doesn't matter so much. I shall start my dressing in October instead of next month. I shall only be in the hospital a few weeks, and then we can go away to the seaside for the rest of the summer. It'll do us all good, you and the baby and me." "Oh, let's go to Brighton, Philip. I like Brighton. You get such a nice class of people there." Philip had vaguely thought of some little fishing village in Cornwall, but as she spoke it occurred to him that Mildred would be bored to death there. "I don't mind where we go as long as I get the sea." He did not know why, but he had suddenly an irresistible longing for the sea. He wanted to bathe, and he thought with delight of splashing about in the salt water. He was a good swimmer, and nothing exhilarated him like a rough sea. "I say, it will be jolly," he cried. "It'll be like a honeymoon, won't it?" she said. "How much can I have for my new dress, Phil?" Chapter 94. Philip asked Mr. Jacobs, the assistant surgeon for whom he had dressed, to do the operation. Jacobs accepted with pleasure, since he was interested just then in neglected talipes and was getting together materials for a paper. He warned Philip that he could not make his foot like the other, but he thought he could do a good deal, and though he would always limp he would be able to wear a boot less unsightly than that which he had been accustomed to. Philip remembered how he had prayed to a God who was able to remove mountains for him who had faith, and he smiled bitterly. "I don't expect a miracle," he answered. "I think you're wise to let me try what I can do. You'll find a club foot rather a handicap in practice. The layman is full of fads, and he doesn't like his doctor to have anything the matter with him." Philip went into a small ward, which was a room on the landing outside each ward, reserved for special cases. He remained there a month, for the surgeon would not let him go till he could walk, and, bearing the operation very well, he had a pleasant enough time. Lawson and Athelny came to see him, and one day Mrs. Athelny brought two of her children. Students whom he knew looked in now and again to have a chat. Mildred came twice a week. Everyone was very kind to him, and Philip, always surprised when anyone took trouble with him, was touched and grateful. He enjoyed the relief from care. He need not worry there about the future, neither whether his money would last out nor whether he would pass his final examinations. And he could read to his heart's content. He had not been able to read much of late, since Mildred disturbed him. She would make an aimless remark when he was trying to concentrate his attention, and would not be satisfied unless he answered. Whenever he was comfortably settled down with a book, she would want something done and would come to him with a cork she could not draw or a hammer to drive in a nail. They settled to go to Brighton in August. Philip wanted to take lodgings, but Mildred said that she would have to do housekeeping, and it would only be a holiday for her if they went to a boarding house. "I have to see about the food every day at home. I get that sick of it I want a thorough change." Philip agreed, and it happened that Mildred knew of a boarding house at Kemp Town where they would not be charged more than 25 shillings a week each. She arranged with Philip to write about rooms, but when he got back to Kennington he found that she had done nothing. He was irritated. "I shouldn't have thought you had so much to do as all that," he said. "Well, I can't think of everything. It's not my fault if I forget, is it?" Philip was so anxious to get to the sea that he would not wait to communicate with the mistress of the boarding house. "We'll leave the luggage at the station and go to the house and see if they've got rooms. And if they have we can just send an outside porter for our traps." "You can please yourself," said Mildred stiffly. She did not like being reproached, and, retiring huffily into a haughty silence, she sat by listlessly while Philip made the preparations for their departure. The little flat was hot and stuffy under the August sun, and from the road beat up a malodorous sultriness. As he lay in his bed in the small ward with its red distempered walls, he had longed for fresh air and the splashing of the sea against his breast. He felt he would go mad if he had to spend another night in London. Mildred recovered her good temper when she saw the streets of Brighton crowded with people making holiday, and they were both in high spirits as they drove out to Kemp Town. Philip stroked the baby's cheek. "We shall get a very different colour into them when we've been down here a few days," he said, smiling. They arrived at the boarding house and dismissed the cab. An untidy maid opened the door and, when Philip asked if they had rooms, said she would inquire. She fetched her mistress. A middle-aged woman, stout and businesslike, came downstairs, gave them the scrutinising glance of her profession, and asked what accommodation they required. "2 single rooms, and if you've got such a thing we'd rather like a cot in one of them." "I'm afraid I haven't got that. I've got one nice large double room, and I could let you have a cot." "I don't think that would do," said Philip. "I could give you another room next week. Brighton's very full just now, and people have to take what they can get." "If it were only for a few days, Philip, I think we might be able to manage," said Mildred. "I think 2 rooms would be more convenient. Can you recommend any other place where they take boarders?" "I can, but I don't suppose they'd have room any more than I have." "Perhaps you wouldn't mind giving me the address?" The house the stout woman suggested was in the next street, and they walked towards it. Philip could walk quite well, though he had to lean on a stick, and he was rather weak. Mildred carried the baby. They went for a little in silence, and then he saw she was crying. It annoyed him, and he took no notice, but she forced his attention. "Lend me a hanky, will you? I can't get at mine with baby," she said in a voice strangled with sobs, turning her head away from him. He gave her his handkerchief, but said nothing. She dried her eyes, and as he did not speak, went on. "I might be poisonous." "Please don't make a scene in the street," he said. "It'll look so funny insisting on separate rooms like that. What'll they think of us?" "If they knew the circumstances, I imagine they'd think us surprisingly moral," said Philip. She gave him a sidelong glance. "You're not going to give it away that we're not married?" she asked quickly. "No." "Why won't you live with me as if we were married then?" "My dear, I can't explain. I don't want to humiliate you, but I simply can't. I dare say it's very silly and unreasonable, but it's stronger than I am. I loved you so much that now—" He broke off. "After all, there's no accounting for that sort of thing. A fat lot you must have loved me," she exclaimed. The boarding house to which they had been directed was kept by a bustling maiden lady with shrewd eyes and voluble speech. They could have one double room for 25 shillings a week each and 5 shillings extra for the baby, or they could have 2 single rooms for £1 a week more. "I have to charge that much more," the woman explained apologetically, "because if I'm pushed to it I can put 2 beds even in the single room. I dare say that won't ruin us. What do you think, Mildred?" "Oh, I don't mind. Anything's good enough for me," she answered. Philip passed off her sulky reply with a laugh, and then, the landlady having arranged to send for their luggage, they sat down to rest themselves. Philip's foot was hurting him a little, and he was glad to put it up on a chair. "I suppose you don't mind my sitting in the same room with you," said Mildred aggressively. "Don't let's quarrel, Mildred," he said gently. "I didn't know you was so well off you could afford to throw away £1 a week." "Don't be angry with me. I assure you it's the only way we can live together at all." "I suppose you despise me. That's it." "Of course I don't. Why should I?" "It's so unnatural." "Is it? You're not in love with me, are you?" "Me? What do you take me for?" "It's not as if you were a very passionate woman. You're not that." "It's so humiliating," she said sulkily. "Oh, I wouldn't fuss about that if I were you." There were about a dozen people in the boarding house. They ate in a narrow, dark room at a long table, at the head of which the landlady sat and carved. The food was bad. The landlady called it French cooking, by which she meant that the poor quality of the materials was disguised by ill-made sauces. Plaice masqueraded as sole, and New Zealand mutton as lamb. The kitchen was small and inconvenient, so that everything was served up lukewarm. The people were dull and pretentious: old ladies with elderly maiden daughters, funny old bachelors with mincing ways, pale-faced middle-aged clerks with wives who talked of their married daughters and their sons who were in a very good position in the colonies. At table they discussed Miss Corelli's latest novel. Some of them liked Lord Leighton better than Mr. Alma Tadema, and some of them liked Mr. Alma Tadema better than Lord Leighton. Mildred soon told the ladies of her romantic marriage with Philip, and he found himself an object of interest because his family, county people in a very good position, had cut him off with a shilling because he married while he was only a student, and Mildred's father, who had a large place down Devonshire way, wouldn't do anything for them because she had married Philip. That was why they had come to a boarding house and had not a nurse for the baby. But they had to have 2 rooms because they were both used to a good deal of accommodation, and they didn't care to be cramped. The other visitors also had explanations of their presence. One of the single gentlemen generally went to the Metropole for his holiday, but he liked cheerful company, and you couldn't get that at one of those expensive hotels. And the old lady with the middle-aged daughter was having her beautiful house in London done up, and she said to her daughter, "Gwenny, my dear, we must have a cheap holiday this year." And so they had come there, though of course it wasn't at all the kind of thing they were used to. Mildred found them all very superior, and she hated a lot of common, rough people. She liked gentlemen to be gentlemen in every sense of the word. "When people are gentlemen and ladies," she said, "I like them to be gentlemen and ladies." The remark seemed cryptic to Philip, but when he heard her say it 2 or 3 times to different persons and found that it aroused hearty agreement, he came to the conclusion that it was only obscure to his own intelligence. It was the first time that Philip and Mildred had been thrown entirely together. In London he did not see her all day, and when he came home the household affairs, the baby, the neighbours, gave them something to talk about till he settled down to work. Now he spent the whole day with her. After breakfast they went down to the beach. The morning went easily enough with a bath and a stroll along the front. The evening, which they spent on the pier, having put the baby to bed, was tolerable, for there was music to listen to and a constant stream of people to look at. Philip amused himself by imagining who they were and weaving little stories about them. He had got into the habit of answering Mildred's remarks with his mouth only so that his thoughts remained undisturbed. But the afternoons were long and dreary. They sat on the beach. Mildred said they must get all the benefit they could out of Dr. Brighton, and he could not read because Mildred made observations frequently about things in general. If he paid no attention, she complained. "Oh, leave that silly old book alone. It can't be good for you always reading. You'll addle your brain, that's what you'll do, Philip." "Oh, rot," he answered. "Besides, it's so unsociable." He discovered that it was difficult to talk to her. She had not even the power of attending to what she was herself saying, so that a dog running in front of her or the passing of a man in a loud blazer would call forth a remark, and then she would forget what she had been speaking of. She had a bad memory for names, and it irritated her not to be able to think of them, so that she would pause in the middle of some story to rack her brains. Sometimes she had to give it up, but it often occurred to her afterwards, and when Philip was talking of something she would interrupt him. "Collins, that was it. I knew it would come back to me sometime. Collins, that's the name I couldn't remember." It exasperated him because it showed that she was not listening to anything he said, and yet if he was silent she reproached him for sulkiness. Her mind was of an order that could not deal for 5 minutes with the abstract, and when Philip gave way to his taste for generalising, she very quickly showed that she was bored. Mildred dreamt a great deal, and she had an accurate memory for her dreams, which she would relate every day with prolixity. One morning he received a long letter from Thorpe Athelny. He was taking his holiday in the theatrical way, in which there was much sound sense, which characterised him. He had done the same thing for 10 years. He took his whole family to a hop field in Kent, not far from Mrs. Athelny's home, and they spent 3 weeks hopping. It kept them in the open air, earned them money, much to Mrs. Athelny's satisfaction, and renewed their contact with Mother Earth. It was upon this that Athelny laid stress. The sojourn in the fields gave them a new strength. It was like a magic ceremony by which they renewed their youth and the power of their limbs and the sweetness of their spirit. Philip had heard him say many fantastic, rhetorical, and picturesque things on the subject. Now Athelny invited him to come over for a day. He had certain meditations on Shakespeare and the musical glasses which he desired to impart, and the children were clamouring for a sight of Uncle Philip. Philip read the letter again in the afternoon when he was sitting with Mildred on the beach. He thought of Mrs. Athelny, cheerful mother of many children with her kindly hospitality and her good humour; of Sally, grave for her years, with funny little maternal ways and an air of authority, with her long plait of fair hair and her broad forehead; and then in a bunch of all the others, merry, boisterous, healthy, and handsome. His heart went out to them. There was one quality which they had that he did not remember to have noticed in people before, and that was goodness. It had not occurred to him till now, but it was evidently the beauty of their goodness which attracted him. In theory he did not believe in it. If morality were no more than a matter of convenience, good and evil had no meaning. He did not like to be illogical, but here was simple goodness, natural and without effort, and he thought it beautiful. Meditating, he slowly tore the letter into little pieces. He did not see how he could go without Mildred, and he did not want to go with her. It was very hot, the sky was cloudless, and they had been driven to a shady corner. The baby was gravely playing with stones on the beach, and now and then she crawled up to Philip and gave him one to hold, then took it away again and placed it carefully down. She was playing a mysterious and complicated game known only to herself. Mildred was asleep. She lay with her head thrown back and her mouth slightly open. Her legs were stretched out and her boots protruded from her petticoats in a grotesque fashion. His eyes had been resting on her vaguely, but now he looked at her with peculiar attention. He remembered how passionately he had loved her, and he wondered why now he was entirely indifferent to her. The change in him filled him with dull pain. It seemed to him that all he had suffered had been sheer waste. The touch of her hand had filled him with ecstasy. He had desired to enter into her soul so that he could share every thought with her and every feeling. He had suffered acutely because, when silence had fallen between them, a remark of hers showed how far their thoughts had travelled apart, and he had rebelled against the unsurmountable wall which seemed to divide every personality from every other. He found it strangely tragic that he had loved her so madly and now loved her not at all. Sometimes he hated her. She was incapable of learning, and the experience of life had taught her nothing. She was as unmannerly as she had always been. It revolted Philip to hear the insolence with which she treated the hard-worked servant at the boarding house. Presently he considered his own plans. At the end of his fourth year he would be able to take his examination in midwifery, and a year more would see him qualified. Then he might manage a journey to Spain. He wanted to see the pictures which he knew only from photographs. He felt deeply that El Greco held the secret of peculiar moment to him, and he fancied that in Toledo he would surely find it out. He did not wish to do things grandly, and on £100 he might live for 6 months in Spain. If Macalister put him on to another good thing, he could make that easily. His heart warmed at the thought of those old, beautiful cities and the tawny plains of Castile. He was convinced that more might be got out of life than offered itself at present, and he thought that in Spain he could live with greater intensity. It might be possible to practise in one of those old cities. There were a good many foreigners, passing or resident, and he should be able to pick up a living. But that would be much later. First he must get 1 or 2 hospital appointments. They gave experience and made it easy to get jobs afterwards. He wished to get a berth as ship's doctor on one of the large tramps that took things leisurely enough for a man to see something of the places at which they stopped. He wanted to go to the East, and his fancy was rich with pictures of Bangkok and Shanghai and the ports of Japan. He pictured to himself palm trees and skies blue and hot, dark-skinned people, pagodas. The sense of the Orient intoxicated his nostrils. His heart but with passionate desire for the beauty and the strangeness of the world. Mildred awoke. "I do believe I've been asleep," she said. "Now then, you naughty girl, what have you been doing to yourself? Her dress was clean yesterday, and just look at it now, Philip." End of chapter 94. Recording by Tom Weiss, tomsaudioBooks.com. Chapters 95 through 97 of Human Bondage. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Weiss. Of Human Bondage by W. Somerset Maugham. Chapter 95. When they returned to London, Philip began his dressing in the surgical wards. He was not so much interested in surgery as in medicine, which, a more empirical science, offered greater scope to the imagination. The work was a little harder than the corresponding work on the medical side. There was a lecture from 9 till 10, when he went into the wards. There wounds had to be dressed, stitches taken out, bandages renewed. Philip prided himself a little on his skill in bandaging, and it amused him to wring a word of approval from a nurse. On certain afternoons in the week there were operations, and he stood in the well of the theatre in a white jacket, ready to hand the operating surgeon any instrument he wanted, or to sponge the blood away so that he could see what he was about. When some rare operation was to be performed, the theatre would fill up, but generally there were not more than half a dozen students present, and then the proceedings had a coziness which Philip enjoyed. At that time the world at large seemed to have a passion for appendicitis, and a good many cases came to the operating theatre for this complaint. The surgeon for whom Philip dressed was in friendly rivalry with a colleague as to which could remove an appendix in the shortest time and with the smallest incision.
In due course Philip was put on accident duty. The dressers took this in turn. It lasted 3 days, during which they lived in hospital and ate their meals in the common room. They had a room on the ground floor near the casualty ward, with a bed that shut up during the day into a cupboard. The dresser on duty had to be at hand day and night to see to any casualty that came in. You were on the move all the time, and not more than an hour or two passed during the night without the clanging of the bell just above your head, which made you leap out of bed instinctively. Saturday night was, of course, the busiest time, and the closing of the public houses the busiest hour. Men would be brought in by the police dead drunk, and it would be necessary to administer a stomach pump. Women, rather the worse for liquor themselves, would come in with a wound on the head or a bleeding nose which their husbands had given them. Some would vow to have the law on him, and others, ashamed, would declare that it had been an accident. What the dresser could manage himself he did, but if there was anything important he sent for the house surgeon. He did this with care, since the house surgeon was not vastly pleased to be dragged down 5 flights of stairs for nothing. The cases ranged from a cut finger to a cut throat. Boys came in with hands mangled by some machine, men were brought who had been knocked down by a cab, and children who had broken a limb while playing. Now and then attempted suicides were carried in by the police. Philip saw a ghastly, wild-eyed man with a great gash from ear to ear, and he was in the ward for weeks afterward in charge of a constable, silent, angry because he was alive, and sullen. He made no secret of the fact that he would try again to kill himself as soon as he was released. The wards were crowded, and the house surgeon was faced with a dilemma when patients were brought in by the police. If they were sent on to the station and died there, disagreeable things were said in the papers, and it was very difficult sometimes to tell if a man was dying or drunk. Philip did not go to bed till he was tired out, so that he should not have the bother of getting up again in an hour, and he sat in the casualty ward talking in the intervals of work with the night nurse. She was a gray-haired woman of masculine appearance, who had been night nurse in the casualty department for 20 years. She liked the work because she was her own mistress and had no sister to bother her. Her movements were slow, but she was immensely capable, and she never failed in an emergency. The dressers, often inexperienced or nervous, found her a tower of strength. She had seen thousands of them, and they made no impression upon her. She always called them Mr. Brown, and when they expostulated and told her their real names, she merely nodded and went on calling them Mr. Brown. It interested Philip to sit with her in the bare room, with its 2 horsehair couches and the flaring gas, and listen to her. She had long ceased to look upon the people who came in as human beings. They were drunks, or broken arms, or cut throats. She took the vice and misery and cruelty of the world as a matter of course. She found nothing to praise or blame in human actions. She accepted. She had a certain grim humour. "I remember one suicide," she said to Philip, "who threw himself into the Thames. They fished him out and brought him here, and 10 days later he developed typhoid fever from swallowing Thames water." "Did he die?" "Yes, he did all right. I could never make up my mind if it was suicide or not. They're a funny lot, suicides. I remember one man who couldn't get any work to do and his wife died, so he pawned his clothes and bought a revolver. But he made a mess of it. He only shot out an eye, and he got all right. And then, if you please, with an eye gone and a piece of his face blown away, he came to the conclusion that the world wasn't such a bad place after all, and he lived happily ever afterwards. Thing I've always noticed, people don't commit suicide for love as you'd expect. That's just the fancy of novelists. They commit suicide because they haven't got any money. I wonder why that is." "I suppose money's more important than love," suggested Philip. Money was in any case occupying Philip's thoughts a good deal just then. He discovered the little truth there was in the airy saying which himself had repeated, that 2 could live as cheaply as 1, and his expenses were beginning to worry him. Mildred was not a good manager, and it cost them as much to live as if they had eaten in restaurants. The child needed clothes, and Mildred boots, an umbrella,
and other small things which it was impossible for her to do without. When they returned from Brighton she had announced her intention of getting a job, but she took no definite steps, and presently a bad cold laid her up for a fortnight. When she was well she answered one or two advertisements, but nothing came of it. Either she arrived too late and the vacant place was filled, or the work was more than she felt strong enough to do. Once she got an offer, but the wages were only 14 shillings a week, and she thought she was worth more than that. "It's no good letting oneself be put upon," she remarked. "People don't respect you if you let yourself go too cheap." "I don't think 14 shillings is so bad," answered Philip dryly. He could not help thinking how useful it would be towards the expenses of the household. And Mildred was already beginning to hint that she did not get a place because she had not got a decent dress to interview employers in. He gave her the dress, and she made one or two more attempts, but Philip came to the conclusion that they were not serious. She did not want to work. The only way he knew to make money was on the Stock Exchange, and he was very anxious to repeat the lucky experiment of the summer. But war had broken out with the Transvaal, and nothing was doing in South Africans. Macalister told him that Redvers Butler would march into Pretoria in a month, and then everything would boom. The only thing was to wait patiently. What they wanted was a British reverse to knock things down a bit, and then it might be worth while buying. Philip began reading assiduously the City Chat of his favourite newspaper. He was worried and irritable. Once or twice he spoke sharply to Mildred, and since she was neither tactful nor patient she answered with temper, and they quarrelled. Philip always expressed his regret for what he had said, but Mildred had not a forgiving nature, and she would sulk for a couple of days. She got on his nerves in all sorts of ways, by the manner in which she ate, and by the untidiness which made her leave articles of clothing about their sitting room. Philip was excited by the war and devoured the papers morning and evening, but she took no interest in anything that happened. She had made the acquaintance of 2 or 3 people who lived in the street, and one of them had asked if she would like the curate to call on her. She wore a wedding ring and called herself Mrs. Carey. On Philip's walls were 2 or 3 of the drawings which he had made in Paris, nudes, 2 of the women, and one of Miguel Ahura standing very square on his feet, with clenched fists. Philip kept them because they were the best things he had done, and they reminded him of happy days. Mildred had long looked at them with disfavour. "I wish you'd take those drawings down, Philip," she said to him at last. "Mrs. Foreman of number 13 came in yesterday afternoon, and I didn't know which way to look. I saw her staring at them." "What's the matter with them?" "They're indecent. Disgusting, that's what I call it, to have drawings of naked people about. And it isn't nice for baby either. She's beginning to notice things now." "How can you be so vulgar?" "Vulgar? Modest, I call it. I've never said anything, but do you think I like having to look at those naked people all day long?" "Have you no sense of humour at all, Mildred?" he asked frigidly. "I don't know what sense of humour's got to do with it. I've got a good mind to take them down myself. If you want to know what I think about them, I think they're disgusting." "I don't want to know what you think about them, and I forbid you to touch them." When Mildred was cross with him, she punished him through the baby. The little girl was as fond of Philip as he was of her, and it was her great pleasure every morning to crawl into his room (she was getting on for 2 now and could walk pretty well) and be taken up into his bed. When Mildred stopped this, the poor child would cry bitterly. To Philip's remonstrances she replied, "I don't want her to get into habits." And if then he said anything more, she said, "It's nothing to do with you, what I do with my child. To hear you talk you would think you was her father. I'm her mother, and I ought to know what's good for her, oughtn't I?" Philip was exasperated by Mildred's stupidity, but he was so indifferent to her now that it was only at times she made him angry. He grew used to having her about. Christmas came, and with it a couple of days' holiday for Philip. He brought some holly in and decorated the flat, and on Christmas Day he gave small presents to Mildred and the baby. There were only 2 of them, so they could not have a turkey,
but Mildred roasted a chicken and boiled a Christmas pudding which she had bought at the local grocer's. They stood themselves a bottle of wine. When they had dined, Philip sat in his armchair by the fire smoking his pipe, and the unaccustomed wine had made him forget for a while the anxiety about money which was so constantly with him. He felt happy and comfortable. Presently Mildred came in to tell him that the baby wanted him to kiss her good night, and with a smile he went into Mildred's bedroom. Then, telling the child to go to sleep, he turned down the gas and, leaving the door open in case she cried, went back into the sitting room. "Where are you going to sit?" he asked Mildred. "You sit in your chair. I'm going to sit on the floor." When he sat down, she settled herself in front of the fire and leaned against his knees. He could not help remembering that this was how they had sat together in her rooms in the Vauxhall Bridge Road, but the positions had been reversed. It was he who had sat on the floor and leaned his head against her knee. How passionately he had loved her then. Now he felt for her a tenderness he had not known for a long time. He seemed still to feel twined round his neck the baby's soft little arms. "Are you comfy?" he asked. She looked up at him, gave a slight smile, and nodded. They gazed into the fire dreamily without speaking to one another. At last she turned round and stared at him curiously. "Do you know that you haven't kissed me once since I came here?" she said suddenly. "Do you want me to?" he smiled. "I suppose you don't care for me in that way any more?" "I'm very fond of you." "You're much fonder of baby." He did not answer, and she laid her cheek against his hand. "You're not angry with me any more?" she asked presently, with her eyes cast down. "Why on earth should I be?" "I've never cared for you as I do now. It's only since I passed through the fire that I've learnt to love you." It chilled Philip to hear her make use of the sort of phrase she read in the penny novelettes which she devoured. Then he wondered whether what she said had any meaning for her. Perhaps she knew no other way to express her genuine feelings than the stilted language of the Family Herald. "It seems so funny our living together like this." He did not reply for quite a long time, and silence fell upon them again, but at last he spoke, and seemed conscious of no interval. "You mustn't be angry with me. One can't help these things. I remember that I thought you wicked and cruel because you did this, that, and the other. But it was very silly of me. You didn't love me, and it was absurd to blame you for that. I thought I could make you love me, but I know now that was impossible. I don't know what it is that makes someone love you, but whatever it is, it's the only thing that matters, and if it isn't there you won't create it by kindness or generosity or anything of that sort." "I should have thought if you'd loved me really you'd have loved me still." "I should have thought so too. I remember how I used to think that it would last for ever. I felt I would rather die than be without you, and I used to long for the time when you would be faded and wrinkled so that nobody cared for you any more, and I should have you all to myself." She did not answer, and presently she got up and said she was going to bed. She gave a timid little smile. "It's Christmas Day, Philip. Won't you kiss me good night?" He gave a laugh, blushed slightly, and kissed her. She went to her bedroom, and he began to read. Chapter 95. Chapter 96. The climax came 2 or 3 weeks later. Mildred was driven by Philip's behaviour to a pitch of strange exasperation. There were many different emotions in her soul, and she passed from mood to mood with facility. She spent a great deal of time alone and brooded over her position. She did not put all her feelings into words, she did not even know what they were, but certain things stood out in her mind, and she thought of them over and over again. She had never understood Philip, nor had very much liked him, but she was pleased to have him about her because she thought he was a gentleman. She was impressed because his father had been a doctor and his uncle was a clergyman. She despised him a little because she had made such a fool of him, and at the same time was never quite comfortable in his presence. She could not let herself go, and she felt that he was criticising her manners. When she first came to live in the little rooms in Kennington, she was tired out and ashamed. She was glad to be left alone. It was a comfort to think that there was no rent to pay. She need not go out in all weathers, and she could lie quietly in bed if she did not feel well. She had hated the life she led. It was horrible to have to be affable and subservient, and even now when it crossed her mind she cried with pity for herself as she thought of the roughness of men and their brutal language. But it crossed her mind very seldom. She was grateful to Philip for coming to her rescue, and when she remembered how honestly he had loved her and how badly she had treated him, she felt a pang of remorse. It was easy to make it up to him. It meant very little to her. She was surprised when he refused her suggestion, but she shrugged her shoulders. Let him put on airs if he liked. She did not care. He would be anxious enough in a little while, and then it would be her turn to refuse. If he thought it was any deprivation to her, he was very much mistaken. She had no doubt of her power over him. He was peculiar, but she knew him through and through. He had so often quarrelled with her and sworn he would never see her again, and then in a little while he had come on his knees begging to be forgiven. It gave her a thrill to think how he had cringed before her. He would have been glad to lie down on the ground for her to walk on him. She had seen him cry. She knew exactly how to treat him. Pay no attention to him. Just pretend you didn't notice his tempers. Leave him severely alone. And in a little while he was sure to grovel. She laughed a little to herself good-humouredly when she thought how he had come and eaten dirt before her. She had had her fling now. She knew what men were and did not want to have anything more to do with them. She was quite ready to settle down with Philip. When all was said, he was a gentleman in every sense of the word, and that was something not to be sneezed at, wasn't it? Anyhow, she was in no hurry, and she was not going to take the first step. She was glad to see how fond he was growing of the baby, though it tickled her a good deal. It was comic that he should set so much store on another man's child. He was peculiar, and no mistake. But one or two things surprised her. She had been used to his subservience. He was only too glad to do anything for her in the old days. She was accustomed to see him cast down by a cross word and in ecstasy at a kind one. He was different now, and she said to herself that he had not improved in the last year. It never struck her for a moment that there could be any change in his feelings, and she thought it was only acting when he paid no heed to her bad temper. He wanted to read sometimes and told her to stop talking. She did not know whether to flare up or to sulk, and was so puzzled that she did neither. Then came the conversation in which he told her that he intended their relations to be platonic, and, remembering an incident of their common past, it occurred to her that he dreaded the possibility of her being pregnant. She took pains to reassure him. It made no difference. She was the sort of woman who was unable to realize that a man might not have her own obsession with sex. Her relations with men had been purely on those lines, and she could not understand that they ever had other interests. The thought struck her that Philip was in love with somebody else, and she watched him, suspecting nurses at the hospital or people he met out. But artful questions led her to the conclusion that there was no one dangerous in the Athelny household, and it forced itself upon her also that Philip, like most medical students, was unconscious of the sex of the nurses with whom his work threw him in contact. They were associated in his mind with a faint odour of iodoform. Philip received no letters, and there was no girl's photograph among his belongings. If he was in love with someone, he was very clever at hiding it, and he answered all Mildred's questions with frankness, and apparently without suspicion that there was any motive in them. "I don't believe he's in love with anybody else," she said to herself at last. It was a relief, for in that case he was certainly still in love with her, but it made his behaviour very puzzling. If he was going to treat her like that, why did he ask her to come and live at the flat? It was unnatural. Mildred was not a woman who conceived the possibility of compassion, generosity, or kindness. Her only conclusion was that Philip was queer. She took it into her head that the reasons for his conduct were chivalrous, and, her imagination filled with the extravagances of cheap fiction, she pictured to herself all sorts of romantic explanations for his delicacy. Her fancy ran riot with bitter misunderstandings, purifications by fire, snow-white souls, and death in the cruel cold of a Christmas night. She made up her mind that when they went to Brighton she would put an end to all his nonsense. They would be alone there, everyone would think them husband and wife, and there would be the pier and the band. When she found that nothing would induce Philip to share the same room with her, when he spoke to her about it with a tone in his voice she had never heard before, she suddenly realized that he did not want her. She was astounded. She remembered all he had said in the past and how desperately he had loved her. She felt humiliated and angry, but she had a sort of native insolence which carried her through. He needn't think she was in love with him, because she wasn't. She hated him sometimes, and she longed to humble him, but she found herself singularly powerless. She did not know which way to handle him. She began to be a little nervous with him. Once or twice she cried. Once or twice she set herself to be particularly nice to him. But when she took his arm while they walked along at night, he made some excuse in a while to release himself, as though it were unpleasant for him to be touched by her. She could not make it out. The only hold she had over him was through the baby, of whom he seemed to grow fonder and fonder. She could make him white with anger by giving the child a slap or a push, and the only time the old tender smile came back into his eyes was when she stood with the baby in her arms. She noticed it when she was being photographed like that by a man on the beach, and afterwards she often stood in the same way for Philip to look at her. When they got back to London, Mildred began looking for the work she had asserted was so easy to find. She wanted now to be independent of Philip, and she thought of the satisfaction with which she would announce to him that she was going into rooms and would take the child with her. But her heart failed her when she came into closer contact with the possibility. She had grown unused to the long hours. She did not want to be at the beck and call of a manageress, and her dignity revolted at the thought of wearing once more a uniform. She had made out to such of the neighbours as she knew that they were comfortably off. It would be a come down if they heard that she had to go out and work. Her natural indolence asserted itself. She did not want to leave Philip, and so long as he was willing to provide for her, she did not see why she should. There was no money to throw away, but she got her board and lodging, and he might get better off. His uncle was an old man and might die any day. He would come into a little then, and even as things were, it was better than slaving from morning till night for a few shillings a week. Her efforts relaxed. She kept on reading the advertisement columns of the daily paper merely to show that she wanted to do something if anything that was worth her while presented itself. But panic seized her, and she was afraid that Philip would grow tired of supporting her. She had no hold over him at all now, and she fancied that he only allowed her to stay there because he was fond of the baby. She brooded over it all, and she thought to herself angrily that she would make him pay for all this some day. She could not reconcile herself to the fact that he no longer cared for her. She would make him. She suffered from pique, and sometimes in a curious fashion she desired Philip. He was so cold now that it exasperated her. She thought of him in that way incessantly. She thought that he was treating her very badly, and she did not know what she had done to deserve it. She kept on saying to herself that it was unnatural they should live like that. Then she thought that if things were different and she were going to have a baby, he would be sure to marry her. He was funny, but he was a gentleman in every sense of the word. No one could deny that. At last it became an obsession with her, and she made up her mind to force a change in their relations. He never even kissed her now, and she wanted him to. She remembered how ardently he had been used to press her lips. It gave her a curious feeling to think of it. She often looked at his mouth. One evening at the beginning of February, Philip told her that he was dining with Lawson, who was giving a party in his studio to celebrate his birthday, and he would not be in till late. Lawson had bought a couple of bottles of the punch they favoured from the tavern in Beak Street, and they proposed to have a merry evening. Mildred asked if there were going to be women there, but Philip told her there were not. Only men had been invited, and they were just going to sit and talk and smoke. Mildred did not think it sounded very amusing. If she were a painter, she would have half a dozen models about. She went to bed but could not sleep, and presently an idea struck her. She got up and fixed the catch on the wicket at the landing, so that Philip could not get in. He came back about 1, and she heard him curse when he found that the wicket was closed. She got out of bed and opened. "Why on earth did you shut yourself in? I'm sorry I've dragged you out of bed." "I left it open on purpose. I can't think how it came to be shut." "Hurry up and get back to bed, or you'll catch cold." He walked into the sitting room and turned up the gas. She followed him in. She went up to the fire. "I want to warm my feet a bit. They're like ice." He sat down and began to take off his boots. His eyes were shining and his cheeks were flushed. She thought he had been drinking. "Have you been enjoying yourself?" she asked with a smile. "Yes, I've had a ripping time." Philip was quite sober, but he had been talking and laughing, and he was excited still. An evening of that sort reminded him of the old days in Paris. He was in high spirits. He took his pipe out of his pocket and filled it. "Aren't you going to bed?" she asked. "Not yet. I'm not a bit sleepy. Lawson was in great form. He talked 16 to the dozen from the moment I got there till the moment I left." "What did you talk about?" "Oh, heaven knows. Of every subject under the sun. You should have seen us all shouting at the tops of our voices and nobody listening." Philip laughed with pleasure at the recollection, and Mildred laughed too. She was pretty sure he had drunk more than was good for him. That was exactly what she had expected. She knew men. "Can I sit down?" she said. Before he could answer she settled herself on his knees. "If you're not going to bed, you'd better go and put on a dressing gown." "Oh, I'm all right as I am." Then, putting her arms round his neck, she placed her face against his and said, "Why are you so horrid to me, Phil?" He tried to get up, but she would not let him. "I do love you, Philip," she said. "Don't talk damned rot." "It isn't. It's true. I can't live without you. I want you." He released himself from her arms. "Please get up. You're making a fool of yourself, and you're making me feel a perfect idiot." "I love you, Philip. I want to make up for all the harm I did you. I can't go on like this. It's not in human nature." He slipped out of the chair and left her in it. "I'm very sorry, but it's too late." She gave a heart-rending sob. "But why? How can you be so cruel?" "I suppose it's because I loved you too much. I wore the passion out. The thought of anything of that sort horrifies me. I can't look at you now without thinking of Emil and Griffiths. One can't help those things. I suppose it's just nerves." She seized his hand and covered it with kisses. "Don't!" he cried. She sank back into the chair. "I can't go on like this. If you won't love me, I'd rather go away." "Don't be foolish. You haven't anywhere to go. You can stay here as long as you like, but it must be on the definite understanding that we're friends and nothing more." Then she dropped suddenly the vehemence of passion, and gave a soft, insinuating laugh. She sidled up to Philip and put her arms round him. She made her voice low and wheedling. "Don't be such an old silly. I believe you're nervous. You don't know how nice I can be." She put her face against his and rubbed his cheek with hers. To Philip her smile was an abominable leer, and the suggestive glitter of her eyes filled him with horror. He drew back instinctively. "I won't," he said. But she would not let him go. She sought his mouth with her lips. He took her hands and tore them roughly apart and pushed her away. "You disgust me," he said. "Me?" She steadied herself with one hand on the chimney-piece. She looked at him for an instant, and 2 red spots suddenly appeared on her cheeks. She gave a shrill and angry laugh. "I disgust you?" She paused and drew in her breath sharply. Then she burst into a furious torrent of abuse. She shouted at the top of her voice. She called him every foul name she could think of.
She used language so obscene that Philip was astounded. She was always so anxious to be refined, so shocked by coarseness that it had never occurred to him that she knew the words she used now. She came up to him and thrust her face in his. It was distorted with passion, and in her tumultuous speech the spittle dribbled over her lips. "I never cared for you, not once. I was making a fool of you always. You bored me stiff, and I hated you. I would never have let you touch me only for the money, and it used to make me sick when I had to let you kiss me. We laughed at you, Griffiths and me. We laughed because you was such a mug. A mug. A mug." Then she burst again into abominable invective. She accused him of every mean fault. She said he was stingy. She said he was dull. She said he was vain, selfish. She cast virulent ridicule on everything upon which he was most sensitive. And at last she turned to go. She kept on with hysterical violence, shouting at him an opprobrious, filthy epithet. She seized the handle of the door and flung it open. Then she turned round and hurled at him the injury which she knew was the only one that really touched him. She threw into the word all the malice and all the venom of which she was capable. She flung it at him as though it were a blow. "Cripple!" End of chapter 96. Chapter 97. Philip awoke with a start next morning, conscious that it was late, and looking at his watch found it was 9 o'clock. He jumped out of bed and went into the kitchen to get himself some hot water to shave with. There was no sign of Mildred, and the things which she had used for her supper the night before still lay in the sink unwashed. He knocked at her door. "Wake up, Mildred. It's awfully late." She did not answer, even after a second louder knocking, and he concluded that she was sulking. He was in too great a hurry to bother about that. He put some water on to boil and jumped into his bath, which was always poured out the night before, in order to take the chill off. He presumed that Mildred would cook his breakfast while he was dressing and leave it in the sitting room. She had done that 2 or 3 times when she was out of temper. But he heard no sound of her moving and realized that if he wanted anything to eat he would have to get it himself. He was irritated that she should play such a trick on a morning when he had overslept himself. There was still no sign of her when he was ready, but he heard her moving about her room. She was evidently getting up. He made himself some tea and cut himself a couple of pieces of bread and butter, which he ate while he was putting on his boots, then bolted downstairs and along the street into the main road to catch his tram. While his eyes sought out the newspaper shops to see the war news on the placards, he thought of the scene of the night before. Now that it was over and he had slept on it, he could not help thinking it grotesque. He supposed he had been ridiculous, but he was not master of his feelings. At the time they had been overwhelming. He was angry with Mildred because she had forced him into that absurd position, and then with renewed astonishment he thought of her outburst and the filthy language she had used. He could not help flushing when he remembered her final jibe, but he shrugged his shoulders contemptuously. He had long known that when his fellows were angry with him they had never failed to taunt him with his deformity. He had seen men at the hospital imitate his walk, not before him as they used to at school, but when they thought he was not looking. He knew now that they did it from no wilful unkindness, but because man is naturally an imitative animal, and because it was an easy way to make people laugh. He knew it, but he could never resign himself to it. He was glad to throw himself into his work. The ward seemed pleasant and friendly when he entered it. The sister greeted him with a quick, businesslike smile. "You're very late, Mr. Carey." "I was out on the loose last night." "You look it." "Thank you." Laughing, he went to the first of his cases, a boy with tuberculosis ulcers, and removed his bandages. The boy was pleased to see him, and Philip chaffed him as he put a clean dressing on the wound. Philip was a favourite with the patients. He treated them good-humouredly, and he had gentle, sensitive hands which did not hurt them. Some of the dressers were a little rough and happy-go-lucky in their methods. He lunched with his friends in the club room, a frugal meal consisting of a scone and butter with a cup of cocoa, and they talked of the war. Several men were going out, but the authorities were particular and refused everyone who had not had a hospital appointment.
Someone suggested that if the war went on, in a while they would be glad to take anyone who was qualified. But the general opinion was that it would be over in a month. Now that Roberts was there, things would get all right in no time. This was Macalister's opinion too, and he had told Philip that they must watch their chances and buy just before peace was declared. There would be a boom then, and they might all make a bit of money. Philip had left with Macalister instructions to buy him stock whenever the opportunity presented itself. His appetite had been whetted by the £30 he had made in the summer, and he wanted now to make a couple of hundred. He finished his day's work and got on a tram to go back to Kennington. He wondered how Mildred would behave that evening. It was a nuisance to think that she would probably be surly and refuse to answer his questions. It was a warm evening for the time of year, and even in those grey streets of South London there was a languor of February. Nature is restless then after the long winter months, growing things awake from their sleep, and there is a rustle in the earth, a forerunner of spring, as it resumes its eternal activities. Philip would have liked to drive on further. It was distasteful to him to go back to his rooms, and he wanted the air, but the desire to see the child clutched suddenly at his heartstrings, and he smiled to himself as he thought of her toddling towards him with the crow of delight. He was surprised when he reached the house and looked up mechanically at the windows to see that there was no light. He went upstairs and knocked, but got no answer. When Mildred went out she left the key under the mat, and he found it there now. He let himself in, and going into the sitting room, struck a match. Something had happened. He did not at once know what. He turned the gas on full and lit it. The room was suddenly filled with the glare, and he looked round. He gasped. The whole place was wrecked. Everything in it had been wilfully destroyed. Anger seized him, and he rushed into Mildred's room. It was dark and empty. When he had got a light, he saw that she had taken away all her things and the baby's. He had noticed on entering that the go-cart was not in its usual place on the landing, but thought Mildred had taken the baby out. And all the things on the washing stand had been broken. A knife had been drawn crossways through the seats of the two chairs. The pillow had been slit open. There were large gashes in the sheets and the counterpane. The looking-glass appeared to have been broken with a hammer. Philip was bewildered. He went into his own room, and here too everything was in confusion. The basin and the ewer had been smashed. The looking-glass was in fragments, and the sheets were in ribbons. Mildred had made a slit large enough to put her hand into the pillow, and had scattered the feathers about the room. She had jabbed a knife into the blankets. On the dressing-table were photographs of Philip's mother. The frames had been smashed, and the glass shivered. Philip went into the tiny kitchen. Everything that was breakable was broken. Glasses, pudding bases, plates, dishes. It took Philip's breath away. Mildred had left no letter, nothing but this ruin to mark her anger, and he could imagine the set face with which she had gone about her work. He went back into the sitting room and looked about him. He was so astonished that he no longer felt angry. He looked curiously at the kitchen knife and the coal hammer, which were lying on the table where she had left them. Then his eye caught a large carving knife in the fireplace which had been broken. It must have taken her a long time to do so much damage. Lawson's portrait of him had been cut crossways and gaped hideously. His own drawings had been ripped in pieces, and the photographs, Manet's Olympia and the Odalisque of Ingres, the portrait of Philip IV, had been smashed with great blows of the coal hammer. There were gashes in the tablecloth and in the curtains and in the two armchairs. They were quite ruined. On one wall over the table which Philip used as his desk was the little bit of Persian rug which Cronshaw had given him. Mildred had always hated it. "If it's a rug it ought to go on the floor," she said, "and it's a dirty, stinking bit of stuff, that's all it is." It made her furious because Philip told her it contained the answer to a great riddle. She thought he was making fun of her. She had drawn the knife right through it 3 times. It must have required some strength, and it hung now in tatters. Philip had 2 or 3 blue and white plates of no value, but he had bought them one by one for very small sums and liked them for their associations. They littered the floor in fragments. There were long gashes on the backs of his books, and she had taken the trouble to tear pages out of the unbound French ones. The little ornaments on the chimney-piece lay on the hearth in bits. Everything that it had been possible to destroy with a knife or a hammer was destroyed. The whole of Philip's belongings would have not sold for £30, but most of them were old friends, and he was a domestic creature, attached to all those odds and ends because they were his. He had been proud of his little home, and on so little money had made it pretty and characteristic. He sank down now in despair. He asked himself how she could have been so cruel. A sudden fear got him on his feet again and into the passage, where stood a cupboard in which he kept his clothes. He opened it and gave a sigh of relief. She had apparently forgotten it, and none of his things was touched. He went back into the sitting-room and, surveying the scene, wondered what to do. He had not the heart to begin trying to set things straight. Besides, there was no food in the house, and he was hungry. He went out and got himself something to eat. When he came in, he was cooler. A little pang seized him as he thought of the child, and he wondered whether she would miss him, at first perhaps, but in a week she would have forgotten him, and he was thankful to be rid of Mildred. He did not think of her with wrath, but with an overwhelming sense of boredom. "I hope to God I never see her again," he said aloud. The only thing now was to leave the rooms, and he made up his mind to give notice the next morning. He could not afford to make good the damage done, and he had so little money left that he must find cheaper lodgings still. He would be glad to get out of them. The expense had worried him, and now the recollection of Mildred would be in them always. Philip was impatient and could never rest till he had put in action the plan which he had in mind. So, on the following afternoon, he got in a dealer in second-hand furniture, who offered him £3 for all his goods, damaged and undamaged. And 2 days later he moved into the house opposite the hospital, in which he had had rooms when first he became a medical student. The landlady was a very decent woman. He took a bedroom at the top, which she let him have for 6 shillings a week. It was small and shabby, and looked on the yard of the house that backed on to it, but he had nothing now except his clothes and a box of books, and he was glad to lodge so cheaply. End of chapter 97. Recording by Tom Weiss, tomsaudioBooks.com. Chapters 98 through 101 of Human Bondage. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Weiss. Of Human Bondage by W. Somerset Maugham. Chapter 98. And now it happened that the fortunes of Phillip Carey, of no consequence to any but himself, were affected by the events through which his country was passing. History was being made, and the process was so significant that it seemed absurd it should touch the life of an obscure medical student. Battle after battle, Magersfontein, Colenso, Sponkopp, lost on the playing fields of Eton, had humiliated the nation and dealt a death blow to the prestige of the aristocracy and gentry who till then had found no one seriously to oppose their assertion that they possessed a natural instinct of government. The old order was being swept away. History was being made indeed. Then the Colossus put forth his strength, and, blundering again, at last blundered into the semblance of victory. Cronje surrendered at Paardeberg, Ladysmith was relieved, and at the beginning of March Lord Roberts marched into Bloemfontein. It was 2 or 3 days after the news of this reached London that Macalister came into the tavern in Beak Street and announced joyfully that things were looking brighter on the Stock Exchange. Peace was in sight. Roberts would march into Pretoria within a few weeks, and shares were going up already. There was bound to be a boom. "Now's the time to come in," he told Philip. It's no good waiting till the public gets on to it. It's now or never. He had inside information. The manager of a mine in South Africa had cabled to the senior partner of his firm that the plant was uninjured. They would start working again as soon as possible. It wasn't a speculation, it was an investment. To show how good a thing the senior partner thought it, Macalister told Philip that he had bought 500 shares for both his sisters. He never put into anything that wasn't as safe as the Bank of England. "I'm going to put my shirt on it myself," he said. The shares were 2 1/8 to a quarter. He advised Philip not to be greedy, but to be satisfied with a 10-shilling rise. He was buying 300 for himself and suggested that Philip should do the same. He would hold them and sell them when he thought fit. Philip had great faith in him, partly because he was a Scotsman and therefore by nature cautious, and partly because he had been right before. He jumped at the suggestion. "I dare say we shall be able to sell before the account," said Macalister, "but if not, I'll arrange to carry them over for you." It seemed a capital system to Philip. You held on till you got your profit, and you never even had to put your hand in your pocket. He began to watch the Stock Exchange columns of the paper with new interest. Next day everything was up a little, and Macalister wrote to say that he had to pay 2 1/4 for the shares. He said that the market was firm. But in a day or two there was a setback. The news that came from South Africa was less reassuring, and Philip with anxiety saw that his shares had fallen to 2. But Macalister was optimistic. The Boers couldn't hold out much longer, and he was willing to bet a top hat that Roberts would march into Johannesburg before the middle of April. At the account Philip had to pay out nearly £40. It worried him considerably, but he felt that the only course was to hold on. In his circumstances the loss was too great for him to pocket. For 2 or 3 weeks nothing happened. The Boers would not understand that they were beaten and nothing remained for them but to surrender. In fact, they had 1 or 2 small successes, and Philip's shares fell half a crown more. It became evident that the war was not finished. There was a lot of selling. When Macalister saw Philip, he was pessimistic. "I'm not sure if the best thing wouldn't be to cut the loss. I've been paying out about as much as I want to in differences." Philip was sick with anxiety. He could not sleep at night. He bolted his breakfast, reduced now to tea and bread and butter, in order to get over to the club reading room and see the paper. Sometimes the news was bad, and sometimes there was no news at all, but when the shares moved, it was to go down. He did not know what to do. If he sold now he would lose altogether hard on £350, and that would leave him only £80 to go on with. He wished with all his heart that he had never been such a fool as to dabble on the Stock Exchange, but the only thing was to hold on. Something decisive might happen any day and the shares would go up. He did not hope now for a profit, but he wanted to make good his loss. It was his only chance of finishing his course at the hospital. The summer session was beginning in May, and at the end of it he meant to take the examination in midwifery. Then he would only have a year more. He reckoned it out carefully and came to the conclusion that he could manage it, fees and all, on £150. But that was the least it could possibly be done on. Early in April he went to the tavern in Beak Street, anxious to see Macalister. It eased him a little to discuss the situation with him, and to realise that numerous people beside himself were suffering from loss of money made his own trouble a little less tolerable. But when Philip arrived, no one was there but Hayward, and no sooner had Philip seated himself than he said, "I'm sailing for the Cape on Sunday." "Are you?" exclaimed Philip. Hayward was the last person he would have expected to do anything of the kind. At the hospital men were going out now in numbers. The government was glad to get anyone who was qualified, and others, going out as troopers, wrote home that they had been put on hospital work as soon as it was learned that they were medical students. A wave of patriotic feeling had swept over the country, and volunteers were coming from all ranks of society. "What are you going as?" asked Philip. "Oh, in the Dorset Yeomanry. I'm going as a trooper." Philip had known Hayward for 8 years. The youthful intimacy which had come from Philip's enthusiastic admiration for the man who could tell him of art and literature had long since vanished. But habit had taken its place, and when Hayward was in London they saw one another once or twice a week. He still talked about books with a delicate appreciation. Philip was not yet tolerant, and sometimes Hayward's conversation irritated him. He no longer believed implicitly that nothing in the world was of consequence but art. He resented Hayward's contempt for action and success. Philip, stirring his punch, thought of his early friendship and his ardent expectation that Hayward would do great things. It was long since he had lost all such illusions, and he knew now that Hayward would never do anything but talk. He found his 300 a year more difficult to live on now that he was 35 than he had when he was a young man. And his clothes, though still made by a good tailor, were worn a good deal longer than at one time he would have thought possible. He was too stout, and no artful arrangement of his fair hair could conceal the fact that he was bald. His blue eyes were dull and pale. It was not hard to guess that he drank too much. "What on earth made you think of going out to the Cape?" asked Philip. "Oh, I don't know. I thought I ought to." Philip was silent. He felt rather silly. He understood that Hayward was being driven by an uneasiness in his soul which he could not account for. Some power within him made it seem necessary to go and fight for his country. It was strange, since he considered patriotism no more than a prejudice, and, flattering himself on his cosmopolitanism, he had looked upon England as a place of exile. His countrymen in the mass wounded his susceptibilities. Philip wondered what it was that made people do things which were so contrary to all their theories of life. It would have been reasonable for Hayward to stand aside and watch with a smile while the barbarians slaughtered one another. It looked as though men were puppets in the hands of an unknown force which drove them to do this and that, and sometimes they used their reason to justify their actions. And when this was impossible, they did the actions in despite of reason. "People are very extraordinary," said Philip. "I should never have expected you to go out as a trooper." Hayward smiled, slightly embarrassed, and said nothing. "I was examined yesterday," he remarked at last. "It was worth while undergoing the gene of it to know that one was perfectly fit." Philip noticed that he still used the French word in an affected way when an English one would have served. But just then Macalister came in. "I wanted to see you, Carey," he said. "My people don't feel inclined to hold those shares any more. The market's in such an awful state, and they want you to take them up." Philip's heart sank. He knew that was impossible. It meant that he must accept the loss. His pride made him answer calmly. "I don't know that I think that's worth while. You'd better sell them." "It's all very fine to say that. I'm not sure if I can. The market's stagnant. There are no buyers." "But they're marked down at 1 1/8." "Oh yes, but that doesn't mean anything. You can't get that for them." Philip did not say anything for a moment. He was trying to collect himself. "Do you mean to say they're worth nothing at all?" "Oh, I don't say that. Of course they're worth something, but you see nobody's buying them now." "Then you must just sell them for what you can get." Macalister looked at Philip narrowly. He wondered whether he was very hard hit. "I'm awfully sorry, old man, but we're all in the same boat. No one thought the war was going to hang on this way. I put you into them, but I was in myself too." "It doesn't matter at all," said Philip. "One has to take one's chances." He moved back to the table from which he had got up to talk to Macalister. He was dumbfounded. His head suddenly began to ache furiously. But he did not want them to think him unmanly. He sat on for an hour. He laughed feverishly at everything they said. At last he got up to go. "You take it pretty coolly," said Macalister, shaking hands with him. "I don't suppose anyone likes losing between 300 and 400 pounds." When Philip got back to his shabby little room, he flung himself on his bed and gave himself over to his despair. He kept on regretting his folly bitterly. And though he told himself that it was absurd to regret, for what had happened was inevitable just because it had happened, he could not help himself. He was utterly miserable. He could not sleep. He remembered all the ways he had wasted money during the last few years. His head ached dreadfully. The following evening there came by the last post the statement of his account. He examined his passbook. He found that when he had paid everything he would have £7 left. £7. He was thankful he had been able to pay. It would have been horrible to be obliged to confess to Macalister that he had not the money. He was dressing in the eye department during the summer session, and he had bought an ophthalmoscope off a student who had one to sell. He had not paid for this, but he lacked the courage to tell the student that he wanted to go back on his bargain. Also, he had to buy certain books. He had about £5 to go on with. It lasted him 6 weeks. Then he wrote to his uncle a letter which he thought very businesslike. He said that owing to the war he had had grave losses and could not go on with his studies unless his uncle came to his help. He suggested that the vicar should lend him £150 paid over the next 18 months in monthly instalments. He would pay interest on this and promised to refund the capital by degrees when he began to earn money. He would be qualified in a year and a half at the latest, and he could be pretty sure then of getting an assistantship at £3 a week. His uncle wrote back that he could do nothing. It was not fair to ask him to sell out when everything was at its worst, and the little he had he felt that his duty to himself made it necessary for him to keep in case of illness. He ended the letter with a little homily. He had warned Philip time after time, and Philip had never paid any attention to him. He could not honestly say he was surprised. He had long expected that this would be the end of Philip's extravagance and want of balance. Philip grew hot and cold when he read this. It had never occurred to him that his uncle would refuse, and he burst into furious anger. But this was succeeded by utter blankness. If his uncle would not help him, he could not go on at the hospital. Panic seized him and, putting aside his pride, he wrote again to the vicar of Blackstable, placing the case before him more urgently. But perhaps he did not explain himself properly, and his uncle did not realise in what desperate straits he was, for he answered that he could not change his mind. Philip was 25, and really ought to be earning his living. When he died, Philip would come into a little, but till then he refused to give him a penny. Philip felt in the letter the satisfaction of a man who for many years had disapproved of his courses and now saw himself justified. End of chapter 98. Chapter 99. Philip began to pawn his clothes. He reduced his expenses by eating only one meal a day beside his breakfast, and he ate it, bread and butter and cocoa, at 4 so that it should last him till next morning. He was so hungry by 9 o'clock that he had to go to bed. He thought of borrowing money from Lawson, but the fear of a refusal held him back. At last he asked him for £5. Lawson lent it with pleasure, but as he did so said, "You'll let me have it back in a week or so, won't you? I've got to pay my framer, and I'm awfully broke just now." Philip knew he would not be able to return it, and the thought of what Lawson would think made him so ashamed that in a couple of days he took the money back untouched. Lawson was just going out to luncheon and asked Philip to come too. Philip could hardly eat. He was so glad to get some solid food. On Sunday he was sure of a good dinner from Athelney. He hesitated to tell the Athelneys what had happened to him. They had always looked upon him as comparatively well-to-do, and he had a dread that they would think less well of him if they knew he was penniless. Though he had always been poor, the possibility of not having enough to eat had never occurred to him. It was not the sort of thing that happened to the people among whom he lived, and he was as ashamed as if he had some disgraceful disease. The situation in which he found himself was quite outside the range of his experience. He was so taken aback that he did not know what else to do than to go on at the hospital. He had a vague hope that something would turn up. He could not quite believe that what was happening to him was true, and he remembered how during his first term at school he had often thought his life was a dream from which he would awake to find himself once more at home. but very soon he foresaw that in a week or so he would have no money at all. He must set about trying to earn something at once. If he had been qualified even with a club foot, he could have gone out to the Cape, since the demand for medical men was now great. Except for his deformity, he might have enlisted in one of the yeomanry regiments which were constantly being sent out. He went to the secretary of the medical school and asked if he could give him the coaching of some backward student, but the secretary held out no hope of getting him anything of the sort. Philip read the advertisement columns of the medical papers, and he applied for the post of unqualified assistant to a man who had a dispensary in the Fulham Road. When he went to see him, he saw the doctor glance at his club foot, and on hearing that Philip was only in his 4th year at the hospital, he said at once that his experience was insufficient. Philip understood that this was only an excuse. The man would not have an assistant who might not be as active as he wanted. Philip turned his attention to other means of earning money. He knew French and German and thought there might be some chance of finding a job as correspondence clerk. It made his heart sink, but he set his teeth. There was nothing else to do. Though too shy to answer the advertisements which demanded a personal application, he replied to those which asked for letters, but he had no experience to state and no recommendations. He was conscious that neither his German nor his French was commercial. He was ignorant of the terms used in business. He knew neither shorthand nor typewriting. He could not help recognizing that his case was hopeless. He thought of writing to the solicitor who had been his father's executor, but he could not bring himself to, for it was contrary to his express advice that he had sold the mortgages in which his money had been invested. He knew from his uncle that Mr. Nixon thoroughly disapproved of him. He had gathered from Philip's year in the accountant's office that he was idle and incompetent. "I'd sooner starve," Philip muttered to himself. Once or twice the possibility of suicide presented it to himself. It would be easy to get something from the hospital dispensary, and it was a comfort to think that if the worst came to the worst, he had at hand means of making a painless end of himself. But it was not a course that he considered seriously. When Mildred had left him to go with Griffiths, his anguish had been so great that he wanted to die in order to get rid of the pain. He did not feel like that now. He remembered that the casualty sister had told him how people oftener did away with themselves for want of money than for want of love, and he chuckled when he thought that he was an exception. He wished only that he could talk his worries over with somebody, but he could not bring himself to confess them. He was ashamed. He went on looking for work. He left his rent unpaid for 3 weeks, explaining to his landlady that he would get money at the end of the month. She did not say anything, but pursed her lips and looked grim. When the end of the month came, and she asked if it would be convenient for him to pay something on account, it made him feel very sick to say that he could not. He told her he would write to his uncle and was sure to be able to settle his bill on the following Saturday. "Well, I 'ope you will, Mr. Carey, because I have my rent to pay, and I can't afford to let accounts run on." She did not speak with anger, but with determination that was rather frightening. She paused for a moment and then said, "If you don't pay next Saturday, I shall 'ave to complain to the secretary of the 'ospital." "Oh yes, that'll be all right." She looked at him for a little and glanced round the bare room. When she spoke it was without any emphasis, as though it were quite a natural thing to say. "I've got a nice 'ot joint downstairs, and if you'd like to come down to the kitchen you're welcome to a bit of dinner." Philip felt himself redden to the soles of his feet, and a sob caught at his throat. "Thank you very much, Mrs. Higgins, but I'm not at all hungry." "Very good, sir." When she left the room, Philip threw himself on his bed. He had to clench his fists in order to prevent himself from crying. Chapter 99. Chapter 100. Saturday. It was the day on which he had promised to pay his landlady. He had been expecting something to turn up all through the week. He had found no work. He had never been driven to extremities before, and he was so dazed that he did not know what to do. He had at the back of his mind a feeling that the whole thing was a preposterous joke. He had no more than a few coppers left, he had sold all the clothes he could do without. He had some books and one or two odds and ends upon which he might have got a shilling or two, but the landlady was keeping an eye on his comings and goings. He was afraid she would stop him if he took anything more from his room. The only thing was to tell her that he could not pay his bill. He had not the courage. It was the middle of June. The night was fine and warm. He made up his mind to stay out. He walked slowly along the Chelsea Embankment, because the river was restful and quiet, till he was tired, and then sat on a bench and dozed. He did not know how long he slept. He awoke with a start, dreaming that he was being shaken by a policeman and told to move on. But when he opened his eyes he found himself alone. He walked on, he did not know why, and at last came to Chiswick, where he slept again. Presently the hardness of the bench roused him. The night seemed very long. He shivered. He was seized with a sense of his misery, and he did not know what on earth to do. He was ashamed at having slept on the Embankment. It seemed peculiarly humiliating, and he felt his cheeks flush in the darkness. He remembered stories he had heard of those who did and how among them were officers, clergymen, and men who had been to universities. He wondered if he would become one of them, standing in a line to get soup from a charitable institution. It would be much better to commit suicide. He could not go on like that. Lawson would help him when he knew what straits he was in. It was absurd to let his pride prevent him from asking for assistance. He wondered why he had become such a cropper. He had always tried to do what he thought best, and everything had gone wrong. He had helped people when he could. He did not think he had been more selfish than anyone else. It seemed horribly unjust that he should be reduced to such a pass. But it was no good thinking about it. He walked on. It was now light. The river was beautiful in the silence, and there was something mysterious in the early day. It was going to be very fine, and the sky, pale in the dawn, was cloudless. He felt very tired, and hunger was gnawing at his entrails, but he could not sit still. He was constantly afraid of being spoken to by a policeman. He dreaded the mortification of that. He felt dirty and wished he could have a wash. At last he found himself at Hampton Court. He felt that if he did not have something to eat he would cry. He chose a cheap eating-house and went in. There was a smell of hot things, and it made him feel slightly sick. He meant to eat something nourishing enough to keep up for the rest of the day, but his stomach revolted at the sight of food. He had a cup of tea and some bread and butter. He remembered then that it was Sunday, and he could go to the Athelnys. He thought of the roast beef and the Yorkshire pudding they would eat, but he was fearfully tired and could not face the happy, noisy family. He was feeling morose and wretched. He wanted to be left alone. He made up his mind that he would go into the gardens of the palace and lie down. His bones ached. Perhaps he would find a pump so that he could wash his hands and face and drink something. He was very thirsty, and now that he was no longer hungry, he thought with pleasure of the flowers and the lawns and the great leafy trees. He felt that there he could think out better what he must do. He lay on the grass in the shade and lit his pipe. For economy's sake he had for a long time confined himself to 2 pipes a day. He was thankful now that his pouch was full. He did not know what people did when they had no money. Presently he fell asleep. When he awoke it was nearly midday, and he thought that soon he must be setting out for London so as to be there in the early morning and answer any advertisements which seemed to promise. He thought of his uncle who had told him that he would leave him at his death the little he had. Philip did not in the least know how much this was. It could not be more than a few £100. He wondered whether he could raise money on the reversion. Not without the old man's consent, and that he would never give. The only thing I can do is hang on somehow till he dies. Philip reckoned his age. The vicar of Blackstable was well over 70. He had chronic bronchitis, but many old men had that and lived on indefinitely. Meanwhile something must turn up. Philip could not get away from the feeling that his position was altogether abnormal. People in his particular station did not starve. It was because he could not bring himself to believe in the reality of his experience that he did not give way to utter despair. He made up his mind to borrow half a sovereign from Lawson. He stayed in the garden all day and smoked when he felt very hungry. He did not mean to eat anything until he was setting out again for London. It was a long way, and he must keep up his strength for that. He started when the day began to grow colder and slept on benches when he was tired. No one disturbed him. He had a wash and brush up and a shave at Victoria, some tea and bread and butter, and while he was eating this read the advertisement columns of the morning paper. As he looked down them, his eye fell upon an announcement asking for a salesman in the furnishing drapery department of some well-known stores. He had a curious little sinking of the heart, for with his middle-class prejudices it seemed dreadful to go into a shop. But he shrugged his shoulders. After all, what did it matter? And he made up his mind to have a shot at it. He had a queer feeling that by accepting every humiliation, by going out to meet it even, he was forcing the hand of fate. When he presented himself, feeling horribly shy, in the department at 9 o'clock, he found that many others were there before him. They were there of all ages, from boys of 16 to men of 40. Some were talking to one another in undertones, but most were silent. And when he took up his place, those around him gave him a look of hostility. He heard one man say, "The only thing I look forward to is getting my refusal soon enough to give me time to look elsewhere." The man standing next to him glanced at Philip and asked, "Had any experience?" "No," said Philip. He paused a moment and then made a remark. "Even the smaller houses won't see you without appointment after lunch." Philip looked at the assistants. Some were draping chintzes and cretonnes, and others, his neighbour told him, were preparing country orders that had come in by post. At about 9:15 the buyer arrived. He heard one of the men who were waiting say to another that it was Mr. Gibbons. He was middle-aged, short and corpulent, with a black beard and dark, greasy hair. He had brisk movements and a clever face. He wore a silk hat and a frock coat, the lapel of which was adorned with a white geranium surrounded by leaves. He went into his office, leaving the door open. It was very small and contained only an American roll desk in the corner, a bookcase, and a cupboard. The men standing outside watched him mechanically take the geranium out of his coat and put it in an ink pot filled with water. It was against the rules to wear flowers in business. During the day the department men who wanted to keep in with the governor admired the flower. "I've never seen better," they said. "You didn't grow it yourself?" "Yes, I did," he smiled, and a gleam of pride filled his intelligent eyes. He took off his hat and changed his coat, glanced at the letters, and then at the men who were waiting to see him. He made a slight sign with one finger, and the first in the queue stepped into the office. They filed past him one by one and answered his questions. He put them very briefly, keeping his eyes fixed on the applicant's face. "Age? Experience? Why did you leave your job?" He listened to the replies without expression. When it came to Philip's turn, he fancied that Mr. Gibbons stared at him curiously. Philip's clothes were neat and tolerably cut. He looked a little different from the others. "Experience? I'm afraid I haven't any," said Philip. "No good." Philip walked out of the office. The ordeal had been so much less painful than he expected that he felt no particular disappointment. He could hardly hope to succeed in getting a place the first time he tried. He had kept the newspaper and now looked at the advertisements again. A shop in Holborn needed a salesman too, and he went there. But when he arrived he found that someone had already been engaged. If he wanted to get anything to eat that day, he must go to Lawson's studio before he went out to luncheon, so he made his way along the Brompton Road to Yeoman's Row. "I say, I'm rather broke till the end of the month," he said, as soon as he found an opportunity. "I wish you'd lend me half a sovereign, will you?" It was incredible the difficulty he found in asking for money, and he remembered the casual way, as though almost they were conferring a favour, men at the hospital had extracted small sums out of him which they had no intention of repaying.
"Like a shot," said Lawson. But when he put his hand in his pocket he found that he had only 8 shillings. Philip's heart sank. "Oh, well, lend me 5 bob, will you?" he said lightly. "Here you are." Philip went to the public baths in Westminster and spent 6d. on a bath. Then he got himself something to eat. He did not know what to do with himself in the afternoon. He would not go back to the hospital in case anyone should ask him questions, and besides he had nothing to do there now. They would wonder in the 2 or 3 departments he had worked in why he did not come, but they must think what they chose, it did not matter. He would not be the first student who had dropped out without warning. He went to the Free Library and looked at the papers till they wearied him, then he took out Stevenson's New Arabian Nights. But he found he could not read. The words meant nothing to him, and he continued to brood over his helplessness. He kept on thinking the same things all the time, and the fixity of his thoughts made his head ache. At last, craving for fresh air, he went into the Green Park and lay down on the grass. He thought miserably of his deformity, which made it impossible for him to go to the war. He went to sleep and dreamt that he was suddenly sound of foot and out at the Cape in a regiment of yeomanry. The pictures he had looked at in the illustrated papers gave materials for his fancy, and he saw himself on the veldt, in khaki, sitting with other men round a fire at night. When he awoke he found that it was still quite light, and presently he heard Big Ben strike 7. He had 12 hours to get through with nothing to do. He dreaded the interminable night. The sky was overcast, and he feared it would rain. He would have to go to a lodging-house where he could get a bed. He had seen them advertised on lamps outside houses in Lambeth. Good beds, 6d. He had never been inside one, and dreaded the foul smell and the vermin. He made up his mind to stay in the open air if he possibly could. He remained in the park till it was closed, and then began to walk about. He was very tired. The thought came to him that an accident would be a piece of luck, so that he could be taken to a hospital and lie there in a clean bed for weeks. At midnight he was so hungry that he could not go without food any more, so he went to a coffee stall at Hyde Park Corner and ate a couple of potatoes and had a cup of coffee. Then he walked again. He felt too restless to sleep, and he had a horrible dread of being moved on by the police. He noted that he was beginning to look upon the constable from quite a new angle. This was the 3rd night he had spent out. Now and then he sat on the benches in Piccadilly, and towards morning he strolled down to the Embankment. He listened to the striking of Big Ben, marking every quarter of an hour, and reckoned out how long it left till the city woke again. In the morning he spent a few coppers on making himself neat and clean, bought a paper to read the advertisements, and set out once more on the search for work. He went on in this way for several days. He had very little food and began to feel weak and ill, so that he had hardly enough energy to go on looking for the work which seemed so desperately hard to find. He was growing used now to the long waiting at the back of a shop on the chance that he would be taken on, and the curt dismissal. He walked to all parts of London in answer to the advertisements, and he came to know by sight men who applied as fruitlessly as himself. 1 or 2 tried to make friends with him, but he was too tired and too wretched to accept their advances. He did not go any more to Lawson because he owed him 5 shillings. He began to be too dazed to think clearly, and ceased very much to care what would happen to him. He cried a good deal. At first he was very angry with himself for this and ashamed, but he found it relieved him and somehow made him feel less hungry. In the very early morning he suffered a good deal from cold. One night he went into his room to change his linen. He slipped in about 3, when he was quite sure everyone would be asleep, and out again at 5. He lay on the bed, and its softness was enchanting. All his bones ached, and as he lay he revelled in the pleasure of it. It was so delicious that he did not want to go to sleep. He was growing used to want of food, and did not feel very hungry, but only weak. Constantly now at the back of his mind was the thought of doing away with himself, but he used all the strength he had
not to dwell on it, because he was afraid the temptation would get hold of him so that he would not be able to help himself. He kept on saying to himself that it would be absurd to commit suicide, since something must happen soon. He could not get over the impression that his situation was too preposterous to be taken quite seriously. It was like an illness which must be endured but from which he was bound to recover. Every night he swore that nothing would induce him to put up with such another, and determined next morning to write to his uncle or to Mr. Nixon, the solicitor, or to Lawson. But when the time came, he could not bring himself to make the humiliating confession of his utter failure. He did not know how Lawson would take it. In their friendship, Lawson had been scatterbrained, and he had prided himself on his common sense. He would have to tell the whole history of his folly. He had an uneasy feeling that Lawson, after helping him, would turn the cold shoulder on him. His uncle and the solicitor would of course do something for him, but he dreaded their reproaches. He did not want anyone to reproach him. He clenched his teeth and repeated that what had happened was inevitable, just because it had happened. Regret was absurd. The days were unending, and the 5 shillings Lawson had lent him would not last much longer. Philip longed for Sunday to come so that he could go to Athelny's. He did not know what prevented him from going there sooner, except perhaps that he wanted so badly to get through on his own. For Athelny, who had been in straits as desperate, was the only person who could do anything for him. Perhaps after dinner he could bring himself to tell Athelny that he was in difficulties. Philip repeated to himself over and over again what he would say to him. He was dreadfully afraid that Athelny would put him off with airy phrases. That would be so horrible that he wanted to delay as long as possible the putting of him to the test. Philip had lost all confidence in his fellows. Saturday night was cold and raw. Philip suffered horribly. From midday on Saturday till he dragged himself wearily to Athelny's house he ate nothing. He spent his last 2d on Sunday morning on a wash and a brush-up in the lavatory at Charing Cross. End of chapter 100. Chapter 101. When Philip rang, a head was put out of the window, and in a minute he heard a noisy clatter on the stairs as the children ran down to let him in. It was a pale, anxious, thin face that he bent down for them to kiss. He was so moved by their exuberant affection that, to give himself time to recover, he made excuses to linger on the stairs. He was in a hysterical state, and almost anything was enough to make him cry. They asked him why he had not come on the previous Sunday, and he told them he had been ill. They wanted to know what was the matter with him, and Philip, to amuse them, suggested a mysterious ailment, the name of which, double-barrelled and barbarous with its mixture of Greek and Latin, medical nomenclature bristled with such, made them shriek with delight. They dragged Philip into the parlour and made him repeat it for their father's edification. Athelny got up and shook hands with him. He stared at Philip, but with his round, bulging eyes he always seemed to stare. Philip did not know why on this occasion it made him self-conscious. "We missed you last Sunday," he said. Philip could never tell lies without embarrassment, and he was scarlet when he finished his explanation for not coming. Then Mrs. Athelny entered and shook hands with him. "I hope you're better, Mr. Carey," she said. He did not know why she imagined that anything had been the matter with him, for the kitchen door was closed when he came up with the children, and they had not left him. "Dinner won't be ready for another 10 minutes," she said in her slow drawl. "Won't you have an egg beaten up and a glass of milk while you're waiting?" There was a look of concern on her face which made Philip uncomfortable. He forced a laugh and answered that he was not at all hungry. Sally came in to lay the table, and Philip began to chaff her. It was the family joke that she would be as fat as an aunt of Mrs. Athelny's, called Aunt Elizabeth, whom the children had never seen but regarded as the type of obscene corpulence. "I say, what has happened since I saw you last, Sally?" Philip began. "Nothing that I know of." "I believe you're putting on weight." "I'm sure you haven't," she retorted. "You're a perfect skeleton." Philip reddened. "That's a tu quoque, Sally," cried her father. "You will be fined 1 golden hair of your head. Jane, fetch the shears." "Well, he is thin, father," remonstrated Sally. He's just skin and bone." "That's not the question, child. He is at perfect liberty to be thin, but your obesity is contrary to decorum." As he spoke he put his arm proudly round her waist and looked at her with admiring eyes. "Let me get on with the table, father. If I am comfortable there are some who don't seem to mind it." "The hussy!" cried Athelny, with a dramatic wave of the hand. "She taunts me with the notorious fact that Joseph, a son of Levi, who sells jewels in Holborn, has made her an offer of marriage." "Have you accepted him, Sally?" asked Philip. "Don't you know father better than that by this time? There's not a word of truth in it." "Well, if he hasn't made you an offer of marriage," cried Athelny, "by St. George and Merry England, I will seize him by the nose and demand of him immediately what are his intentions." "Sit down, father. Dinner's ready. Now then, you children, get along with you and wash your hands, all of you, and don't shirk it, because I mean to look at them before you have a scrap of dinner. So there." Philip thought he was ravenous till he began to eat, and then discovered that his stomach turned against food, and he could eat hardly at all. His brain was weary, and he did not notice that Athelny, contrary to his habit, spoke very little. Philip was relieved to be sitting in a comfortable house, but every now and then he could not prevent himself from glancing out of the window. The day was tempestuous. The fine weather had broken, and it was cold, and there was a bitter wind. Now and again gusts of rain drove against the window. Philip wondered what he should do that night. The Athelnys went to bed early, and he could not stay where he was after 10 o'clock. His heart sank at the thought of going out into the bleak darkness. It seemed more terrible now that he was with his friends than when he was outside and alone. He kept on saying to himself that there were plenty more who would be spending the night out of doors. He strove to distract his mind by talking, but in the middle of his words a spatter of rain against the window would make him start. "It's like March weather," said Athelny. "Not the sort of day one would like to be crossing the Channel." Presently they finished, and Sally came in and cleared away. "Would you like a twopenny stinker?" said Athelny, handing him a cigar. Philip took it and inhaled the smoke with delight. It soothed him extraordinarily. When Sally had finished, Athelny told her to shut the door after her. "Now we shan't be disturbed," he said, turning to Philip. "I've arranged with Betty not to let the children come in till I call them." Philip gave him a startled look, but before he could take in the meaning of his words, Athelny, fixing his glasses on his nose with the gesture habitual to him, went on. "I wrote to you last Sunday to ask if anything was the matter with you, and as you didn't answer I went to your rooms on Wednesday." Philip turned his head away and did not answer. His heart began to beat violently. Athelny did not speak, and presently the silence seemed intolerable to Philip. He could not think of a single word to say. "Your landlady told me you hadn't been in since Saturday night, and she said you owed her for the last month. Where have you been sleeping all this week?" It made Philip sick to answer. He stared out of the window. "Nowhere." "I tried to find you." "Why?" asked Philip. "Betty and I have been just as broke in our day, only we had babies to look after. Why didn't you come here?" "I couldn't." Philip was afraid he was going to cry. He felt very weak. He shut his eyes and frowned, trying to control himself. He felt a sudden flash of anger with Athelny because he would not leave him alone. But he was broken. And presently, his eyes still closed, slowly, in order to keep his voice steady, he told him the story of his adventures during the last few weeks. As he spoke, it seemed to him that he had behaved inanely, and it made it still harder to tell. He felt that Athelny would think him an utter fool. "Now you're coming to live with us till you find something to do," said Athelny when he had finished. Philip flushed, he knew not why. "Oh, that's awfully kind of you, but I don't think I'll do that." "Why not?" Philip did not answer. He had refused instinctively from fear that he would be a bother, and he had a natural bashfulness of accepting favours. He knew besides that the Athelnys lived from hand to mouth, and with their large family had neither space nor money to entertain a stranger. "Of course you must come here," said Athelny. Thorpe will tuck in with one of his brothers, and you can sleep in his bed. You don't suppose your food's going to make any difference to us?" Philip was afraid to speak, and Athelny, going to the door, called his wife. "Betty," he said, when she came in, "Mr. Carey's coming to live with us." "Oh, that is nice," she said. "I'll go and get the bed ready." She spoke in such a hearty, friendly tone, taking everything for granted, that Philip was deeply touched. He never expected people to be kind to him, and when they were it surprised and moved him. Now he could not prevent two large tears from rolling down his cheeks. The Athelnys discussed the arrangements and pretended not to notice to what a state his weakness had brought him. When Mrs. Athelny left them, Philip leaned back in his chair and, looking out of the window, laughed a little. "It's not a very nice night to be out, is it?" Chapter 101. Recording by Tom Weiss. Audiobooks.com. Chapters 102 through 104 of Human Bondage. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Weiss. Of Human Bondage by W. Somerset Maugham. Chapter 102. Athelny told Philip that he could easily get him something to do in the large firm of linen drapers in which himself worked. Several of the assistants had gone to the war, and Lynn and Sedley with patriotic zeal had promised to keep their places open for them. They put the work of the heroes on those who remained, and since they did not increase the wages of these were able at once to exhibit public spirit and effect an economy. But the war continued, and trade was less depressed. The holidays were coming, when numbers of the staff went away for a fortnight at a time. They were bound to engage more assistants. Philip's experience had made him doubtful whether even then they would engage him. But Athelny, representing himself as a person of consequence in the firm, insisted that the manager could refuse him nothing. Philip, with his training in Paris, would be very useful. It was only a matter of waiting a little, and he was bound to get a well-paid job to design costumes and draw posters. Philip made a poster for the summer sale, and Athelny took it away. 2 days later he brought it back, saying that the manager admired it very much and regretted with all his heart that there was no vacancy just then in that department. Philip asked whether there was nothing else he could do. "I'm afraid not." "Are you quite sure?" "Well, the fact is they're advertising for a shop walker tomorrow," said Athelny, looking at him doubtfully through his glasses. "Do you think I stand any chance of getting it?" Athelny was a little confused. He had led Philip to expect something much more splendid. On the other hand, he was too poor to go on providing him indefinitely with board and lodging. "You might take it while you wait for something better. You always stand a better chance if you're engaged by the firm already." "I'm not proud, you know," smiled Philip. "If you decide on that, you must be there at 8:45 tomorrow morning." Notwithstanding the war, there was evidently much difficulty in finding work, for when Philip went to the shop many men were waiting already. He recognized some whom he had seen in his own searching, and there was one whom he had noticed lying about the park in the afternoon. To Philip now that suggested that he was as homeless as himself and passed the night out of doors. The men were of all sorts, old and young, tall and short, but every one had tried to make himself smart for the interview with the manager. They had carefully brushed hair and scrupulously clean hands. They waited in a passage which Philip learnt afterwards led up to the dining hall and the workrooms. It was broken every few yards by 5 or 6 steps. Though there was electric light in the shop, here was only gas, with wire cages over it for protection, and it flared noisily. Philip arrived punctually, but it was nearly 10 o'clock when he was admitted into the office. It was three-cornered, like a cut of cheese lying on its side. On the walls were pictures of women in corsets, and 2 poster proofs, one of a man in pyjamas, green and white in large stripes, and the other of a ship in full sail ploughing an azure sea. On the sail was printed in large letters, "Great White Sail." The widest side of the office was the back of one of the shop windows, which was being dressed at the time, and an assistant went to and fro during the interview. The manager was reading a letter. He was a florid man with sandy hair and a large sandy moustache. From the middle of his watch chain hung a bunch of football medals. He sat in his shirt sleeves at a large desk with a telephone by his side. Before him were the day's advertisements, Athelny's work, and cuttings from newspapers pasted on a card. He gave Philip a glance, but did not speak to him. He dictated a letter to the typist, a girl who sat at a small table in one corner. Then he asked Philip his name, age, and what experience he had had. He spoke with a Cockney twang in a high metallic voice which he seemed not able always to control. Philip noticed that his upper teeth were large and protruding. They gave you the impression that they were loose and would come out if you gave them a sharp tug. "I think Mr. Athelny has spoken to you about me," said Philip. "Oh, you are the young feller who did that poster." "Yes, sir. No good to us, you know. Not a bit of good." He looked Philip up and down. He seemed to notice that Philip was in some way different from the men who had preceded him. "You'd 'ave a frock coat, you know. I suppose you 'aven't got one. You seem a respectable young feller. I suppose you found art didn't pay." Philip could not tell whether he meant to engage him or not. He threw remarks at him in a hostile way. "Where's your home?" "My father and mother died when I was a child. I like to give young fellers a chance. Many's the one I've given their chance to, and they're managers of departments now, and they're grateful to me, I'll say that for them. They know what I done for them. Start at the bottom of the ladder, that's the only way to learn the business, and then if you stick to it there's no knowin' what it can lead to. If you suit, one of these days you may find yourself in a position like what mine is. Bear that in mind, young feller." "I'm very anxious to do my best, sir," said Philip. He knew that he must put in the "sir" whenever he could, but it sounded odd to him, and he was afraid of overdoing it. The manager liked talking. It gave him a happy consciousness of his own importance, and he did not give Philip his decision till he had used a great many words. "Well, I daresay you'll do," he said at last, in a pompous way. "Anyhow, I don't mind giving you a trial." "Thank you very much, sir." "You can start at once. I'll give you 6 shillings a week and your keep. Everything found, you know. The 6 shillings is only pocket money to do what you like with, paid monthly. Start on Monday. I suppose you've got no cause of complaint with that?" "No, sir." "Harrington Street. Do you know where that is?" "Shaftesbury Avenue. That's where you sleep. Number 10 it is. You can sleep there on Sunday night if you like. That's just as you please, or you can send your box there on Monday." The manager nodded. "Good morning." Chapter 103. Mrs. Athelny lent Philip money to pay his landlady enough of her bill to let him take his things away. For 5 shillings and the pawn ticket on a suit he was able to get from a pawnbroker a frock coat which fitted him fairly well. He redeemed the rest of his clothes. He sent his box to Harrington Street by Carter Patterson, and on Monday morning went with Athelny to the shop. Athelny introduced him to the buyer of the costumes and left him. The buyer was a pleasant, fussy little man of 30 named Sampson. He shook hands with Philip and, in order to show his own accomplishment of which he was very proud, asked him if he spoke French. He was surprised when Philip told him he did. "Any other language?" "I speak German." "Oh, I go over to Paris myself occasionally. Parlez-vous français? Ever been to Maxim's?" Philip was stationed at the top of the stairs in the costumes. His work consisted in directing people to the various departments. There seemed a great many of them as Mr. Sampson tripped them off his tongue. Suddenly he noticed that Philip limped. "What's the matter with your leg?" he asked. "I've got a club foot," said Philip, "but it doesn't prevent my walking or anything like that." The buyer looked at it for a moment doubtfully, and Philip surmised that he was wondering why the manager had engaged him. Philip knew that he had not noticed there was anything the matter with him. "I don't expect you to get them all correct the first day. If you're in any doubt, all you've got to do is ask one of the young ladies." Mr. Sampson turned away, and Philip, trying to remember where this or the other department was, watched anxiously for the customer in search of information. At 1 o'clock he went up to dinner. The dining room on the top floor of the vast building was large, long, and well lit. but all the windows were shut to keep out the dust, and there was a horrid smell of cooking. There were long tables covered with cloths, with big glass bottles of water at intervals, and down the centre salt cellars and bottles of vinegar. The assistants crowded in noisily and sat down on forms still warm from those who had dined at 12:30. "No pickles," remarked the man next to Philip. He was a tall, thin young man with a hooked nose and a pasty face. He had a long head, unevenly shaped as though the skull had been pushed in here and there oddly, and on his forehead and neck were large acne spots, red and inflamed. His name was Harris. Philip discovered that on some days there were large soup plates down the table full of mixed pickles. They were very popular. There were no knives and forks, but in a minute a large fat boy in a white coat came in with a couple of handfuls of them and threw them loudly on the middle of the table. Each man took what he wanted. They were warm and greasy from recent washing in dirty water. Plates of meat swimming in gravy were handed round by boys in white jackets, and as they flung each plate down with the quick gesture of a prestidigitator the gravy slopped over onto the tablecloth. Then they brought large dishes of cabbages and potatoes. The sight of them turned Philip's stomach. He noticed that everyone poured quantities of vinegar over them. The noise was awful. They talked and laughed and shouted, and there was the clatter of knives and forks and the strange sounds of eating. Philip was glad to get back into the department. He was beginning to remember where each one was, and had less often to ask one of the assistants when somebody wanted to know the way. "First to the right, second on the left, madam." One or two of the girls spoke to him, just a word when things were slack, and he felt they were taking his measure. At 5 he was sent up again to the dining room for tea. He was glad to sit down. There were large slices of bread, heavily spread with butter, and many had pots of jam which were kept in the store and had their names written on. Philip was exhausted when work stopped at 6:30. Harris, the man he had sat next to at dinner, offered to take him over to Harrington Street to show him where he was to sleep. He told Philip there was a spare bed in his room, and, as the other rooms were full, he expected Philip would be put there. The house in Harrington Street had been a bootmaker's, and the shop was used as a bedroom. But it was very dark, since the window had been boarded 3 parts up, and as this did not open the only ventilation came from a small skylight at the far end. There was a musty smell, and Philip was thankful that he would not have to sleep there. Harris took him up to the sitting room, which was on the first floor. It had an old piano in it with a keyboard that looked like a row of decayed teeth, and on the table in a cigar box without a lid was a set of dominoes. Old numbers of the Strand magazine and of the Graphic were lying about. The other rooms were used as bedrooms. That in which Philip was to sleep was at the top of the house. There were 6 beds in it, and a trunk or a box stood by the side of each. The only furniture was a chest of drawers. It had 4 large drawers and 2 small ones, and Philip, as the newcomer, had one of these. There were keys to them, but as they were all alike, they were not of much use, and Harris advised him to keep his valuables in his trunk. There was a looking-glass on the chimney-piece. Harris showed Philip the lavatory, which was a fairly large room with 8 basins in a row, and here all the inmates did their washing. It led into another room in which there were 2 baths, discoloured, the woodwork stained with soap, and in them were dark rings at various intervals which indicated the watermarks of different baths. When Harris and Philip went back to their bedroom, they found a tall man changing his clothes and a boy of 16 whistling as loud as he could while he brushed his hair. In a minute or two, without saying a word to anybody, the tall man went out. Harris winked at the boy, and the boy, whistling still, winked back. Harris told Philip that the man was called Pryor. He had been in the army and now served in the Silks. He kept pretty much to himself, and he went off every night, just like that, without so much as a good evening, to see his girl. Harris went out too, and only the boy remained to watch Philip curiously while he unpacked his things. His name was Bell, and he was serving his time for nothing in the haberdashery. He was much interested in Philip's evening clothes. He told him about the other men in the room and asked him every sort of question about himself. He was a cheerful youth, and in the intervals of conversation sang in a half-broken voice snatches of music-hall songs. When Philip had finished, he went out to walk about the streets and look at the crowd. Occasionally he stopped outside the doors of restaurants and watched the people going in. He felt hungry, so he bought a Bath bun and ate it while he strolled along. He had been given a latch key by the prefect, the man who turned out the gas at 11:15, but afraid of being locked out, he returned in good time. He had learned already the system of fines. You had to pay a shilling if you came in after 11, and half a crown after 1/4 past, and you were reported besides. If it happened 3 times, you were dismissed. All but the soldier were in when Philip arrived, and 2 were already in bed. Philip was greeted with cries. "Oh, Clarence, naughty boy!" He discovered that Bell had dressed up the bolster in his evening clothes. The boy was delighted with his joke. "You must wear them at the social evening, Clarence." "He'll catch the bell of Lynn's if he's not careful." Philip had already heard of the social evenings, for the money stopped from the wages to pay for them was one of the grievances of the staff. It was only 2 shillings a month, and it covered medical attendance and the use of a library of worn novels. But as 4 shillings a month besides was stopped for washing, Philip discovered that 1/4 of his 6 shillings a week would never be paid to him. Most of the men were eating thick slices of fat bacon between a roll of bread cut in 2. These sandwiches, the assistant's usual supper, were supplied by a small shop a few doors off at 2 pence each. The soldier rolled in, rapidly took off his clothes, and threw himself into bed. At 10 minutes past 11 the gas gave a big jump, and 5 minutes later went out. The soldier went to sleep, but the others crowded round the big window in their pyjamas and nightshirts and, throwing remains of their sandwiches at the women who passed in the street below, shouted to them facetious remarks. The house opposite, 6 stories high, was a workshop for Jewish tailors who left off work at 11. The rooms were brightly lit, and there were no blinds to the windows. The sweater's daughter, the family consisted of father, mother, 2 small boys, and a girl of 20, went round the house to put out the lights when work was over, and sometimes she allowed herself to be made love to by one of the tailors. The shop assistants in Philip's room got a lot of amusement out of watching the manoeuvres of one man or another to stay behind, and they made small bets on which would succeed. At midnight the people were turned out of the Harrington Arms at the end of the street, and soon after they all went to bed. Bell, who slept nearest the door, made his way across the room by jumping from bed to bed, and even when he got to his own would not stop talking. At last everything was silent but for the steady snoring of the soldier, and Philip went to sleep. He was awakened at 7 by the loud ringing of a bell, and by 7:45 they were all dressed and hurrying downstairs in their stockinged feet to pick out their boots. They laced them as they ran along to the shop in Oxford Street for breakfast. If they were a minute later than 8, they got none, nor once in were they allowed out to get themselves anything to eat. Sometimes, if they knew they could not get into the building in time, they stopped at the little shop near their quarters and bought a couple of buns. But this cost money, and most went without food till dinner. Philip ate some bread and butter, drank a cup of tea, and at 8:30 began his day's work again. "First to the right, second on the left, madam." Soon he began to answer the questions quite mechanically. The work was monotonous and very tiring. After a few days his feet hurt him so that he could hardly stand. The thick, soft carpets made them burn, and at night his socks were painful to remove. It was a common complaint, and his fellow floormen told him that socks and boots just rotted away from the continual sweating. All the men in his room suffered in the same fashion, and they relieved the pain by sleeping with their feet outside the bedclothes. At first Philip could not walk at all, and was obliged to spend a good many of his evenings in the sitting room at Harrington Street with his feet in a pail of cold water. His companion on these occasions was Bell, the lad in the haberdashery, who stayed in often to arrange the stamps he collected.
As he fastened them with little pieces of stamp paper, he whistled monotonously. Chapter 104. The social evenings took place on alternate Mondays. There was one at the beginning of Philip's second week at Lynn's. He arranged to go with one of the women in his department. "Meet 'em half-way," she said, "same as I do." This was Mrs. Hodges, a little woman of 45, with badly dyed hair. She had a yellow face with a network of small red veins all over it, and yellow whites to her pale blue eyes. She took a fancy to Philip and called him by his Christian name before he had been in the shop a week. "We've both known what it is to come down," she said. She told Philip that her real name was not Hodges, but she always referred to me 'usband, Mr. Rogers. He was a barrister and he treated her simply shocking, so she left him as she preferred to be independent like. But she had known what it was to drive in her own carriage. Dear, she called everyone dear, and they always had late dinner at home. She used to pick her teeth with the pin of an enormous silver brooch. It was in the form of a whip and a hunting crop crossed, with 2 spurs in the middle. Philip was ill at ease in his new surroundings, and the girls in the shop called him Siddy. One addressed him as Phil, and he did not answer because he had not the least idea that she was speaking to him, so she tossed her head, saying he was a stuck-up thing, and next time with ironical emphasis called him Mr. Carey. She was a Miss Jewell, and she was going to marry a doctor. The other girls had never seen him, but they said he must be a gentleman as he gave her such lovely presents. "Never you mind what they say, dear," said Mrs. Hodges. "I've had to go through it, same as you have. They don't know any better, poor things. You take my word for it, they'll like you all right if you 'old your own same as I have." The social evening was held in the restaurant in the basement. The tables were put on one side so that there might be room for dancing, and smaller ones were set out for progressive whist. "The Eds have to get there early," said Mrs. Hodges. She introduced him to Miss Bennett, who was the belle of Lynn's. She was the buyer in the petticoats, and when Philip entered was engaged in conversation with the buyer in the gentleman's hosiery. Miss Bennett was a woman of massive proportions, with a very large red face heavily powdered, and a bust of imposing dimensions. Her flaxen hair was arranged with elaboration. She was overdressed, but not badly dressed, in black with a high collar, and she wore black glass gloves in which she played cards. She had several heavy gold chains round her neck, bangles on her wrist, and circular photograph pendants, one being of Queen Alexandra. She carried a black satin bag and chewed sense. "Pleased to meet you, Mr. Carey," she said. "This is your first visit to our social evenings, ain't it? I expect you feel a bit shy, but there's no cause to, I promise you that." She did her best to make people feel at home. She slapped them on the shoulders and laughed a great deal. "Ain't I a pickle?" she cried, turning to Philip. "What you must think of me, but I can't help myself." Those who were going to take part in the social evening came in, the younger members of the staff mostly, boys who had not girls of their own, and girls who had not yet found anyone to walk with. Several of the young gentlemen wore lounge suits with white evening ties and red silk handkerchiefs. They were going to perform, and they had a busy, abstracted air. Some were self-confident, but others were nervous, and they watched their public with an anxious eye. Presently a girl with a great deal of hair sat at the piano and ran her hands noisily across the keyboard. When the audience had settled itself, she looked round and gave the name of her piece, A Drive in Russia. There was a round of clapping, during which she deftly fixed bells to her wrists. She smiled a little and immediately burst into energetic melody. There was a great deal more clapping when she finished, and when this was over, as an encore, she gave a piece which imitated the sea. There were little trills to represent the lapping waves and thundering chords with the loud pedal down to suggest the storm. After this, a gentleman sang a song called Bid Me Good-bye, and as an encore obliged with Sing Me to Sleep. The audience measured their enthusiasm with a nice discrimination. Everyone was applauded till he gave an encore, and so that there might be no jealousy, no one was applauded more than anyone else. Miss Bennet sailed up to Philip. "I'm sure you play or sing, Mr. Carey," she said archly. "I can see it in your face." "I'm afraid I don't." "Don't you even recite?" "I have no parlour tricks." The buyer in the gentleman's hosiery was a well-known reciter, and he was called upon loudly to perform by all the assistants in his department. Needing no pressing, he gave a long poem of tragic character in which he rolled his eyes, put his hand on his chest, and acted as though he were in great agony. The point that he had eaten cucumber for supper was divulged in the last line, and was greeted with laughter, a little forced because everyone knew the poem well, but loud and long. Miss Bennet did not sing, play, or recite. "Oh, no, she 'as a little game of her own," said Mrs. Hodges. "Now, don't you begin chaffing me. The fact is I know quite a bit about palmistry and second sight." "Oh, do tell my Ann, Miss Bennet," cried the girls in her department, eager to please her. "I don't like telling Anns, I don't really. I've told people such terrible things, and they've all come true. It makes one superstitious like." "Oh, Miss Bennet, just for once." A little crowd collected round her, and amid screams of embarrassment, giggles, blushings, and cries of dismay or admiration, she talked mysteriously of fair and dark men, of money in a letter, and of journeys, till the sweat stood in heavy beads on her painted face. "Look at me," she said. "I'm all of a perspiration." Supper was at 9. There were cakes, buns, sandwiches, tea and coffee, all free, but if you wanted mineral water you had to pay for it. Gallantry often led young men to offer the ladies ginger beer, but common decency made them refuse. Miss Bennet was very fond of ginger beer, and she drank 2 and sometimes 3 bottles during the evening, but she insisted on paying for them herself. The men liked her for that. "She's an old rum bird," they said, "but mind you, she's not a bad sort. She's not like what some are." After supper progressive whist was played. This was very noisy, and there was a great deal of laughing and shouting as people moved from table to table. Miss Bennet grew hotter and hotter. "Look at me," she said. "I'm all of a perspiration." In due course one of the more dashing of the young men remarked that if they wanted to dance they'd better begin. The girl who had played the accompaniments sat at the piano and placed a decided foot on the loud pedal. She played a dreamy waltz, making the time with the bass, while with the right hand she tiddled in alternate octaves. By way of a change she crossed her hands and played the air in the bass. "She does play well, doesn't she?" Mrs. Hodges remarked to Philip. "And what's more, she's never 'ad a lesson in her life. It's all ear." Miss Bennet liked dancing and poetry better than anything in the world. She danced well, but very, very slowly, and an expression came into her eyes as though her thoughts were far, far away. She talked breathlessly of the floor and the heat and the supper. She said that the Portman Rooms had the best floor in London, and she always liked the dances there. They were very select, and she couldn't bear dancing with all sorts of men you didn't know anything about. Why, you might be exposing yourself to you didn't know what all. Nearly all the people danced very well, and they enjoyed themselves. Sweat poured down their faces, and the very high collars of the young men grew limp. Philip looked on, and a greater depression seized him than he remembered to have felt for a long time. He felt intolerably alone. He did not go because he was afraid to seem supercilious, and he talked with the girls and laughed, but in his heart was unhappiness. Miss Bennet asked him if he had a girl. "No," he smiled. "Oh, well, there's plenty to choose from here, and they're very nice, respectable girls, some of them. I expect you'll have a girl before you've been here long." She looked at him very archly. "Meet 'em 'alf-way," said Mrs. Hodges. "That's what I tell them." It was nearly 11 o'clock, and the party broke up. Philip could not get to sleep. Like the others, he kept his aching feet outside the bedclothes. He tried with all his might not to think of the life he was leading. The soldier was snoring quietly. End of chapter 104. Recording by Tom Weiss, tomsaudioBooks.com. Chapters 105 through 107 of
of Human Bondage. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Weiss. Of Human Bondage by W. Somerset Maugham. Chapter 105. The wages were paid once a month by the secretary. On pay day each batch of assistants, coming down from tea, went into the passage and joined the long line of people waiting orderly like the audience in a queue outside a gallery door. One by one they entered the office. The secretary sat at a desk with wooden bowls of money in front of him, and he asked the employee's name. He referred to a book quickly, after a suspicious glance at the assistants, said aloud the sum due, and taking money out of the bowl, counted it into his hand. "Thank you," he said. "Next?" "Thank you," was the reply. The assistant passed on to the second secretary, and before leaving the room paid him 4 shillings for washing money, 2 shillings for the club, and any fines that he might have incurred. With what he had left, he went back into his department, and there waited till it was time to go. Most of the men in Philip's house were in debt with the woman who sold the sandwiches they generally ate for supper. She was a funny old thing, very fat, with a broad red face, and black hair plastered neatly on each side of the forehead in the fashion shown in early pictures of Queen Victoria. She always wore a little black bonnet and a white apron. Her sleeves were tucked up to the elbow. She cut the sandwiches with large, dirty, greasy hands, and there was grease on her bodice, grease on her apron, grease on her skirt. She was called Mrs. Fletcher, but everyone addressed her as Ma. She was really fond of the shop assistants, whom she called her boys. She never minded giving credit towards the end of the month, and it was known that now and then she had lent some one or other a few shillings when he was in straits. She was a good woman. When they were leaving, or when they came back from the holidays, the boys kissed her fat red cheek, and more than one, dismissed and unable to find another job, had got for nothing food to keep body and soul together. The boys were sensible of her large heart and repaid her with genuine affection. There was a story they liked to tell of a man who had done well for himself at Bradford, and had 5 shops of his own, and had come back after 15 years and visited Ma Fletcher and given her a gold watch. Philip found himself with 18 shillings left out of his month's pay. It was the first money he had ever earned in his life. It gave him none of the pride which might have been expected, but merely a feeling of dismay. The smallness of the sum emphasized the hopelessness of his position. He took 15 shillings to Mrs. Athelny to pay back part of what he owed her, but she would not take more than half a sovereign. "Do you know, at that rate it'll take me 8 months to settle up with you." "As long as Athelny's in work I can afford to wait, and who knows, p'raps they'll give you a rise." Athelny kept on saying that he would speak to the manager about Philip. It was absurd that no use should be made of his talents. But he did nothing, and Philip soon came to the conclusion that the press agent was not a person of so much importance in the manager's eyes as in his own. Occasionally he saw Athelny in the shop. His flamboyance was extinguished, and in neat, commonplace, shabby clothes he hurried, a subdued, unassuming little man, through the departments as though anxious to escape notice. "When I think of how I'm wasted there," he said at home, "I'm almost tempted to give in my notice. There's no scope for a man like me. I'm stunted. I'm starved." Mrs. Athelny, quietly sewing, took no notice of his complaints. Her mouth tightened a little. "It's very hard to get jobs in these times. It's regular and it's safe. I expect you'll stay there as long as you give satisfaction." It was evident that Athelny would. It was interesting to see the ascendancy which the uneducated woman, bound to him by no legal tie, had acquired over the brilliant, unstable man. Mrs. Athelny treated Philip with motherly kindness now that he was in a different position, and he was touched by her anxiety that he should make a good meal. It was the solace of his life, and when he grew used to it, the monotony of it was what chiefly appalled him, that he could go every Sunday to that friendly house. It was a joy to sit in the stately Spanish chairs, and discuss all manner of things with Athelny. Though his condition seemed so desperate, he never left him to go back to Harrington Street without a feeling of exultation. At first Philip, in order not to forget what he had learned, tried to go on reading his medical books, but he found it useless. He could not fix his attention on them after the exhausting work of the day, and it seemed hopeless to continue working when he did not know in how long he would be able to go back to the hospital. He dreamed constantly that he was in the wards. The awakening was painful. The sensation of other people sleeping in the room was inexpressibly irksome to him. He had been used to solitude, and to be with others always, never to be by himself for an instant, was at these moments horrible to him. It was then that he found it most difficult to combat his despair. He saw himself going on with that life, first to the right, second on the left, madam, indefinitely, and having to be thankful if he was not sent away. The men who had gone to the war would be coming home soon. The firm had guaranteed to take them back, and this must mean that others would be sacked. He would have to stir himself even to keep the wretched post he had. There was only one thing to free him, and that was the death of his uncle. He would get a few £100 then, and on this he could finish his course at the hospital. Philip began to wish with all his might for the old man's death. He reckoned out how long he could possibly live. He was well over 70. Philip did not know his exact age, but he must be at least 75. He suffered from chronic bronchitis, and every winter had a bad cough. Though he knew them by heart, Philip read over and over again the details in his textbook of medicine of chronic bronchitis in the old. A severe winter might be too much for the old man. With all his heart Philip longed for cold and rain. He thought of it constantly, so that it became a monomania. Uncle William was affected by the great heat too, and in August they had had 3 weeks of sweltering weather. Philip imagined to himself that one day perhaps a telegram would come saying that the vicar had died suddenly, and he pictured to himself his unutterable relief. As he stood at the top of the stairs and directed people to the departments they wanted, he occupied his mind with thinking incessantly what he would do with the money. He did not know how much it would be, perhaps no more than £500, but even that would be enough. He would leave the shop at once. He would not bother to give notice. He would pack his box and go without saying a word to anybody. And then he would return to the hospital. That was the first thing. Would he have forgotten much? In 6 months he could get it all back, and then he would take his 3 examinations as soon as he could. Midwifery first, then medicine and surgery. The awful fear seized him that his uncle, notwithstanding his promises, might leave everything he had to the parish or the church. The thought made Philip sick. He could not be so cruel. But if that happened, Philip was quite determined what to do. He would not go on in that way indefinitely. His life was only tolerable because he could look forward to something better. If he had no hope, he would have no fear. The only brave thing to do then would be to commit suicide. And thinking this over too, Philip decided minutely what painless drug he would take and how he would get hold of it. It encouraged him to think that if things became unendurable, he had at all events a way out. Second to the right, madam, and down the stairs. First on the left and straight through. Mr. Phillips, forward, please. Once a month for a week Philip was on duty. He had to go to the department at 7 in the morning and keep an eye on the sweepers. When they finished he had to take the sheets off the cases and the models. Then in the evening when the assistants left he had to put back the sheets on the models and the cases and gang the sweepers again. It was a dusty, dirty job. He was not allowed to read or write or smoke, but just had to walk about, and the time hung heavily on his hands. When he went off at 9:30 he had supper given him, and this was the only consolation. For tea at 5 o'clock had left him with a healthy appetite, and the bread and cheese, the abundant cocoa which the firm provided, were welcome. One day, when Philip had been at Lynn's for 3 months, Mr. Sampson, the buyer, came into the department fuming with anger. The manager, happening to notice the costume window as he came in, had sent for the buyer and made satirical remarks upon the color scheme. Forced to submit in silence to his superior's sarcasm, Mr. Sampson took it out of the assistants, and he rated the wretched fellow whose duty it was to dress the window. "If you want a thing well done, you must do it yourself," Mr. Sampson stormed. "I've always said it, and I always shall. One can't leave anything to you chaps. Intelligent you call yourselves, do you? Intelligent!" He threw the word at the assistants as though it were the bitterest term of reproach. "Don't you know that if you put an electric blue in the window it'll kill all the other blues?" He looked round the department ferociously, and his eye fell upon Philip. "You'll dress the window next Friday, Carey. Let's see what you can make of it." He went into his office, muttering angrily. Philip's heart sank. When Friday morning came, he went into the window with a sickening sense of shame. His cheeks were burning. It was horrible to display himself to the passers-by, and though he told himself it was foolish to give way to such a feeling, he turned his back to the street. There was not much chance that any of the students at the hospital would pass along Oxford Street at that hour, and he knew hardly anyone else in London. But as Philip worked with a huge lump in his throat, he fancied that on turning round he would catch the eye of some man he knew. He made all the haste he could. By the simple observation that all reds went together, and by spacing the costumes more than was usual, Philip got a very good effect, and when the buyer went into the street to look at the result he was obviously pleased. "I knew I shouldn't go far wrong in putting you on the window. The fact is, you and me are gentlemen. Mind you, I wouldn't say this in the department, but you and me are gentlemen, and that always tells. It's no good your telling me it doesn't tell, because I know it does tell." Philip was put on the job regularly, but he could not accustom himself to the publicity, and he dreaded Friday morning, on which the window was dressed, with a terror that made him awake at 5 o'clock and lie sleepless with sickness in his heart. The girls in the department noticed his shamefaced way, and they very soon discovered his trick of standing with his back to the street. They laughed at him and called him sidey. "I suppose you're afraid your aunt'll come along and cut you out of her will." On the whole, he got on well enough with the girls. They thought him a little queer, but his clubfoot seemed to excuse his not being like the rest, and they found in due course that he was good-natured. He never minded helping anyone, and he was polite and even-tempered. "You can see he's a gentleman," they said. "Very reserved, isn't he?" said one young woman, to whose passionate enthusiasm for the theatre he had listened unmoved. Most of them had fellers, and those who hadn't said they had, rather than have it supposed that no one had an inclination for them. One or two showed signs of being willing to start a flirtation with Philip, and he watched their manoeuvres with great amusement. He had had enough of love-making for some time, and he was nearly always tired and often hungry. End of chapter 105. Chapter 106. Philip avoided the places he had known in happier times. The little gatherings at the tavern in Beak Street were broken up. Macalister, having let down his friends, no longer went there, and Hayward was at the Cape. Only Lawson remained, and Philip, feeling that now the painter and he had nothing in common, did not wish to see him. But one Saturday afternoon, after dinner, having changed his clothes, he walked down Regent Street to go to the Free Library in St. Martin's Lane, meaning to spend the afternoon there, and suddenly found himself face to face with him. His first instinct was to pass on without a word, but Lawson did not give him the opportunity. "Where on earth have you been all this time?" he cried. "I?" said Philip. "I wrote you and asked you to come to the studio for a Beano, and you never even answered." "I didn't get your letter." "No, I know. I went to the hospital to ask for you, and I saw my letter in the rack. Have you chucked the medical?" Philip hesitated for a moment. He was ashamed to tell the truth, but the shame he felt angered him, and he forced himself to speak. He could not help reddening. "Yes, I lost the little money I had. I couldn't afford to go on with it." "I say, I'm awfully sorry. What are you doing?" "I'm a shop walker." The words choked Philip, but he was determined not to shirk the truth. He kept his eyes on Lawson and saw his embarrassment. Philip smiled savagely. "If you went into Linen Sedley and made your way into the made robes department, you would see me in a frock coat, walking about with a dégage air and directing ladies who want to buy petticoats or stockings. First to the right, madam, and second on the left." Lawson, seeing that Philip was making a jest of it, laughed awkwardly. He did not know what to say. The picture that Philip called up horrified him, but he was afraid to show his sympathy. "That's a bit of a change for you," he said. His words seemed absurd to him, and immediately he wished he had not said them. Philip flushed darkly. "A bit," he said. "By the way, I owe you 5 bob." He put his hand in his pocket and pulled out some silver. "Oh, it doesn't matter. I'd forgotten all about it. Go on, take it." Lawson received the money silently. They stood in the middle of the pavement, and people jostled them as they passed. There was a sardonic twinkle in Philip's eyes which made the painter intensely uncomfortable, and he could not tell that Philip's heart was heavy with despair. Lawson wanted dreadfully to do something, but he did not know what to do. "I say, won't you come to the studio and have a talk?" "No," said Philip. "Why not?" "There's nothing to talk about." He saw the pain come into Lawson's eyes. He could not help it. He was sorry, but he had to think of himself. He could not bear the thought of discussing his situation. He could endure it only by determining resolutely not to think about it. He was afraid of his weakness if once he began to open his heart. Moreover, he took irresistible dislikes to the places where he had been miserable. He remembered the humiliation he had endured when he had waited in that studio, ravenous for hunger, for Lawson to offer him a meal, and the last occasion when he had taken the 5 shillings off him. He hated the sight of Lawson because he recalled those days of utter abasement. "Then look here, come and dine with me one night. Choose your own evening." Philip was touched with the painter's kindness. All sorts of people were strangely kind to him, he thought. "It's awfully good of you, old man, but I'd rather not." He held out his hand. "Good bye." Lawson, troubled by a behaviour which seemed inexplicable, took his hand, and Philip quickly limped away. His heart was heavy, and, as was usual with him, he began to reproach himself for what he had done. He did not know what madness of pride had made him refuse the offered friendship. But he heard someone running behind him and presently Lawson's voice calling him. He stopped, and suddenly the feeling of hostility got the better of him. He presented to Lawson a cold set face. "What is it?" "I suppose you heard about Hayward, didn't you?" "I know he went to the Cape. He died, you know, soon after landing." For a moment Philip did not answer. He could hardly believe his ears. "How?" he asked. "Oh, enteric. Hard luck, wasn't it? I thought you mightn't know. Gave me a bit of a turn when I heard it." Lawson nodded quickly and walked away. Philip felt a shiver pass through his heart. He had never before lost a friend of his own age, for the death of Cronshaw, a man so much older than himself, had seemed to come in the normal course of things. The news gave him a peculiar shock. It reminded him of his own mortality, for like everyone else, Philip, knowing perfectly that all men must die, had no intimate feeling that the same must apply to himself. And Hayward's death, though he had long ceased to have any warm feeling for him, affected him deeply. He remembered on a sudden all the good talks they had had, and it pained him to think that they would never talk with one another again. He remembered their first meeting and the pleasant months they had spent together in Heidelberg. Philip's heart sank as he thought of the lost years. He walked on mechanically, not noticing where he went, and realised suddenly with a movement of irritation that instead of turning down the Haymarket he had sauntered along Shaftesbury Avenue. It bored him to retrace his steps, and besides, with that news, he did not want to read. He wanted to sit alone and think. He made up his mind to go to the British Museum. Solitude was now his only luxury. Since he had been at Linz he had often gone there and sat in front of the groups from the Parthenon, and, not deliberately thinking, had allowed their divine masses to rest his troubled soul. But this afternoon they had nothing to say to him, and after a few minutes, impatiently, he wandered out of the room. There were too many people, provincials with foolish faces, foreigners poring over their guide books. Their hideousness besmirched the everlasting masterpieces. Their restlessness troubled the gods' immortal repose. He went into another room, and here there was hardly anyone. Philip sat down wearily. His nerves were on edge. He could not get the people out of his mind. Sometimes at Linz they affected him in the same way, and he looked at them file past him with horror. They were so ugly, and there was such meanness in their faces, it was terrifying. Their features were distorted with paltry desires, and you felt they were strange to any ideas of beauty. They had furtive eyes and weak chins. There was no wickedness in them, but only pettiness and vulgarity. Their humour was a low fastidiousness. Sometimes he found himself looking at them to see what animal they resembled. He tried not to, for it quickly became an obsession, and he saw in them all the sheep, or the horse, or the fox, or the goat. Human beings filled him with disgust. But presently the influence of the place descended upon him. He felt quieter. He began to look absently at the tombstones with which the room was lined. They were the work of Athenian stonemasons of the 4th and 5th centuries before Christ, and they were very simple, work of no great talent, but with the exquisite spirit of Athens upon them. Time had mellowed the marble to the colour of honey, so that unconsciously one thought of the bees of Hymettus and softened their outlines. Some represented a nude figure sitting on a bench, some the departure of the dead from those who loved him, and some the dead clasping their hands with one who remained behind. Of all was the tragic word farewell. That and nothing more. Their simplicity was infinitely touching. Friend parted from friend, the son from his mother, and the restraint made the survivor's grief more poignant. It was so long, long ago, and century upon century had passed over that unhappiness. For 2,000 years those who had wept had been dust as those they wept for. But the woe was alive still, and it filled Philip's heart so that he felt compassion spring up in it, and he said, "Poor things, poor things." And it came to him that the gaping sightseers and the fat strangers with their guide books, and all those mean common people who thronged the shop with their trivial desires and vulgar cares, were mortal and must die. They too loved, and must part from those they loved, the son from his mother, the wife from her husband. And perhaps it was more tragic because their lives were ugly and sordid, and they knew nothing that gave beauty to the world. There was one stone which was very beautiful, a bas relief of two young men holding each other's hand, and the reticence of line, the simplicity, made one like to think that the sculptor here had been touched with a genuine emotion. It was an exquisite memorial to that than which the world offers but one thing more precious, to a friendship, and as Philip looked at it he felt the tears come to his eyes. He thought of Hayward and his eager admiration for him when first they met, and how disillusion had come and then indifference, till nothing held them together but habit and old memories. It was one of the queer things of life that you saw a person every day for months and were so intimate with him that you could not imagine existence without him. Then separation came, and everything went on in the same way, and the companion who had seemed essential proved unnecessary. Your life proceeded, and you did not even miss him. Philip thought of those early days in Heidelberg when Hayward, capable of great things, had been full of enthusiasm for the future, and how, little by little, achieving nothing, he had resigned himself to failure. Now he was dead. His death had been as futile as his life. He died ingloriously, of a stupid disease, failing once more, even at the end, to accomplish anything. It was just the same now as if he had never lived. Philip asked himself desperately, what was the use of living at all? It all seemed inane. It was the same with Cronshaw. It was quite unimportant that he had lived. He was dead and forgotten, his book of poems sold in remainder by second-hand booksellers. His life seemed to have served nothing except to give a pushing journalist occasion to write an article in a review. And Philip cried out in his soul, "What is the use of it?" This effort was so incommensurate with the result. The bright hopes of youth had to be paid for at such a bitter price of disillusionment. Pain and disease and unhappiness weighed down the scale so heavily. What did it all mean? He thought of his own life, the high hopes with which he had entered upon it, the limitations which his body forced upon him, his friendlessness, and the lack of affection which had surrounded his youth. He did not know that he had never done anything but what seemed best to do, and what a cropper he had come. Other men with no more advantages than he succeeded, and others again with many more failed. It seemed pure chance. The rain fell alike upon the just and upon the unjust, and for nothing was there a why and a wherefore. Thinking of Cronshaw, Philip remembered the Persian rug which he had given him, telling him that it offered an answer to his question upon the meaning of life. And suddenly the answer occurred to him. He chuckled. Now that he had it, it was like one of the puzzles which you worry over till you are shown the solution, and then cannot imagine how it could ever have escaped you. The answer was obvious. Life had no meaning. On the earth, satellite of a star speeding through space, living things had arisen under the influence of conditions which were part of the planet's history, and as there had been a beginning of life upon it, so, under the influence of other conditions, there would be an end. Man, no more significant than other forms of life, had come not as the climax of creation, but as a physical reaction to the environment. Philip remembered the story of the Eastern king who, desiring to know the history of man, was brought by a sage 500 volumes. Busy with affairs of state, he bade him go and condense it. In 20 years the sage returned, and his history now was in no more than 50 volumes. But the king, too old then to read so many ponderous tomes, bade him go and shorten it once more. 20 years passed again, and the sage, old and gray, brought a single book in which was the knowledge the king had sought. But the king lay on his deathbed, and he had no time to read even that. And then the sage gave him the history of man in a single line. It was this: he was born, he suffered, and he died. There was no meaning in life, and man, by living, served no end. It was immaterial whether he was born or not born, whether he lived or ceased to live. Life was insignificant, and death without consequence. Philip exulted as he had exulted in his boyhood when the weight of a belief in God was lifted from his shoulders. It seemed to him that the last burden of responsibility was taken from him, and for the first time he was utterly free. His insignificance was turned to power, and he felt himself suddenly equal with the cruel fate which had seemed to persecute him. For if life was meaningless, the world was robbed of its cruelty. What he did or left undone did not matter. Failure was unimportant, and success amounted to nothing. He was the most inconsiderate creature in that swarming mass of mankind which for a brief space occupied the surface of the earth, and he was almighty because he had wrenched from chaos the secret of its nothingness. Thoughts came tumbling over one another in Philip's eager fancy, and he took long breaths of joyous satisfaction. He felt inclined to leap and sing. He had not been so happy for months. "O life," he cried in his heart, "O life, where is thy sting?" For the same uprush of fancy which had shown him with all the force of mathematical demonstration that life had no meaning, brought with it another idea. And that was why Cronshaw, he imagined, had given him the Persian rug. As the weaver elaborated his pattern for no end but the pleasure of his aesthetic sense, so might a man live his life, or if one was forced to believe that his actions were outside his choosing, so might a man look at his life that it made a pattern. There was as little need to do this as there was use. It was merely something he did for his own pleasure. Out of the manifold events of his life, his deeds, his feelings, his thoughts, he might make a design, regular, elaborate, complicated, or beautiful. And though it might be no more than an illusion that he had the power of selection, though it might be no more than a fantastic legerdemain in which appearances were interwoven with moonbeams, that did not matter. It seemed, and so to him it was. In the vast warp of life, a river arising from no spring and flowing endlessly to no sea, with the background to his fancies that there was no meaning and that nothing was important, a man might get a personal satisfaction in selecting the various strands that worked out the pattern. There was one pattern, the most obvious, perfect and beautiful, in which a man was born, grew to manhood, married, produced children, toiled for his bread, and died. But there were others, intricate and wonderful, in which happiness did not enter and in which success was not attempted, and in them might be discovered a more troubling grace. Some lives, and Hayward's was among them, the blind indifference of chance cut off while the design was still imperfect, and then the solace was comfortable that it did not matter. Other lives, such as Cronshaw's, offered a pattern which was difficult to follow. The point of view had to be shifted, and old standards had to be altered, before one could understand that such a life was its own justification. Philip thought that in throwing over the desire for happiness he was casting aside the last of his illusions. His life had seemed horrible when it was measured by its happiness, but now he seemed to gather strength as he realized that it might be measured by something else. Happiness mattered as little as pain. They came in, both of them, as all the other details of his life came in, to the elaboration of the design. He seemed, for an instant, to stand above the accidents of his existence, and he felt that they could not affect him again as they had done before. Whatever happened to him now would be one more motive to add to the complexity of the pattern, and when the end approached he would rejoice in its completion. It would be a work of art, and it would be none the less beautiful because he alone knew of its existence, and with his death it would at once cease to be. Philip was happy. End of chapter 106. Chapter 107. Mr. Sampson, the buyer, took a fancy to Philip. Mr. Sampson was very dashing, and the girls in his department said they would not be surprised if he married one of the rich customers. He lived out of town and often impressed the assistants by putting on his evening clothes in the office. Sometimes he would be seen by those on sweeping duty coming in next morning still dressed, and they would wink gravely to one another while he went into his office and changed into a frock coat. On these occasions, having slipped out for a hurried breakfast, he would also wink at Philip as he walked up the stairs on his way back and rub his hands. "What a night! What a night!" he said. "My word!" He told Philip that he was the only gentleman there, and he and Philip were the only fellows who knew what life was. Having said this, he changed his manner suddenly, called Philip Mr. Carey instead of old boy, assumed the importance due to his position as buyer, and put Philip back into his place of shop walker. Len and Sedley received fashion papers from Paris once a week, and adapted the costumes illustrated in them to the needs of their customers. Their clientele was peculiar. The most substantial part consisted of women from the smaller manufacturing towns, who were too elegant to have their frocks made locally, and not sufficiently acquainted with London to discover good dressmakers within their means. Beside these, incongruously, was a large number of music hall artistes. This was a connection that Mr. Sampson had worked up for himself and took great pride in.
They had begun by getting their stage costumes at Lynn's, and he had induced many of them to get their other clothes there as well. As good as Paquin and half the price, he said. He had a persuasive, hail fellow, well met air with him which appealed to customers of this sort, and they said to one another, "What's the good of throwing money away when you can get a coat and skirt at Lynn's that nobody knows didn't come from Paris?" Mr. Sampson was very proud of his friendship with the popular favourites whose frocks he made, and when he went out to dinner at 2 o'clock on Sunday with Miss Victoria Virgo, quote, "She was wearing that powder blue we made her, and I lay she didn't let on it come from us. I 'ad to tell her meself that if I 'adn't designed it with my own 'ands, I'd have said it must have come from Paquin." End quote. At her beautiful house in Tulse Hill, he regaled the department next day with abundant details. Philip had never paid much attention to women's clothes, but in the course of time he began, a little amused at himself, to take a technical interest in them. He had an eye for colour which was more highly trained than that of anyone in the department, and he had kept from his student days in Paris some knowledge of line. Mr. Sampson, an ignorant man conscious of his own incompetence, but with a shrewdness that enabled him to combine with other people's suggestions, constantly asked the opinion of the assistants in his department in making up new designs. And he had the quickness to see that Philip's criticisms were valuable. But he was very jealous, and would never allow that he took anyone's advice. When he had altered some drawing in accordance with Philip's suggestion, he always finished up by saying, "Well, it comes round to my own idea in the end." One day, when Philip had been at the shop for 5 months, Miss Alice Antonio, the well-known serio comic, came in and asked to see Mr. Sampson. She was a large woman with flaxen hair and a boldly painted face, a metallic voice, and the breezy manner of a comedienne accustomed to be on friendly terms with the gallery boys of provincial music halls. She had a new song and wished Mr. Sampson to design a costume for her. "I want something striking," she said. "I don't want any old thing you know. I want something different from what anybody else has." Mr. Sampson, bland and familiar, said he was quite certain they could get her the very thing she required. He showed her sketches. "I know there's nothing here that would do, but I just want to show you the kind of thing I would suggest." "Oh, no, that's not the sort of thing at all," she said, as she glanced at them impatiently. "What I want is something that'll just hit 'em in the jaw and make their front teeth rattle." "Yes, I quite understand, Miss Antonia," said the buyer, with a bland smile, but his eyes grew blank and stupid. "I expect I shall 'ave to pop over to Paris for it in the end." "Oh, I think we can give you satisfaction, Miss Antonio. What you can get in Paris you can get here." When she had swept out of the department, Mr. Sampson, a little worried, discussed the matter with Mrs. Hodges. "She's a caution and no mistake," said Mrs. Hodges. "Alice, where art thou?" remarked the buyer irritably, and thought he had scored a point against her. His ideas of music hall costumes had never gone beyond short skirts, a swirl of lace, and glittering sequins, but Miss Antonia had expressed herself on that subject in no uncertain terms. "Oh, my aunt," she said. And the invocation was uttered in such a tone as to indicate a rooted antipathy to anything so commonplace, even if she had not added that sequins gave her the sick. Mr. Sampson got out 1 or 2 ideas, but Mrs. Hodges told him frankly she did not think they would do. It was she who gave Philip the suggestion. "Can you draw, Phil? Why don't you try your 'and and see what you can do?" Philip bought a cheap box of water colours, and in the evening, while Bell, the noisy lad of 16, whistling 3 notes, busied himself with his stamps, he made 1 or 2 sketches. He remembered some of the costumes he had seen in Paris, and he adapted one of them, getting his effect from a combination of violent, unusual colours. The result amused him, and next morning he showed it to Mrs. Hodges. She was somewhat astonished, but took it at once to the buyer. "It's unusual," he said. "There's no denying that." It puzzled him, and at the same time his trained eye saw that it would make up admirably. To save his face he began making suggestions for altering it, but Mrs. Hodges, with more sense, advised him to show it to Miss Antonia as it was. "It's neck or nothing with her, and she may take a fancy to it." "It's a good deal more nothing than neck," said Mr. Sampson, looking at the décolletage. "He can draw, can't he? Fancy him keeping it dark all this time." When Miss Antonia was announced, the buyer placed the design on the table in such a position that it must catch her eye the moment she was shown into his office. She pounced on it at once. "What's that?" she said. "Why can't I have that?" "It's just an idea we got out for you," said Mr. Sampson casually. "Do you like it?" "Do I like it?" she said. "Give me 'alf a pint with a little drop of gin in it." "Ah, you see, you don't have to go to Paris. You've only got to say what you want, and there you are." The work was put in hand at once, and Philip felt quite a thrill of satisfaction when he saw the costume completed. The buyer and Mrs. Hodges took all the credit of it, but he did not care, and when he went with them to the Tivoli to see Miss Antonia wear it for the first time, he was filled with elation. In answer to her questions he at last told Mrs. Hodges how he had learnt to draw, fearing that the people he lived with would think he wanted to put on airs. He had always taken the greatest care to say nothing about his past occupations, and she repeated the information to Mr. Sampson. The buyer said nothing to him on the subject, but began to treat him a little more deferentially, and presently gave him designs to do for two of the country customers. They met with satisfaction. Then he began to speak to his clients of a clever young feller, Paris art student, you know, who worked for him, and soon Philip, ensconced behind a screen in his shirt sleeves, was drawing from morning till night. Sometimes he was so busy that he had to dine at 3 with the stragglers. He liked it because there were few of them, and they were all too tired to talk. The food also was better, for it consisted of what was left over from the buyer's table. Philip's rise from shop walker to designer of costumes had a great effect on the department. He realized that he was an object of envy. Harris, the assistant with the queer-shaped head, who was the first person he had known at the shop and had attached himself to Philip, could not conceal his bitterness. "Some people 'ave all the luck," he said. "You'll be a buyer yourself one of these days, and we shall all be calling you sir." He told Philip that he should demand higher wages, for, notwithstanding the difficult work he was now engaged in, he received no more than the 6 shillings a week with which he started. But it was a ticklish matter to ask for a rise. The manager had a sardonic way of dealing with such applicants. "Think you're worth more, do you? How much do you think you're worth, eh?" The assistant, with his heart in his mouth, would suggest that he thought he ought to have another 2 shillings a week. "Oh, very well, if you think you're worth it, you can 'ave it." Then he paused and sometimes with a steely eye added, "And you can 'ave your notice too." It was no use then to withdraw your request. You had to go. The manager's idea was that assistants who were dissatisfied did not work properly, and if they were not worth a rise it was better to sack them at once. The result was that they never asked for one unless they were prepared to leave. Philip hesitated. He was a little suspicious of the men in his room who told him that the buyer could not do without him. They were decent fellows, but their sense of humour was primitive, and it would have seemed funny to them if they had persuaded Philip to ask for more wages and he were sacked. He could not forget the mortification he had suffered in looking for work. He did not wish to expose himself to that again, and he knew there was small chance of his getting elsewhere a post as designer. There were hundreds of people about who could draw as well as he. But he wanted money very badly. His clothes were worn out, and the heavy carpets rotted his socks and boots. He had almost persuaded himself to take the venturesome step when, one morning, passing up from breakfast in the basement through the passage that led to the manager's office, he saw a queue of men waiting in answer to an advertisement. There were about 100 of them, and whichever was engaged would be offered his keep and the same 6 shillings a week that Philip had. He saw some of them cast envious glances at him because he had employment. It made him shudder. He dared not risk it. End of chapter 107. Recording by Tom Weiss. tomsaudiobooks.com.